Chapter 653. Lin Xian took out his phone and answered the call. Hello, little Ling Ying. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. It's been a while since I've been intimate with them. No, I have to do something tonight. After all, I'm a normal man. Treat us to a meal. Ling Ying's voice came. Why? Lin Xian scratched his head. Hey, Chu Xue and I helped you act cool. Shouldn't we? On the other side, Ling Ying and Han Chu Xue were sitting in a coffee shop. She pouted. This Lin Xian. But didn't I promise to cook for you guys? I didn't treat you guys to a meal, so why should I treat you guys to a meal? Lin Xian said straightforwardly. Of course it was to act cool, to earn Adonis points. Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's extreme displeasure. Adonis points plus 200,000. What's the situation now? Doing the same thing now, the Adonis points increased by a lot. This is also a good thing. It's probably because Lin Xian opened the second shop. Say that again. Ling Ying said angrily. Even if there's no such reason, as a boyfriend, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Let's break up. Let's break up. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Okay. But you guys have to deal with it first. I'll treat you guys to a meal tonight. It's not that long before dinner, and I've already eaten 2 meals at noon. Ling Ying was even more annoyed. 2 meals? Looks like you invited 2 groups of girls, right? Lin Xian, I heard that you have girls in St. Brilliant's Academy. Lin Xian. Oh, Lin Xian, you're so capable now. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. I'm just joking. I'm just playing around. You really believed me. Humph, of course I believe you. Okay, I'll go play with Chu Xue first. Remember to call us at night. Then, Ling Ying hung up the phone. Lin Xian shrugged. In the afternoon, he went to visit Linglong Xue and the others to cultivate their relationship. The sky was getting dark. Originally, Linglong Xue and the others wanted to invite Lin Xian out for dinner, but Lin Xian rejected them. Rejecting girls appropriately was also a way to pick them up. What do you need to pick up girls? You need to arouse the girl's emotions. If you reject her, she will think, why did this guy reject me? Is it because I'm not good enough? If she thinks this way, her mind will be filled with you. Then, you can use other methods to make her suddenly feel that there's nothing wrong with her and praise her. At that time, you can probably make your move. Of course, this was all in theory. In reality, there were bound to be some discrepancies. They had to act according to the circumstances. Lin Xian arrived at the movie theater. Han Chu Xue and Ling Ying were sitting in the hall with a cup of milk tea each, waiting for him. Many people around them were looking at them. However, there was also a person from St. Brilliant Academy, Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang was Han Chu Xue's admirer. There was no conflict between him and Lin Xian. He also came out with his friends and accidentally met Ling Ying and Han Chu Xue. However, he didn't make a move because he didn't even have Han Chu Xue's contact information. How could he appear so openly, treat them to dinner, and watch a movie with them? Of course, it was no problem for ordinary girls. However, if it was them, it was different. Therefore, he followed them secretly with a few friends. Young Master Wang, these 2 girls are really the best. The quality of the girls in St. Brilliant Academy is getting higher and higher. Which one do you like? A man with slicked back hair looked at them from afar and then asked. Wang Haiying said, it doesn't matter which one. They are both beautiful. It's worth it to get any one of them. However, I prefer the colder one. Here, the one on the right. Really the best. Then I'll go after the one on the left. Wang Haiyang sneered. You? Liao Zhibang still hasn't gotten her contact information. How can you compare to Liao Zhibang? It was a little awkward. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's figure suddenly flashed in Wang Haiyang's mind. Later, he asked Lu Jingyi and found out that this was Lin Xian's way of picking up girls. He really used this method to pick up girls. If it wasn't an accident, then he really admired him. His ability to pick up girls was really good. But now, he found that Lin Xian was really awesome. At this moment, he suddenly saw the 2 girls smiling and even greeting each other. His first reaction was that the person they were waiting for had arrived. It should be a girl. When he looked over, he was stunned. Lin Xian? Isn't that Lin Xian? Then he saw that Lin Xian was chatting with the 2 girls. It was an accident, but not too much. Why? Because they did make an appointment in public that Lin Xian would treat them to a meal as an apology. But this was a movie theater. They were watching a movie? It had already developed to this extent? It had only been an afternoon. What kind of saint was he? Oh, there's actually a guy who seems to have a good relationship with them? What's the situation, Master Wang? You don't have to worry about it, as long as he's not a threat to me. Anyway, Wang Haiyang's main target was Han Chuxue. As long as this Lin Xian didn't have any feelings for Han Chuxue, it was fine. If he did, then he would take action. Do you see the 10-0 clock direction? That seems to be Chushue's admirer. Lin Xian had already noticed the few people the moment he came in. It was very simple to find them. In the hall, the boys' eyes and attention were on Han Chuxue and the girls, but most of the girls' attention was on them. Then, Lin Xian noticed them. I saw them. They followed us in. Han Chuxue said faintly. With Ling Ying and Han Chushue's ability, how could they not notice that they were being followed? That's a pity. I originally wanted to hug each of you with one arm, but now I can't. I have to pretend. TSK, you can't do that in the first place. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. He seemed to be thinking about something. Lin Xian smiled. Don't be so heartless. At least the three of us have shared a bed together. Say that again. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then what do we do now? Are you hungry? If not, let's watch a movie first. Recently, a movie called Be a Dream Guy From Now On has been released. Chuxue and I are both loyal readers of this novel. Let's see if it's good. Chuxue and I just finished eating not long ago and also had some snacks. Okay, then I'll accompany the two of you to watch the movie. Han Chushue's face turned slightly red. Shameless. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, the three of them went to buy tickets. Normally, Lin Xian would be in the middle. Then, the two girls would hug each of them. Since Wang Haiyang was here, then they had to act. Chapter 654. Lin Xian carried milk tea and followed the two girls into the studio of Be a Dream Guy From Now On. There were many people inside and almost all the seats were full. It was evident that the popularity of the show was quite high. Lin Xian's seat was in the middle. Originally, he was sitting between Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, hugging one in each arm. However, he still had to act. Hence, Lin Xian sat on the right side of Ling Ying. On the left side of Ling Ying was Han Chuxue. He could only take advantage of Ling Ying. The two girls were gradually getting used to this kind of situation. They were both Lin Xian's girlfriends, and they knew each other. However, what could they do? As long as they weren't too presumptuous, it would be fine. Wang Haiyang and the others were sitting behind Lin Xian. Compared to the movie, how did Lin Xian ask the two girls out? How was their relationship, and whether there would be any intimate actions? This was more important. When he saw that Lin Xian was sitting beside Ling Ying and not between the two of them, he inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because he knew that Lin Xian had a few campus bells in St. Brilliant's Academy, and they were Yi and the rest. That meant that they were Lin Xian's girlfriends, and they got along well with each other. Someone asked them this question in the afternoon, and they all admitted it. At this moment, Lin Xian completely exploded in St. Brilliant's Academy. He was simply a god. Wang Haiyang naturally knew about this matter. Fortunately, he was pursuing Ling Ying. However, when he saw that Lin Xian asked the two girls out, and that Lin Xian had 3 campus bells in his arms during the day, he was inexplicably worried. Would Lin Xian have these 2 girls in his arms? Fortunately, when he saw that Lin Xian wasn't in the middle, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's all. Wang Haiyang sneered, but he actually admired Lin Xian. He just didn't want to admit that Lin Xian was really good at picking up girls. Hey, according to your temperament, shouldn't you be more impudent in front of this person? Lin Xian smiled and said to Ling Ying, then we have to act like it. How can I make you angry in the morning and get you at night? That's too fake. This proves that you're amazing at picking up girls, isn't it? Then wouldn't people say that you're very casual? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. At least you know how to talk. Her heart was very happy. It turned out that Lin Xian was thinking for her. Han Chuxue still had that cold look on her face. She didn't participate in their conversation too much. Even if she had become Lin Xian's girlfriend, she still cared a lot. When Lin Xian and Ling Ying were talking, although she seemed to be watching the movie, she was actually listening carefully. Little Chuxue, I want a kiss. Lin Xian then bypassed Ling Ying and said to Han Chuxue sweetly. Han Chushue's beautiful little face was suddenly dyed with a layer of red. She ignored Lin Xian. Bastard! Ling Ying gritted his teeth and then pinched Lin Xian's arm. To be honest, this girl's pinching technique was simply unbearable. Watch the movie. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Okay, let's watch the movie. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I want to eat popcorn. Then Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Here. Ling Ying handed the popcorn to Lin Xian. Feed me. Ling Ying, how shameless. Then she grabbed a few popcorn and fed it to Lin Xian. Although they couldn't act too intimate, Lin Xian didn't want the people behind them to feel good. They couldn't be too intimate to the extent that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but a little intimate would make the people behind them unhappy. Wang Haiyang suddenly saw this scene and his whole hand subconsciously clenched into a fist. Even though Ling Ying wasn't the one he was pursuing, how did Lin Xian manage to make Ling Ying, whom he had just met in the morning, feed him popcorn when he had angered her? Sour. This way, from the looks of it, he had a very high chance of wooing Ling Ying. So awesome. To be honest, other than feeling extremely unhappy and sour, he really admired him. Anyway, he wasn't the one pursuing Ling Ying. He was pursuing Han Chuxue. Looking at this, although he didn't want to admit it, the scene in front of him had already convinced him. If he made a move on Han Chuxue, would Han Chuxue also fall for it? One must know that in terms of appearance, temperament, and excellence, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying weren't any worse than the #1 beauty of St. Brilliant's Academy. To be precise, the three of them were the most beautiful, and it was impossible to rank them. However, Han Chuxue and the #1 beauty had the same personality. If Lin Xian could really do it, then it proved that Lin Xian had the means to pursue the #1 beauty. No, he had to do something before that happened. That's right, apprentice and learn. Although he was extremely unhappy, he had to admit that his methods of chasing girls were amazing. As long as he could learn, then he would definitely be able to pursue one. For a beauty, for more strength and energy in bed in the future, he was willing to put down his face. What was the big deal about putting down his face? That Liao Zhibong was beaten up, and he was considered okay. Just like that. The movie was finished in less than 2 hours. Needless to say, it was very good, and there were many good reviews. Then they all left the theater. You said that the male lead returned to his planet, but what about his girlfriend on his previous planet? Ling Ying also asked curiously. Because of the finale, the male lead returned to his original planet, but it didn't say where his girlfriend would go on this planet, leaving a sad atmosphere and room for imagination. Sometimes, imperfection is perfection. This was the common trait of those television dramas and movies. This is to give us room for imagination. There are countless possibilities. Let's see how we think. As a man, if it were you, under such circumstances, there's someone you love on another planet, and there's also someone you love on this planet. You've been working hard to return to your original planet. If you could go back, would you make the same choice? What a joke. We all love each other deeply. Even if I go back, I'll take the person I love on this planet with me. Lin Xian said. But what if it's like in the movie, and you can't take her away? Lin Xian. How can there be such a hypothesis? Okay, let's not talk about this. Lin Xian suddenly realized that the setting of this movie was similar to his. He even panicked for a moment. He had always wanted to work hard to go back, but he had never thought about what would happen if he could go back. But Ling Ying and the others couldn't. He didn't want to think about this problem, so he chose to avoid it. Chapter 655. Ling Ying pouted. Chuxue, look. All men are like this, tisk. Han Chuxue nodded. Lin Xian. Hey. You two can't team up to deal with me. You two have to protect me, love me, and protect me, Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Aren't you saying it the other way around? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, let's go. What do you want to eat? Lin Xian knew that Wang Haiyang and the others were still following them, so he didn't hug Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. However, they probably wouldn't let Lin Xian hug them alone. This was inevitable, but if they were in a place with no one around, they would probably give up half-heartedly. So, when the relationship between best friends reaches a certain level, for example, the two of them, it was really a good thing. Why would other people's best friends tear each other apart? Their relationship wasn't good. On the surface, it looked so good, but in reality, it was just like that. Moreover, most of them didn't know each other for long. The frequency of girls changing their best friends was unimaginable. It was really different from guys. Of course, it wasn't absolute. However, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were different. They weren't just best friends. They played together since they were young and didn't have many friends. It was just the two of them who understood each other, and thought for each other. Sharing a man, this was a true best friend. You're treating, Ling Ying said. Of course, eat as much as you want. Then, her beautiful eyes flashed with a sly light. You said it. Of course. Then, Ling Ying looked around and asked Han Chuxue, is that okay? Han Chuxue looked around and nodded. Anything is fine. Then, Ling Ying pointed in a direction and said to Lin Xian, there, that hotel? Lin Xian looked over. 5-star hotel? Then we might as well go to Rose Heaven. Lin Xian said. Why? They looked at Lin Xian curiously. Rose Paradise is also a 5-star hotel. How bad can their cooking skills be? All right. Lin Xian smirked. Rose Heaven was a famous hotel for couples. The atmosphere at Rose Heaven was different from other 5-star hotels. The music, decorations, and ambience were all suitable for couples. This was also a way to stimulate a girl's hormones. Who knows, maybe they wouldn't have to leave Rose Heaven that night. Then, the two women didn't know about Lin Xian's bad idea. They simply took a taxi and went to Rose Heaven with Lin Xian. Wang Haiyang, who was behind him, naturally brought a few people with him. He wanted to see what these people could do tonight. When he saw the car stop in front of Rose Heaven, he was stunned. Rose Paradise? Couple hotel? They? It couldn't be, right? Fuck. Young Master Wang, what's up with these three people? They've entered Rose Heaven. Rose Heaven is a couple hotel. Even ordinary people know this. Ling Ying and the others must know this too. They couldn't have been tricked by that kid. Could it be? Could it be? Shut up. Wang Haiyang's expression was ugly. That's right. Everyone knew that Rose Heaven was a couple hotel. Why would they follow them in? No, he had to know what was going on. Let's go in and see what's going on. Then, he brought the three people in. Is there a total of 3 people? A beautiful waitress smiled and walked towards Lin Xian and the others. She was stunned by Han Chuxue and Ling Ying. She didn't know how many couples came to eat at Rose Heaven every day. She had seen too many girls, but girls of this level were really rare. Couples were common, and she had seen many couples. Then, the girl brought her best friend. This was quite common, so she wasn't surprised by the 3 of them. Yes. Do you want a private room? Lin Xian thought for a moment and smiled. No need for a private room. The hall is fine. Over there. Okay, please take a seat. Han Chuxue asked curiously, why don't you want a private room? To be honest, they still didn't like to eat in such a crowded hall because the gazes of those men would indeed affect them. Moreover, they hated being hit on. They didn't know how many times they were hit on every day. They were used to it, but it was annoying to experience it too much. It's annoying. Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Han Chuxue also understood the meaning of Lin Xian's words. She looked at the door from the corner of her eyes. Those people had indeed come in, but they were already seated. May I ask, you 4, the beautiful waitress who had just served Lin Xian and the others was slightly surprised when she saw the 4 men come in. It wasn't that she hadn't seen such a scene before. Most of them were girls, but they were best friends. Who knew if they were? Anyway, there were guests. If they weren't a couple, why couldn't they eat? She had never seen a couple of men, especially 2 couples. The hall, over there. Hurry up. Wang Haiyang pointed in a direction and said. From this position, they could see Lin Xian's situation, but it was difficult to see them from that direction. What I mean is, are the 4 of you a couple? Rose Heaven's couple dining is free of charge. Wang Haiyang, no. We're just here to eat. Understand? Fuck. He was already in a bad mood, and now he was being treated as gay. Understood, understood. Please take a seat. The beautiful waitress wiped her forehead. She shouldn't have asked. Even if they were, they definitely wouldn't admit it. She was so stupid. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked. At this time, another beautiful waitress came. Can you three order now? Lin Xian nodded and said, just bring the most expensive food here. Remember, it's not the most popular, it's the most expensive. Not only the beautiful waitress, but also Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were stunned. What was he up to this time? Sir, the most expensive food here is the world's top ingredients. For example, caviar. A spoonful is 30,000 yuan. Then half a catty first. The beautiful waitress. Just kidding. How can I eat that? Just 2 taels will be enough. 2 taels. That's hundreds of thousands. And the rest? Just bring it. Do you think I'm going to go back on my word? Yes. Right. 2 bottles of red wine. The most expensive kind? Please wait a moment. Then the beautiful waitress hurried away. I say, Big Boss Lin, you're rich? Even if you're rich, you don't have to be so generous. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Yeah, it's a waste of money. Han Chuxue also said faintly. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, someone will pay for it. Chapter 656. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue's faces were filled with suspicion. Someone would pay? Who would come and pay for nothing? They were very smart, but it was hard for them to think of this. Could it be? They silently glanced at Wang Haiyang in the back seat. Was it him? But he was obviously following them. Why would he come and pay? It felt impossible. How can you be so sure? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian smiled. Guess. Bastard, that's what I hate the most. Ling Ying angrily glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Do you want to bet? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue looked at each other. The 2 girls felt that Lin Xian's words were a bit ridiculous. He obviously came to follow them, and then he said they came to meet him? Okay, that was possible. But why would he pay for you? This was Lin Xian's understanding of men as a man. Girls like them definitely wouldn't understand. His methods of picking up girls had definitely convinced this Wang Haiyang. Now he must be thinking of learning from him. But how could he learn from him? A bootlicker. A bootlicker. Moreover, he could, coincidentally, meet Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. According to a man's idea, if Lin Xian was him, he would come. At worst, he would lose the bet. After all, they were on the same side. Let's bet. Ling Ying wouldn't admit defeat to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded. Okay, let's bet then. What are we betting on? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, tell me, what will you do if I lose? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue tilted their heads and pondered. Now that this guy needs to cook for us, what do we need him for? Ling Ying asked Han Chuxue. How about, if he loses, he can't play with other girls for a week? Han Chuxue asked softly. Lin Xian, hey, little Chuxue, you've changed. You've become bad. Lin Xian said to Han Chuxue, feeling wronged. Han Chuxue's small face blushed, and she slightly tidied up the loose hair on her forehead. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. All right, that's it. Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, you lost. You can only play with us for a week. You can't play with the other girls, or take them to the movies or anything. Is it feasible? Of course, they knew that Lin Xian always took other girls out to play. Although there was no evidence, they knew in their hearts that maybe this Lin Xian had other girlfriends other than them. However, they pretended not to know. It was best not to let them know. Although they might have guessed it, as long as they didn't meet them, they would turn a blind eye. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, looking like he was in a dilemma. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that these 2 girls weren't stupid either. Lin Xian definitely knew that they knew what he was like outside, whether he had other female friends that he was on good terms with, or even if they were his girlfriends. But this was what made Lin Xian love them more. They were very tolerant. Seeing Lin Xian's dilemma, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue knew that he wasn't as confident as he appeared to be, so they were sure to win. Okay, then let's bet. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and nodded, looking at them and saying, The two girls' beautiful eyes lit up, and they revealed a trace of a smile. He jumped into the hole he dug himself, right? What about you guys? If I win, what price are you willing to pay? Lin Xian asked. Tell us. Lin Xian thought for a moment, acting like he had never thought about it before. In fact, he thought about it every day. Otherwise, why would he bring them to Rose Heaven for dinner? How about this: if you lose, then we won't go home tonight. The two girls, bastard, they subconsciously thought of something. This bastard was actually thinking about this kind of thing? Hey, what are you thinking about? I mean, let's just get a room in Rose Heaven and play poker, okay? I haven't played poker in a long time, and I'll play all night. Since I lost, I'll have to spend a lot of money for tonight's dinner. So I want to win it back from you guys. Is there a problem? The two girls looked at each other, then thought for a moment. They felt that this Lin Xian had that kind of bad idea, but he seemed to be quite sincere. Moreover, so what if they were in the same room? Would they be bullied by him? Moreover, Lin Xian had made it very clear that he would play poker for an entire night. Then there was no need to worry. She would play with him and let him feel despair. She would lose her hard-earned money again and let him hook up with other young ladies outside every day. Okay, then let's do it. Lin Xian's lips curled. Although that was what he said, once the three of them entered the room and went to bed to play poker, then could they really play for the whole night? By then, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? At this time, the dishes were all served. Not to mention other things, just by looking at the dishes, one could tell that it was the taste of money. The three of you, this is 1982 Farah, a bottle of 140,000 yuan. The beautiful waitress said the price first. What if they couldn't afford it? However, although the boys' clothes were relatively ordinary, and the total cost was only 1,000 yuan, the two girls were really beautiful and elegant. They should be able to afford it, right? Well, the most expensive one? Lin Xian asked. And the one that costs 320,000 yuan a bottle? Then give me the one that costs 320,000 yuan a bottle. Take this bottle away and exchange it. Okay. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. That's right, for Big Boss Lin, who earns 1 billion yuan a day, a table of dishes that cost a few million yuan is nothing, right? Ling Ying said. Of course, the main thing is that someone is paying. TCH, you mean you're sure to win? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. More accurately, go buy poker. Uffed. Han Chushue laughed. Oh, you're still laughing. I'll remember it. You used to be very good to me, but now you've become bad. Lin Xian glared at Han Chushue. Han Chushue silently lowered her small head and ate the delicious food. This is the taste of money. It's just Lin Xian ate a spoonful of caviar and felt the bursting feeling in his mouth. This spoonful was worth tens of thousands yuan. Things are precious when they're rare. The taste may not be good, but it's rare and high-end. The rest is just Han Chushue and Ling Ying cut the foie gras together. And this foie gras, how expensive do you think a goose is? A few hundred yuan? Why does a piece of foie gras cost a few thousand yuan? Lin Xian shook his head and swallowed it directly. The two girls. This taste is okay. Lin Xian nodded. Geese may not be expensive, but the geese that make foie gras are specially bred. The cost seems to be quite high, not the geese raised on ordinary farms. Han Chushue said to Lin Xian. Chapter 657. Lin Xian didn't understand. Everyone in the upper class ate the same dishes. Anyway, he didn't know how much money he was cheated. However, Lin Xian still liked home-cooked food, but it didn't matter if he occasionally ate high-end food. Anyway, someone would pay for him today. If there wasn't, then he could just eat whatever he wanted. Soon, the 320,000 bottle of red wine was served. The lobby manager personally ran over. When he saw Lin Xian, he wiped his sweat. This wasn't good. Wasn't this person his boss's friend? They seemed to have a good relationship. Then, should he take the money? He definitely had to take the money. After all, this meal was too expensive. But what if his boss found out about it? What if his boss didn't want to take the money? Therefore, he was in a dilemma. However, he still had to do his job well and take the money first. Young Master Lin, Is the food delicious? The lobby manager asked with a smile. The taste of money is of course delicious. Linging rolled his eyes at Lin Xian helplessly. He actually couldn't refute what Lin Xian said. It seemed to be quite reasonable. Anyway, expensive food was good. Then, enjoy your meal. About an hour later, they were almost done eating. The main event was tonight's poker game in the room. That Wang Haiyang wasn't in the mood to eat this meal. He had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. Basically, a meal in a five-star hotel wouldn't cost much, unless you ordered something very expensive. However, even if it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, it wouldn't matter. With his capital, it was too easy. He thought for a while and decided to strike. He glanced at the other side and saw that they were almost done eating. If he went out at this time, firstly, he could strike up a conversation with Han Chushue. Secondly, he could be the one to pay. He was also willing. There were two benefits. First, he could save Lin Xian a sum of money. This way, wouldn't they become friends? Moreover, he might not need to spend too much money. Then, he could learn from this Lin Xian. Secondly, he could show them that he was generous and rich in front of them. Showing off himself, killing two birds with one stone. He definitely had to do it. Oh right, there's one more thing. Linging suddenly said. What? That's our bet. That Wang Haiyang must take the initiative to pay for you. You can't use words to bewitch him. Otherwise, you'll be considered shameless. Linging also suddenly thought of this. This Lin Xian was quite eloquent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive so many girls. She and Han Chushue were both fooled. Wow, you're too ruthless, Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Humph. In any case, you can't go back on your word. All right. I promise you, all right? This time, Linging felt that victory was in his hands. Humph, you want to flirt with other big sisters? He was thinking too much. Cough, cough. Lin Xian and the others were chatting when Wang Haiyang walked over and coughed dryly. Their gazes shifted over to him. Fuck. Linging grumbled in his heart. This guy really came? But if they came, so be it. Why should he pay for them? Anyway, Lin Xian couldn't take the initiative to say anything. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Wang Haiyang said with a smile. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence, Lin Xian said. How could it not be a coincidence? You followed me all the way. It must be a coincidence. What a pity. If only I saw you earlier. We could have had a meal together. Wang Haiyang said with a little frustration. After that, he casually sat on the seat next to Han Chushue. Isn't this a couple's hotel? Master Wang, did you come with your girlfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Haiyang said with a smile, of course not. I don't have a girlfriend. Chushue, you should know very well, right? He asked Han Chushue. Han Chushue nodded politely. After all, he was pursuing Han Chushue. Naturally, he didn't have a girlfriend. Then Wang Haiyang said, I came with a few friends. They are all male friends. Oh, over there. Who said that couples can't eat in a couple's hotel? I heard that some of the dishes here are very famous, so I brought my friends here to eat. The taste is really good. The 2 bottles of red wine Lin Xian ordered were placed at their feet. Anyway, Wang Haiyang couldn't see it. Lin Xian ate most of the food, so he couldn't tell what he was eating. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't see the wine. He definitely knew how much the wine was. When he saw the wine, he would know how much it cost. Then, he wouldn't be willing to pay if it was too expensive. That's really a pity. We've also finished eating. Now, we're ready to leave. Lin Xian said. Wang Haiyang smiled and said, just in time. I've also just finished eating. How about this? I'll pay with your table. Linging, Han Chushue. To be honest, the 2 girls were dumbfounded. They even thought that Lin Xian had colluded with Wang Haiyang. Was this person an idiot? Why did he want to pay for others? Isn't that too embarrassing? Lin Xian looked a little hesitant. What's wrong with that? It's only right to pay for beautiful girls. Also, Junior Lin Xian, you've just entered St. Brilliant Academy. As your senior, I have to do my duty as a senior, right? Let's just say it like this. I'll pay. Lin Xian, if you fight with me, then you're not giving me face. Okay. Then I'll give you face. Sorry to trouble you. No problem. Then, Wang Haiyang snapped his fingers. Waiter, the bill. The lobby manager hurried over. Wang Haiyang said, calculate the bill for that table and this table together. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the lobby manager came over with a calculator. Hello, the total bill for the two tables is 2,313,800 and 800 yuan. After rounding it off, the total is 2,300,000. Wang Haiyang just took the cup of tea that Lin Xian poured for him and directly spat it out. What? How much did you say? 2,300,000? Wang Haiyang was dumbfounded.
Yes.
How much for my table? That table is 11,000 yuan. Gulp. Wang Haiyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was different from the Liao family. The Liao family had a big family business, and his family business was also quite big. However, he couldn't do it to such a big extent. Although he could take out more than 2 million yuan, it wasn't a small amount. The three of them ate 2,200,000 yuan worth of food. Senior, is there a problem? It seems like we ate quite a lot. If there's no other way, I'll pay for it myself. Senior, you can pay for yourself, Lin Xian said at this time. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying secretly shook their heads. Don't you think you're committing a sin? Why did you have to pay for them? Isn't that a sin? You asked for it. You even caused them to lose a bet. Fuck. Big idiot. Chapter 658. He had already boasted in front of the girl he liked. If he went back on his word now, his image would be completely ruined. Ahem, it's fine. It's only 2 million. It's nothing. Wang Haiyang then handed over his bank card. His heart ached. Generous. Senior is indeed senior. I believe that with Senior's generosity, you will definitely find a very beautiful girlfriend. Lin Xian gave Wang Haiyang a thumbs up. Wang Haiyang forced a smile on his face. Hello, this is your receipt. The lobby manager handed the receipt to Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang hurriedly took a look. What the fuck? A bottle of red wine worth 320,000 yuan? And a bottle of 140,000 yuan? What the fuck? Caviar cost 200,000 yuan? What the fuck? Top-notch black truffle cost 80,000 yuan? What the fuck? He had never drunk such an expensive red wine before. What the fuck? Hello, this is the red wine you packed. The beautiful waitress handed Lin Xian a bottle of red wine, worth 320,000 yuan, and handed it to Lin Xian. Thank you. Here's your tip. Lin Xian took out 1,000 yuan tip and handed it over. Thank you, sir. Wang Haiyang was speechless. 2 million yuan and a 320,000 yuan bottle of red wine were taken away by him. He spent money to buy wine for him to take away? He vomited. This 320,000 yuan bottle of red wine is not bad. Take it home and drink it slowly. Lin Xian handed a new bottle to Ling Ying. Ling Ying took it without hesitation. Wang Haiyang was speechless. He paid for it, and Lin Xian gave it to him? Fuck you. Endure. Endure. I must endure. It's fine. It's fine. I made a friend with Lin Xian and showed my generosity in front of the two girls. It's not a loss, not a loss. Endure. Lin Xian looked at Wang Haiyang with a smile and said, Thank you, young Master Wang. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely treat you to this meal. There will be a chance. How about we go out for a meal tomorrow? Don't worry, I'll treat you. You can treat me later, okay? He had to build a good relationship with Lin Xian tomorrow and learn how to pick up girls from him. He definitely couldn't do it now. After all, there were still two girls here. Lin Xian smiled. Sure. Since young Master Wang is so enthusiastic, I'll definitely give you face. But tomorrow, we won't come to such a good place. We'll just eat casually. I can't let young Master Wang spend money. Wang Haiyang nodded and cursed in his heart. Damn it, he had already spent a lot of money. Then let's go out and play now? Wang Haiyang asked. Lin Xian looked at the time and said, No, it's late. It's going to be late at night. It's getting late. Young Master Wang, why don't you go back first? I'll have a chat with them. Lin Xian said. Wang Haiyang, fuck. Was he still chasing him away now? Fuck your mother. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would kill this bastard. Chat? What can you chat about? Ahem. Okay. Then I'll go back first. All right, Chushue, this is a small gift I bought for you on the way. Please accept it. Wang Haiyang handed a small box to Han Chushue. It's okay. Han Chushue politely declined. Just accept it. It's young Master Wang's goodwill. Lin Xian then snatched it for Han Chushue and put it in her hand. She didn't want a free gift? Wouldn't that be a loss? This small box seemed to contain necklaces and earrings. The gift he gave definitely wouldn't be cheap. It could be sold for some money. Han Chushue, Wang Haiyang was extremely satisfied. It seemed that Lin Xian understood his intentions and was helping him chase Han Chushue. In the past, he had given her many gifts but was rejected by Han Chushue. This time, with Lin Xian's help, he succeeded. This 2 million was not spent in vain. As long as he could chase Han Chushue, he was willing to spend another 2 million. Little did he know, this thing was quickly sold by Lin Xian. This guy was still happy, thinking that Lin Xian was helping him chase girls. He was very satisfied. Poor guy, Han Chushue is going to have sex with the man in front of you tonight, and you're still happy. Then we'll go first. Chushue, sleep early. Oh right that. Chushue, can I add you on WeChat? Wang Haiyang scratched his head and asked. Han Chushue glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded quietly. Yeah, young Master Wang is indeed very thoughtful. I think you should add him on WeChat, right? Then Han Chushue nodded. Okay. Wang Haiyang was about to fly to the sky. She actually added him on WeChat. Oh God. Sure enough, it's good to have a wingman when chasing girls. This Han Chushue and Ling Ying were best friends. At this time, Wang Haiyang really hoped that Lin Xian could chase Ling Ying. Then, he and Lin Xian would work together, and it would be easier to chase Han Chushue. Then I'll go first. After that, Wang Haiyang left happily. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Poor guy. Hey, you tricked him. Why did you ask Chushue to add him? Ling Ying was very unhappy. He glared at Lin Xian. So what if he added her on WeChat? Block him on WeChat and chat with him occasionally. It's not a loss, Lin Xian said. The main thing was to let him think that he was really awesome. Then, he could continue tricking him. The long road of tricking money had just begun. Lin Xian then opened the small box. Oh wow, this earring is a bit shiny. I guess it can't be bought without 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, right? Isn't there a price tag? 140,000 yuan. Lin Xian then raised the small box in his hand and said, brand new earrings. 140,000 yuan. Now sold for 70,000 yuan. Does anyone want to buy it? 5 minutes later, Wang Haiyang's earrings were sold by Lin Xian for 70,000 yuan. It was a miserable batch. That's not very good, right? Han Chushue couldn't bear it. TSK, chasing my woman. This is considered light, Lin Xian said. Han Chushue's small face slightly reddened. My woman. This sentence was very simple, but it had a huge impact on her. Ling Ying was jealous. Let's go to sleep. Apui, let's go play cards. The lobby manager walked over. Do you have any other orders? Lin Xian asked. You do free meals for couples here, right? Yes. Then we spent more than 2 million yuan. Should we get a good room? Do you want to stay here? He was dumbfounded. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, it has to be good. Then, he watched dumbfounded as the three of them entered a room. What a god. 3 people? A man and 2 women living together? Damn. The main thing was that these 2 women were so beautiful. This young Master Lin was indeed his boss's friend. He wasn't an ordinary person. He had some skills. He was convinced. At this moment, in the room, the 3 of them went to take a shower one by one. Lin Xian happily changed into his pajamas. He didn't want to wear it. Anyway, he would have to strip naked. Chapter 659. The first round began immediately. Lin Xian grabbed the landlord card. Do you want it? Han Chushue asked. Her cards were better. She actually wanted the landlord card. Anyway, she had already discussed it with Ling Ying. Even if she won the other party's card, she would secretly return it to him. She would only cheat Lin Xian. They didn't care about this little bit of money, but it was a game. That was a different story. It felt like they would be happy if they won 100 yuan, but they would be brooding if they lost 100 yuan. Lin Xian looked at his cards with a hesitant look, because he grabbed the landlord card. If he didn't want it, then the next player was Han Chuxue. If she also didn't want it, then Ling Ying would choose it. If she still didn't want it, then the deck would be reshuffled. Lin Xian's cards were also very good. If he wanted to win more money, then he would need a bomb. And Han Chuxue actually took the initiative to ask him if he wanted it. Obviously, her cards were good. What kind of cards were good? A bomb. If the cards were going well, then one might not necessarily choose the landlord card. Because there might be 3 useless cards, then a good deck of cards would become useless. Therefore, Han Chuxue must have a bomb in her hand. Then he would have to trick her to the end. Lin Xian pretended to be in a difficult position to make Han Chuxue think that his cards weren't good. Do you want it? Do you want it? I'm dying of anxiety. Ling Ying's cards were also good. She and Han Chuxue each had a bomb and a king each. They were anxious to win Lin Xian's money. Yes, let's take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin Xian then took the 3 landlord cards. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue exchanged a look. Money was about to start. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Similarly, money was about to start. Do you believe that you two won't be able to play a single card? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Tisk, bragging. You play then. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Airplane. Lin Xian directly played a series of cards. The 2 girls, of course, chose no. Company. Lin Xian threw out another pile of cards. He still had 4 cards in his hand, and these 4 cards were a bomb. That's right, this round of cards was just that smooth. How many more? Ling Ying was a little flustered. He was almost done with the 2 rounds. I'm not telling you. It's not the time to announce the number of cards. Lin Xian said mysteriously. Then the 2 of them flipped through it. 16 cards. He still has 4 cards left. Han Chuxue said. 4. Don't tell me they're bombs. Ling Ying muttered. Impossible, impossible. It can't be that easy. Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a smug look on his face. Keep pretending, keep pretending. This old lady doesn't believe that you're a bomb. It's definitely a 3-man team. Bomb. I'll bomb you. Then, Lin Xian's face fell. No? Ha ha ha. Pfft. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue laughed. It really wasn't a bomb. They were almost fooled by him. Did you see that? I'm so smart. You still want to trick me? Ling Ying had a proud look. Then, she and Han Chuxue played a round of cards. Lin Xian didn't want any of them. It gave them the feeling that this must be a 3-man team. Pour a cup of cappuccino for Chuxue. Whether there's a bomb or not, just blow it up. He doesn't want a single card or a pair. His cards must be very small. Then, Han Chuxue threw out a bomb without hesitation. These 2 bombs added an additional 20,000 yuan to the total. Awesome. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Then, she suddenly saw the smile on Lin Xian's lips. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chuxue, what cards haven't you played? I haven't played a queen. Then bomb. Lin Xian threw out 4 queens. The 2 girls, ha ha ha. Give me money. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian's laughter was too annoying. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you laughing? Weren't you laughing very happily just now? Didn't you want a bomb? Continue, ha. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying pouted. Fuck. It's a trap. It's all a trap. Han Chuxue was also helpless. This bastard actually played such a trick. He purposely left the bombs for them to add money. 3 bombs, 40,000 each. Give me money. I don't accept it. Ling Ying kicked Lin Xian's leg. Of course, it didn't hurt. Your IQ is worrying. Don't say you don't accept it. Give me money. Then, the 2 girls each sent a big red packet of 40,000 in the group. Of course, it was peanuts to them. Even an earring or a necklace would cost at least 6 digits. Lin Xian received a red packet. When he opened the second red packet, he realized. Fuck. It was taken? Then, Miao Xiaomiao sent a moving picture. A little person holding a red packet kowtowed and thanked the boss. Lin Xian. Buffed. It was taken by Xiaomiao. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Xian quickly typed, Meow Xiao Meow. Give me the red packet. Meow Xiao Meow sent a despising picture and sent out the red packet. Lu Yufan. Why are you sending red packets in the group in the middle of the night? Another night owl joined the group chat. Linya. Little Xin. Where are you playing? Another person joined the group. On the other side, several girls were peeping. Ling Ying. We're playing cards. The loser will send a red packet in the group. You can't snatch it. Lin Xin shuddered. Look at you. You're so gentle in the group. You even added a cute emoji. Little did you know. Little did you know what? Ling Ying glared at him. Little did you know that you're even gentler in front of your phone. Lin Xian, who had a strong desire to survive, said, That's more like it. Ling Ying raised his little head proudly. Linglong Shui, can I play with you? That's right. This virtual stage big shot was trying to join the conversation. Lin Xian, fuck, you're still awake. Also, I won't play with you. Thanks. Linglong Shui, delete friend. Lin Xian, Lu Yufan, serves you right? Yi, you guys are so good. Giving out 80,000 in one go. Linya, Little Xian, you guys play less? It's just for fun. Lin Xian, don't worry. I'm the one who wins. I'll buy a bunch of delicious food for you when I get home. Linya, then they chatted in the group for about half an hour before stopping. After all, it was really late. After that, Xiao Runing and Wang Xintong also appeared. Only Linglong Shui and Linglong Shui didn't appear. After all, the three of them were together. Lin Xian guessed that the two girls were together with Linglong Shui, looking at the content of the conversation on their phones. Let's continue. Putting away his phone, Lin Xian and the others continued playing cards. Drink some red wine. Isn't it interesting to play cards while drinking? Lin Xian ran over and opened the bottle of red wine that cost 320,000. Did you see that? I didn't guess wrong, right? Ling Ying whispered to Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded. Are we drinking or not? Let's drink. Are you afraid of him? We can see what this bastard is up to. Chapter 660. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue went to take a shower together. They were afraid that if one of them went to take a shower while the other was with Lin Xian, they would definitely be bullied to death by him. Therefore, the two of them still chose to take a shower together. But Lin Xian didn't care. One was bullying, two was also bullying. Bullying all of them together was more fun. Tell me, what could the three of them do in their pajamas when the lights in the room were turned off and the three of them finished showering? What could they do? Plus, they had already done something. It wasn't hard to guess what they would do. Were these two girls naive enough to think that they wouldn't do anything? At this moment, in the bathroom, the two girls were sincerely looking at each other. Han Chuxue was helping Ling Ying wipe her fair back. Chuxue, do you think that bastard Lin Xian is plotting something? I have a feeling that it's not as simple as he said. Obviously, the three of them together might not seem like anything to them, but if they were to think about it from the perspective of a man, a normal man, this Lin Xian definitely didn't have good intentions. Han Chuxue nodded. Probably. The two girls were also a bit strange. They clearly felt that Lin Xian didn't have good intentions, but they still agreed. What kind of logic was this? But he might not dare, right? Han Chuxue said again. Is there anything he doesn't dare to do? Why don't you think about what he asked me to bring? A bottle of red wine worth 320,000 yuan. The alcohol content of this red wine isn't low either. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a sly light. Han Chuxue, I bet you that he will definitely ask us to drink later. Do you believe me? Sure enough, Ling Ying understood Lin Xian better. Probably. I don't believe that this bastard doesn't have any ulterior motives. I won't let him get away with it. Ling Ying then walked out of the bathtub and pushed Han Chuxue in. Now I'll help you wipe it. Don't tickle me. Ha ha ha. Perhaps this was the scene that Lin Xian wanted to see even in his dreams. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it. However, the laughter coming from the bathroom was really unbearable. After about 20 minutes, the two girls came out in bathrobes. Logically speaking, this scene was simply too beautiful. Ling Ying was a bit more magnanimous and didn't seem to mind. On the other hand, Han Chuxue, who was usually cold and elegant, blushed slightly and was a bit reserved. Girls like her were very cold. But if you could win her heart, then you would be able to see things that no one else could. Hey, 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 you blinked? Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. He didn't know if this guy was looking at him longer or at Han Chuxue. Girls were all like this. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Chuxue and I are going to change into our pajamas. You can go in and take a shower. Ling Ying said. All right, I'll go. Then Lin Xian ran into the bathroom. Smells good. Lin Xian's voice of enjoyment could be heard. Pervert. Ling Ying muttered and then changed into pajamas with Han Chuxue. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian came out. The speed at which the boy and the girl took their showers was obvious. The former seemed to be enjoying it, while the latter seemed to be coping with it. The moment Lin Xian came out, there were 2 screams. This person didn't even have time to see clearly before 2 pillows were thrown at him. Pervert! Pervert! The 2 girls said one after another, their little faces completely red. Because Lin Xian, this guy fuck? Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head. Hurry up and go back. Ling Ying clenched her teeth. This person was really strange. The more shy she was, the more she wanted to peek. Lin Xian awkwardly said, there are only 2 bathrobes. This is a couple's suite. Everything is for 2 people. Both of you are wearing it, but I don't have it. What can I do? Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Take it away. Then Ling Ying threw the bathrobe she was wearing to Lin Xian, covering Lin Xian's entire body. It smells good. The 2 girls? How did they fall in love with this bastard? There were so many good men in the world, and they just happened to fall in love with this one. They even wanted to share him with other girls. Then Lin Xian walked out with the bathrobe wrapped around him. There were no pajamas, so Lin Xian could only wrap himself in the bathrobe and jump onto the bed. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying, the 2 lighter girls, almost flew up. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Play cards, play cards, play cards. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, looking like he was about to start a war. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying were both stunned. Looking at Lin Xian's excited expression, he couldn't possibly be here purely to play cards, right? It can't be, right? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be, but wasn't he a bit too excited? Inexplicably, the 2 girls were actually a bit disappointed. How could you guess a woman's thoughts? What do you want to play? Ling Ying took out the poker cards and asked while shuffling them. The simplest game, fight the landlord. How do you calculate the money? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian thought for a bit and said, you 2 are also fair, rich, and beautiful, right? Nonsense. Authentic fair, rich, and beautiful. Anyway, the 2 of them didn't lack money, and what Lin Xian had was theirs, and what they had was also Lin Xian's. It was just for fun. Moreover, playing cards was just a cover. Once they got high, what couldn't they do? Then, 5,000 yuan each, double the bomb, double the face cards, double the face cards. Can you afford it? How about 10,000? Ling Ying said generously. Lin Xian. Amazing, even more amazing than him. Okay, 10,000 it is. Looks like I can become a millionaire tonight. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and said, Humph. Ling Ying smiled disdainfully. Ling Ying and I aren't bad at playing cards. Han Chuxue said. In the past, they would be very bored and would often play cards. In fact, the most common card they played was not this kind of card, but there was a Happy Do Diju game on their phones. There would be a total of 3 people playing in the game, which was quite interesting. Therefore, of course, they had the skills, but they were definitely not too good. Then don't cry when you lose money later. Lin Xian smiled and took out his phone. But, a bomb plus 10,000, don't double it. Okay, let's create a group and prepare to send red packets. Then, they entered a group. This was a group that all of them were in. In addition to the 3 of them, there was also Linya, Xiao Runing, Miao Xiao Miao, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi. Later, Linya pulled Morong Qing into the group. Alright, Linglong Shui and the other 2 were also in the group. In short, Lin Xian was the only man, and the others were all girls related to Lin Xian. Most of them were top-grade beauties, and most of them were pulled in by Lin Xian. It could be considered a family group. However, they didn't chat too much in the group. Lin Xian also rarely took the initiative to initiate discussions because he was afraid that the conversation would break down. Chapter 661. Then, of course, they got what they wanted. The three of them drank the entire bottle of red wine. Because this type of red wine had been brewed for a long time, its alcohol content was indeed getting higher and higher. Moreover, the most powerful thing was the after effect. Once the after effect kicked in, the two girls' pretty faces were flushed. As for winning or losing in the game of cards, it was no longer important to Lin Xian. He deliberately lost some money to make them happy, and it was indeed effective. It was already 3 in the morning. To be honest, after playing for a few hours, they felt that it wasn't very interesting anymore. Moreover, they felt dizzy. Linging didn't use his spirit force to dissolve the alcohol because he wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. It was difficult to pretend to be drunk, so they simply drank until they were a bit drunk. After finishing that bottle, they drank another one. When the after effect kicked in, they really did feel dizzy. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm going to sleep." Linging yawned. He was so sleepy that he completely forgot what he wanted to do. Then, he wrapped himself in a blanket and fell asleep. Han Chuxue was much better than Linging. Linging could be said to be impetuous and brainless, but Han Chuxue was much better. "Hee, little Chuxue, Linging is asleep. Let's do something else?" Although Han Chuxue was cold, she was the type of person who was incomparably accommodating to Lin Xian. I drank too much. Let's sleep." Han Chuxue bit her lips and said softly, "Okay, let's sleep." Lin Xian threw the poker cards on the ground and hugged Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue. As expected, this Lin Xian didn't have good intentions. However, Linging was asleep and she didn't know how to refuse. This Linging was even more unreliable than Lin Xian. Just now, he said that he wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. How did he fall asleep? That night, Lin Xian received tens of millions of Adonis points. Although she was his girlfriend, if the three of them did it together, this kind of behavior still gave Lin Xian a lot of Adonis points. Linging really drank too much and underestimated the after-effects of the wine. When she was particularly muddle-headed, she didn't think of using spiritual energy to get rid of the drunkenness. Her subconscious action was to sleep, so she lost to herself, helping Lin Xian achieve his goal. What was this called? He had shot himself in the foot and dug a hole for himself. What about Lin Xian? There was no need to say anything else. One word: comfortable. The next morning, Lin Xian slept soundly. Even the drunk Linging woke up, and his first reaction was, "Oh no, why was she so sleepy?" Then, she sat up and looked at everything around her. Then, she started to doubt her life. She hit her head and looked at Lin Xian, who was sleeping soundly. His big hand was not obedient on Han Chuxue's body. She really wanted to slap him and wake him up. But Linging sighed and then lay down quietly. It was already like this. What else could she do? Just sleep. Anyway, she wasn't awake yet. Lin Xian was really in a deep sleep. He was exhausted last night. Moreover, Lin Xian was in a deep sleep. He was not alert at all and did not release any divine sense. To put it simply, if an ordinary person sneaked in and killed Lin Xian, he would probably die in his sleep. The main thing was that it was too comfortable. Lin Xian also enjoyed this rare peaceful time. For example, at home, when he slept with Linya, he had to be more vigilant. But when he slept with them, he inexplicably felt that they were also very powerful. There shouldn't be any big problems, right? Moreover, this was Murongqing's territory. Murongqing always stayed at the top floor of Rose Heaven, in a huge room that belonged only to her. With her around, no one would dare to be presumptuous here, right? At this moment, there was a knock on Murongqing's room. The lobby manager brought a few beautiful women to deliver breakfast to her. Just send it in. Murongqing put on her clothes and sat there playing with her phone. She looked at the chat records in the group last night with interest. Last night, she went to bed early, so she did not participate in the chat. President Murong, this is yesterday's sales. The lobby manager respectfully handed over a list. Murongqing casually glanced at it. Oh? Who ate more than 2 million yuan at one table last night? This kind of situation was rare. Murongqing was a little interested. Even in Tiandu, It was rare to see such a situation. President Morong, your friend brought people to eat together. My friend? Morong Qing frowned and looked at him. Young Master Lin. Morong Qing. Lin Xian? The lobby manager nodded. He was very nervous, afraid that Morong Qing would blame him for accepting money. But later on, another person paid for them. Morong Qing rubbed her delicate chin. What kind of girls did Lin Xian bring to eat? Two, both very beautiful. Morong Qing, this Lin Xian. Also, they did not leave here last night. Morong Qing, you mean the three of them live here? The lobby manager nodded. Okay, I got it. You can leave. Yes. Then, Morong Qing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. This Lin Xian is really something. He brought two beautiful girls with him, and in the same room? She wanted to see who it was. In the room, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue had already showered and put on their clothes. The two girls did not talk much because they did not know what to talk about. Lin Xian also woke up. He scratched his head and looked at the Prince Charming points. He was very satisfied. Let's go. I'm starving. It's time for lunch. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue put on their clothes and glared at Lin Xian. They did not mention what happened last night. Although it happened once, this was the second time. But it was so awkward that no one brought it up. My waist hurts. Lin Xian rubbed his waist and said, The two girls, don't tell me, you can't do it? Ling Ying showed a worried expression. That would not do. She would not allow it. Han Chuxue also looked at Lin Xian with concern. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. My waist is very good. I believe you know it very well. Lin Xian laughed. Get lost. Ling Ying threw a sofa pillow at him. Go, go, go. It's already noon. Let's go for lunch. It was already noon. Lin Xian believed that Morong Qing must have gone to the Art Xian group to work. In the main hall, the three of them sat together for lunch. Lin Xian casually glanced around and suddenly shuddered. Not far from him, there was a beautiful figure sitting there leisurely drinking coffee with a smile on her face. Morong Qing. She also looked over. Not bad. It was actually Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Chapter 662. From Lin Xian's point of view, Morong Qing was sitting there on purpose. The smile on her lips when she was drinking the tea had already explained something. Although he did tell her that these two girls were his girlfriends, it was said in a joking tone. Naturally, Morong Qing did not believe that they were really Lin Xian's girlfriends. If one of them was, there might be a little possibility, but she felt that the possibility was not high. After all, Morong Qing knew the identity of Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. They were the daughters of two of the 8 great families in Tiandu. It could be said that there were countless suitors in Tiandu. If one of them fell in love with Lin Xian, then there was indeed such a possibility, but both of them fell in love with Lin Xian? The possibility was too small, and they even booked a room together. Therefore, Morong Qing felt that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. But she didn't know what it was, so she was very curious. Usually, she would be too lazy to care about such things. She didn't understand why she was so curious when it came to Lin Xian. Isn't that Sister Qing? Ling Ying and the others also saw Morong Qing. Their relationship with Morong Qing was not bad. They met at a banquet and then fought side by side during the disaster of Tiandu City. Anyway, everyone was in the same group, and there were people in the group who knew each other. Their relationship would not be too bad, mainly because they were Lin Xian's girlfriends. I'll go say hello. You guys eat first. In order to avoid awkwardness, Lin Xian did not let them go over, and then went over alone. Hey, beauty, are you lonely? Lin Xian sat next to Morong Qing and poured himself a cup of tea without hesitation. Morong Qing took a sip, and then looked at Lin Xian. I don't know if I'm lonely or not, but I know that you are definitely not lonely. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. If I say that all of this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Morong Qing smiled and said, Then tell me first and see if I believe it or not. Lin Xian shrugged and said, The three of us were playing cards last night. We played all night. Morong Qing was also Lin Xian's target. She also needed to be captured by Lin Xian. If she really knew that Lin Xian had other girlfriends, how could he capture her? Moreover, Murongqing's mission was related to the third department of commerce, which Lin Xian cared a lot about. From the first shopping center to the second shopping center, there was a huge gap between the items and the rarer they were. It was obvious that the items in the third shopping center would be scarier than those in the second shopping center. In Lin Xian's opinion, the items in the second shopping center were already heaven-defying. As for the third shopping center, therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't have cared if it wasn't the mission objective. Therefore, he had to explain himself. Really? Murongqing's lips curled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. If you don't believe me, take a look at the group. We were chatting in it. We were playing cards and even sending red packets. Murongqing nodded. Well, that makes sense. Let me see. The first red packet was sent at midnight. Then we started chatting. After chatting for half an hour, the rest were your red packets. They were sent until 3 o'clock in the morning. That is to say, you guys stopped at 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xian, wow. This woman was too smart. We did. That's because we were afraid that if we posted it in the group, you guys would wake up when you were all asleep. So, the three of us created a new group, and only the three of us posted it in it. Lin Xian secretly praised himself for his quick reaction. He immediately thought of a perfect answer. That's why, don't misunderstand. Don't spread rumors. I don't care. What's important is the reputation of the two girls. Murongqing nodded. So we played cards until noon. Also, what about the group you created? Let me see. Lin Xian, it's disbanded. We don't play once in 10,000 years. After playing, we disband. What's the point of keeping it? Lin Xian wiped his forehead. Damn, this woman was too smart. Murongqing was like Lin Xian's wife. Then, she suspected that Lin Xian was fooling around outside and questioned him. She didn't seem to notice the change in her attitude. Murongqing's lips curled slightly. Although she felt that the possibility was low, the more Lin Xian explained, the more likely it was. Forget it. She didn't care. So what if she knew? Hey, I'm going to work. You guys can have lunch here. I'll get someone to prepare it for you. It's free. My treat. Murongqing finished speaking and walked away with a smile. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Many of the things he did were to pave the way for picking up girls in the future. However, if he didn't pave the way, it would be very difficult for him to pick up girls in the future. For example, if Lin Xian were to confess to Xiao Runing and Yi Yi, what do you think the chances of success would be if Lin Xian were to confess to them? Very high. This was the result of Lin Xian's painstaking efforts. Once the mission was triggered, it wouldn't take much effort to complete it. Murongqing, Lin Xian felt that this woman was a little difficult to deal with. The main thing was that he could also cater to other girls' preferences. Or rather, he could change their moods. Even for Linglong Shui and the others, at least Lin Xian had a chance. Because they weren't familiar with the human world, Lin Xian could take them out to play every day and then take advantage of them to cultivate their feelings. Over time, he would have a chance to pick them up. However, although Murongqing wasn't as noble as Linglong Shui, Lin Xian didn't know how to cater to a woman like her. What did she need? What did she want? Lin Xian didn't know these things. Money? She was much richer than Lin Xian now. Power? Sorry, Lin Xian didn't deserve it. Perhaps the only good thing was that she hadn't been in love for so many years. Perhaps she was lonely. If that was the case, then it would be good. However, such a beautiful woman, even if she was lonely, she could easily find an incomparably outstanding man. Compared to those men, Lin Xian was nothing. Sigh, let's take it one step at a time. Fortunately, there's still plenty of time for Murongqing's mission. It's just that Xiao Linglong and the others, that was what Lin Xian was most worried about now. The three of them had about the same amount of time. It was fine to pick up one, but to pick up all three girls who lived together at about the same amount of time? This was a fucking hell level of difficulty. Although he had cultivated their favorability, it didn't mean that he would be able to get them. There would definitely be a grudge between them or something. Then, Lin Xian walked back. Chapter 663. After Lin Xian finished eating with them, the three of them went to St. Brilliant's Academy together. After all, there really wasn't much to do right now, and they didn't dare to go to the demonic beast territory for the time being. If they were to go together, it would be fine, but Lin Xian didn't agree. Although Han Chuxue and Ling Ying always seemed to be at odds with Lin Xian on the surface, they were still very obedient to Lin Xian. As for the purpose of going to the Sacred Brilliance Academy, to Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, it was to learn new things or to engage in virtual combat. The virtual combat of the Sacred Brilliance Academy was quite impressive. Like the Tianhua Academy, they could at most simulate arcane body realm beasts, but the Sacred Brilliance Academy could even simulate the strength of Thunder Calamity Realm beasts. This required a large amount of resources. In this aspect, the Sacred Brilliance Academy was indeed much better than the Tianhua Academy of the past. They had the strength, and they were two battle maniacs. Since Lin Xian did not allow them to go to the demonic beast domain for the time being, then they would go to virtual combat. They could not play around all the time. In this era, they had to improve themselves non-stop. Lin Xian, when are we going to the demonic beast domain? Ling Ying really wanted to go. Actually, for Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivators like her, the demonic beast domain was no longer dangerous. However, accidents were bound to happen, especially at this time. For safety's sake, she couldn't go for the time being. However, it was not that they could not go. After all, they did not necessarily need to go to the demonic beast domain in Tianhua City. Lin Xian said, "Do you want to go?" "I'm suffocating." Ling Ying rubbed her palms together. "Lin Xian, I haven't seen you shout in a while. You're suffocating. Get lost." Ling Ying directly swept her leg at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian easily dodged it. Han Chuxue also said, "We're all in the Thunder Tribulation Realm now. The Thunder Tribulation Realm is far from enough. I want to advance to the Law Realm as soon as possible. The Law Realm allows one to comprehend the laws. It's an absolute qualitative leap. Indeed, the birth of a martial artist was accompanied by their attributes, but once a martial artist reached the Law Realm, there would be a gap that no other major realm could surpass. Why? It was because of the laws. Once a martial artist reached the law boundary, they would be able to comprehend the laws. Once a martial artist possessed an attribute and a law, the increase in their combat strength would be unimaginable. Of course, this didn't mean that one could obtain a law after reaching the law realm. One needed to comprehend it. It was possible that even if one reached the Empyrean realm, they still wouldn't have a law because they couldn't comprehend it. This was still relatively difficult, but it was not difficult for people with strong talent and comprehension ability. Most of them would comprehend the power of laws above the 5-star law realm and gradually become stronger. For example, Lin Xian and the others had encountered the law realm experts who had come to kill him, but none of them had comprehended the laws. What was this law? You could think of it as another attribute. For example, someone who didn't have the spatial attribute might be able to comprehend the spatial law. However, using the law was definitely much more difficult than using the attribute. In addition to space and time, there might also be something like the law of gravity and the law of flight. That's right, one could directly fly through the air and escape into the ground. In any case, these things all depended on one's own comprehension. Of course, there were also differences in the strength of the laws. Lin Xian also wanted to advance to the law realm. Comprehending the laws was too important. Therefore, for some martial artists with mediocre attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the law realm was also an opportunity for them to become more powerful. And reaching the domain realm was another natural moat. That's right, as the name implied. Once one reached the domain realm, they would be able to comprehend a domain. Of course, this wasn't absolute. For example, if one comprehended the spatial law and reached the domain realm, one's domain might not necessarily be a spatial effect domain. It might also be time, and one would also need to comprehend it. However, almost 99% of martial artists would have a domain related to their own laws. Of course, the premise was that one had to comprehend a law before they could produce a domain. In short, in the realms of cultivation, the law realm and domain realm were the two most important realms. It determined what kind of power and how powerful one's combat strength would be in the future. This was also the reason why the difference in combat strength between two celestial venerables of the same star rank could be so great. It was very simple. One of them comprehended the trashiest law and domain, such as a sea of fire, while the other released a domain of death or something like that. This wasn't about the same level of combat strength. Their combat strength might be about the same before, but it was this law and domain that directly made them people of two different worlds. It was very important. Then how about we relax for a night and go together tomorrow night? Lin Xian asked. All right, how do we relax? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Relax like you did last night. The two women, you. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian, so angry that he couldn't speak. Han Chushua's face flushed red. Humph. If the two of you don't serve me well tonight, don't even think about going to the demonic beast domain. Lin Xian said arrogantly. You don't want us to go, so we can't go? I'm not bringing you. Chushua and I will go by ourselves. Ling Ying said angrily. Of course, he was just saying that. If Lin Xian didn't let them go, or if Lin Xian wasn't there, they would really listen to Lin Xian. After all, a man's sovereignty still existed. You dare. Lin Xian glared at him. Humph. Afraid of you? Ling Ying glared back at him without the slightest bit of fear. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. All right, I admit defeat. Okay? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Humph. That's more like it. Ling Ying proudly raised his little head. Little did he know that if he was arrogant now, he would be begging for mercy tonight. To Lin Xian, this was also good news. They didn't agree with Lin Xian going alone to harm them, but he did it again last night. If this continued, everyone would slowly get used to it and accept it, and then that would be Lin Xian's heaven. Then, the three of them chatted as they arrived at St. Brilliance Academy. When the students of St. Brilliance Academy saw this scene, they all stared at each other in shock, completely dumbfounded. Wow, this Lin Xian went to school with Ling Ying and Han Chushua? Yesterday, they were still on bad terms. Although Lin Xian admitted his mistake, looking at them, it's obvious that they went out to eat and came back together. Damn, this Lin Xian really ate with them? Awesome. What an amazing person. I'm convinced. Saint of love. This is a fucking saint of love. Everyone exclaimed. Chapter 664. Ling Ying and Han Chushua didn't care about these opinions. However, when they arrived at St. Brilliance Academy, they would at most remain as friends. Chushua and I are leaving first. You can go have fun by yourself? Ling Ying finished speaking and walked away with Han Chushua. This scene was seen by Liao Zhibong from afar. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. His brother told him not to make a move on Lin Xian and to leave this matter to him. Moreover, even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't Lin Xian's opponent, so he could only swallow his anger. Fuck. Lu Jingyi and a few of his lackeys just happened to see this scene and ran over in shock. Master, what's the situation? You guys. Lu Jingyi stammered as he moved to Lin Xian's side. Oh, we just went out for a meal and watched a movie. Nothing much. Lin Xian said indifferently. Lu Jingyi, that's? Fuck this. How awesome. Master, can you teach me today? Lu Jingyi asked excitedly. Let's not talk about other things first, and let's not talk about whether or not he could chase after Ling Ying or Han Chushua, but he was actually able to invite them to a meal and watch a movie under disgusted circumstances. With this method, one couldn't help but admire him. Brother Lu, is this Lin Xian? A lackey asked. Lin your head. Call me Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi slapped him on the head several times. Brother Xian. Hello, Brother Xian. Lin Xian said to Lu Jingyi. Don't call me master, it's awkward. Then Brother Xian. Lu Jingyi hurriedly called out. Lin Xian coughed and nodded. There was no other way. In their hearts, he was a god, a love saint. In order to get more beautiful girls, they admired Lin Xian from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian nodded and then said, Didn't I tell you how to pick up girls that day? You haven't done anything yet? Lu Jingyi scratched his head. Isn't it because I don't dare? I've never seen you so cowardly before. Cough. Lu Jingyi coughed dryly and said, Ever since I heard Big Brother Xian talk about how to pick up girls, I realized how stupid I was in the past. Money is useless. Money can't buy true love. And then I will be even more easily scared, wanting to properly pursue a girl. Lin Xian nodded. Good luck. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. As for the rest, just do as I told you before. Also, your level isn't high enough, so don't try to use the more difficult methods to avoid backfiring. Also, don't try to chase after girls who are more difficult. Your level isn't high enough. Yes, I understand. Then in Brother Xin's opinion, what kind of girl can I pursue? Lu Jingyi asked piously. That's right, there was a hint of piety in his eyes. This was amazing. Lin Xian said, the school belle isn't hard to chase, but Lu Yufan and the others are all mine, so don't even think about it. As for Ling Ying and the others, their levels are too high, so you won't be able to chase after them. Other than them, the other school belle shouldn't be hard to chase after. Don't chase those cold and aloof ones, those who are a bit younger, 18 or 19 years old. Got it. I want to level up now. I already know what to do. Lin Xian. Didn't this raise a scumbag? No, Lin Xian didn't think that what he said was right. A lot of things seemed to make sense, but they all happened to Lin Xian, and some were even deceiving people. This Lu Jingyi might not be able to do it, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, when two people were in a relationship, they might not like each other very much at the beginning, but normally speaking, they would like each other more and more. This was a situation during a relationship. If he pursued his true love in this way, it would not be a bad thing. Good luck. Lin Xian patted Lu Jingyi's shoulder, then walked away. Lu Jingyi secretly clenched his fist, looking like he was very eager to fight. Lin Xian returned to the classroom, and Wang Xintong sat quietly in the corner, reading a book. Her personality was relatively quiet, but it was also a bit of a loner. The reason was probably because of her brother's incident. She preferred to quietly read like this. Because of Lin Xian's incident, she didn't have any pursuers for the time being. It wasn't like before, when many people would come to give her milk tea or something. However, because of Lin Xian, at most, she had a bunch of people who had a crush on her. But since they knew that she had a boyfriend, almost no one came to confess to her. Although everyone felt that it was a bit ridiculous, hugging left and right. Was it an act? That's right, when everyone calmed down, they felt that it should be an act. Otherwise, it would be too fake. Even if they really didn't mind, they wouldn't be so high profile. There were still their families. But even so, the effect was indeed there. Moreover, after Lin Xian's incident and Ling Ying's incident, the current Saint of Love in Saint Brilliance Academy was indeed worthy of the name. Now, those people were calling Lin Xian a Saint of Love. Why don't you go play? Lin Xian walked in, sat beside Wang Xintong, and put his hand on Wang Xintong's hand. Of course, this scene was seen by many people. Acting? Was this really an act? It shouldn't be. If it was an act, then how could Wang Xintong be taken advantage of by Lin Xian? They didn't quite understand. I still prefer to read books in peace, Wang Xintong said with a red face. She was still not used to being intimate with Lin Xian in front of others. She felt very shy. Even if the two of them were alone, she was still very shy. But this made her even more shy. You should play more with Yi and the others. Wang Xintong nodded. I know. Do you still go to Uncle Qin's place? Lin Xian asked with concern. Wang Xintong nodded. I go, but not as often as before. Uncle Qin said that my martial arts and combat skills are not bad now. He said that I won't improve much if I continue to train. He means that I should participate more in actual combat to become stronger. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then wait for a while. It's not very peaceful outside during this period. You can't rush it. Wang Xintong nodded. Yes, I know. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian then moved his face closer. The surrounding students all clenched their fists. Fuck. Wang Xintong blushed. No, there are people around. Lin Xian smiled. Then let's go to the field and kiss. That's right, the field was a sacred place. Every night, those couples would walk to the field hand in hand, and then some would hug and kiss. No, Wang Xintong pouted. It was so embarrassing, and they still wanted to kiss. Chapter 665. Lin Xian was just teasing Wang Xintong. How could he kiss her in front of so many people? Okay, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Xian smiled. At this moment, someone walked towards Lin Xian tentatively. Lin Xian. No, Casanova, there's something I'd like to ask you. A student said embarrassedly. Lin Xian. Was he so popular now? Following this person's question, the surroundings were suddenly filled with people. Yeah, Casanova, teach us too. We don't want to be single. Yeah, we don't have the ambition to chase after the campus belle, but we just want to pursue a girlfriend. Please teach us. Lin Xian. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly, and the group of people suddenly quieted down. Then, Lin Xian glanced at the crowd and said, There's no such thing as a Casanova. There's no such thing as a way to pursue a girl. It all depends on sincerity. I can't teach you this kind of thing. Everyone, please return to your seats. Nonsense, Lu Jingyi learned it from you. Someone shouted. He gave you a few million as a learning fee. Give me the same, and I'll teach you immediately. What about these people? What would happen if Lin Xian taught them? That's right, Lin Xian would be followed by a group of people asking him questions wherever he went. Therefore, if he rejected them directly, there wouldn't be any problems. At most, there would be a few rich people, and then he could scam them. Hearing Lin Xian's words, those people were terrified. How many families were willing to pay a few million just to chase after girls? Okay, everyone, you can leave. At this moment, Xiao Runing walked in. She looked at Lin Xian helplessly. She already knew that this bastard would not have a peaceful time at St. Brilliant Academy. On the first day, he hugged girls left and right, beat up Liao Zhibong, and caused all kinds of trouble. However, she was used to it. If he was quiet, he wouldn't be Lin Xian. After the first class, Wang Haiyang walked in to look for Lin Xian. Originally, he wanted to invite Lin Xian for a meal, but Lin Xian didn't want to go. So, Lin Xian casually bragged for a while and gave him some advice. Wang Haiyang listened very seriously and sincerely. As for whether Lin Xian could catch up with Wang Haiyang, that was naturally impossible. When the time came, Wang Haiyang wouldn't suspect Lin Xian. He would just think that Lin Xian was not capable enough. As for Lin Xian, he came to St. Brilliant Academy mainly for the secret territory. He didn't think about anything else. It wasn't time for the competition to enter the secret territory yet. In fact, there wasn't much meaning for Lin Xian to stay in the academy. He only came because he could play with the girls and keep them company. Lin Xian didn't want to pay attention to that Wang Haiyang going after Han Chuxue. When he failed, Lin Xian could go and earn a second wave of money. Right now, Lin Xian felt like he had nothing to do. No one else could be like him. As for the Azura Palace, Lin Xian probably had a grudge with them. After all, he beat up the left and right hands of the White Tiger Hall's hall master. However, the Azura Palace couldn't openly attack Lin Xian. They couldn't even attack the Yixin group. After all, they didn't dare to touch the Yixin group's business. This was a business supported by the whole continent. If they destroyed the shop, it would attract the dissatisfaction of the people of the continent. Therefore, they must be looking for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. At the very least, they must get back at him. During lunch in the cafeteria, Lin Xian sat alone with Wang Xintong, Yi, and Lu Yufan, the three campus belles. The hateful gazes around them were too much, but Lin Xian was used to it, especially when they saw the three campus belles give some of their food to Lin Xian. This further confirmed the closeness between them. After Lu Jingyi finished getting his food, he came over and sat beside Lin Xian. Normally, he wouldn't eat in the cafeteria. He would go out to eat. However, because Lin Xian was here, he came. Brother Xian, have you heard about something? Lu Jingyi wanted to curry favor with Lin Xian. He took the initiative to get closer to Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian looked at Lu Jingyi suspiciously. Today? No, last night. The holy dragon flame cave erupted. Dozens of volcanoes erupted. It's simply spectacular. Holy Dragon Flame Cave? Lin Xian had heard of this name before. It was a very powerful place with a lot of fire attributes. Once, Lin Xian also wanted to go there, but why didn't he go? It seemed that the place was quite dangerous, and the terrain was extremely complicated. The main reason was that there was a fire attribute dragon there. This was the most important thing. Let's not talk about what attribute it was. It was a dragon, the top existence among demon beasts. Almost no one had ever seen a creature like a dragon. Most of the dragons were neutral existences, but if you disturbed its peace and it attacked, then you couldn't blame anyone. This place had been visited by people over the years. However, no one had ever found a dragon, nor were there any traces of a dragon living there. Therefore, this was just a rumor. Why did it erupt? Lin Xian frowned. He still cared a lot about that place. Firstly, it was related to dragons. Secondly, it was a place with an extremely rich fire attribute. Lin Xian needed a place with rich attributes because as long as he could find it, as long as there was a strong heaven and earth spiritual energy, then he could absorb it and unlock the attribute power after absorbing it. Among all his attributes, only the thunder attribute could be achieved in this way. The space attribute was also considered as well. The poison attribute was also obtained by himself, and the ice attribute was given by Bing Lingyue's mission. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't only rely on missions. He had to fight for it himself. He didn't think about other things first. First, he had to get the attributes. Who knows? Maybe the legendary dragon there has awoken? Ha ha ha. Anyway, it's all kinds of volcanic eruptions. This is real, and it has been continuing. It's probably erupting now. Sigh, I really want to go, but unfortunately, my strength doesn't allow me. I'm afraid that the weakest person there is in the Thunder Tribulation realm. Lu Jingyi sighed. Strength was a shortcoming. Needless to say, Lin Xian was really tempted. Volcanic eruptions? Lin Xian heard that although the volcanoes there were active volcanoes, if dozens of volcanoes erupted at the same time, then there was obviously something abnormal going on. If it was one volcano erupting, then it might be normal. If it was two volcanoes, then it would be fine. But dozens? Even an idiot would know. Something must have happened there. Should he go? Lin Xian was struggling. He was going to go out with Han Chuxue and the others to level up. This was a good opportunity, but there were two problems. First, it was in the territory of the beasts, and the direction was very far away from Tianhua City. It wasn't in the other direction of Lin and city that they wanted to go to. In addition, Tianhua City had just fallen. The road might be dangerous, extremely dangerous. Second, the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was definitely very dangerous. Chapter 666. Humans were just like that. Even though they knew it was dangerous, once their curiosity and interest were piqued, they would subconsciously go to that place. Lin Xian had indeed warned them not to go to Tianhua City's demonic beast territory during this period of time. When they went out to grind levels tomorrow night, they would only grind levels in an area between Lin and City and the city that was further in the heart of the demonic beast territory. That area was actually human territory, while Tianhua City was the true demonic beast territory. It was just that there were many demonic beasts there, but the level of danger was indeed much lower. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked. Lu Jingyi scratched his head. He just came over to find a topic to chat with Lin Xian. Why did he take it so seriously? There's no news. Many experts have gone over to check out the situation. We don't know the specifics, but a few experts from my family went over last night and haven't returned yet. I hope nothing bad happened. I heard from my family that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth there seems to be thicker. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Is it reliable? Of course, this is not a secret. Any special place, once linked to the heaven and earth spiritual energy, there would be two things. First, heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Second, powerful demonic beasts. He hoped it was the former. Okay, I got it. Thanks. It's no big deal. Lu Jingyi didn't know why Lin Xian wanted to thank him. He didn't think that Lin Xian would go there. However, even though only Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators could enter, there were still many profound Heaven Realm cultivators who had gone. Those below the profound Heaven Realm could forget about it. The so-called Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators were only considering the safety issue. Even if you were a Chi-building realm cultivator, you could still enter, but there was no guarantee that you would be able to survive halfway or reach the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Lin Xian, are you going? Lu Yufan and the others understood Lin Xian quite well. Lin Xian asked about their auspicious island, so he definitely had this thought. What? Brother Xian, you're going? Lu Jingyi showed a surprised expression and then suddenly understood. That's right, the other party was in the Thunder Tribulation realm. He could even defeat Liao Zhibong, so what was there to be afraid of? At the very least, he had the qualifications to go there. Moreover, it was a space attribute. To be honest, that kind of place was infinitely attractive to any warrior. It had a powerful elemental attribute, and at the same time, it might be accompanied by heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Obtaining it might be a good fortune. Lin Xian said, I'll think about it. It's not certain. If you're going, I'm going too, Lu Yufan said. Wang Xintong also looked at Lin Xian expectantly. What are you going to do? I'll slap you to death. Lu Yufan then pouted, feeling wronged. Lu Jingyi was speechless. It turned out that one really couldn't lick a girl's boots when talking to her. This Lin Xian even said something like, I'll slap you to death. Why was he talking to a girl? He even had to be careful not to curse. I've learned. You guys cultivate well. Look at Xintong. She's already in the profound heaven realm. It won't be long before she breaks through to the Thunder Tribulation realm. What about you two? You're only in the profound body realm. Lin Xian said. One day, I'll become an expert too. Lu Yufan said. Yi also nodded. Then work hard. But it's so dangerous there. Lin Xian said. If it's dangerous, why are you going there? Can you protect me? You might even drag me down. I'm ignoring you. Lu Yufan pouted, then continued eating, not saying a word to Lin Xian. Little girl, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yufan fiercely glared at Lin Xian. After the three girls finished eating, they left together, while Lin Xian was thinking about something. Brother Xian, how's your relationship with Linging going? It's all right, Lin Xian said. We're still betting. You have to catch her in 3 days. Catching up to a goddess of this level in 3 days? That was simply a dream. He might have to chase her for 3 years, but Lin Xian's performance made him feel that it was too amazing. He might not be able to get her in 3 days, but in Lu Jingyi's opinion, he should be able to get her if he spent more time. Lin Xian nodded. It's simple. There are still 2 days. You just have to watch in 2 days. Simple? Is this fucking human language? Let me ask you, do you know what their general realm is like? Lu Jingyi scratched his head and said, I'm not too sure, but in the academy, the lowest is the mysterious heaven realm. Looking at their situation, they shouldn't be weak. This realm was hard to say, but sometimes the temperament that was revealed could be roughly seen. For example, when Ling Long Shui walked outside, anyone who saw her would first be stunned by her beauty, and then subconsciously feel that this woman must be very powerful. If you were a normal, beautiful woman, it would be possible, but the temperament that was revealed in her every movement made people feel something. Temperament was something that couldn't be described with words, it could only be felt. Then tell me, with such a young and high realm, do they like to farm? Lu Jingyi nodded. Of course, if they are so outstanding and have high cultivation, they will definitely improve themselves in all aspects. So now I'll teach you another way to pick up girls. Take them to farm. Alu. Lu Jingyi was stunned. Since they are the kind of people who are willing to improve themselves, then we'll take them to improve. In the demon beast domain, it is full of danger. This kind of opportunity is more precious than any other occasion, and the effect is better. It might even save their lives, and at the same time, it can also show the charm of a man. Do you think this kind of interaction is good for picking up girls? Lu Jingyi slightly nodded. Of course there is, but can it be realized? Whether it can be realized or not, you can see the results in 2 days. Right now, I'm going to invite them to the demon beast domain. With that, Lin Xian walked out. Hey, big brother Xian, wait for me. The two of them came to their classroom. The 2 girls sat in the corner, looking at their phones together as if they were watching a video. They could see that the people around them were secretly looking at them, but they didn't strike up a conversation because they didn't dare. Even existences like Wang Haiyang and Liao Zhibong couldn't get them, so how could they do it? Then, they saw the legendary Lin Xian come. "Hey, are the two beauties free?" Lin Xian greeted them and directly sat in front of them. Lu Jingyi was a little embarrassed. He sat a little further away so that he could hear their conversation. This Lin Xian, could he really invite them to the demon beast domain? Chapter 667. What's the matter? Ling Ying could be considered to be cooperating with Lin Xian's performance. He did not show any intimacy, but it seemed to be slightly different to other boys. Then, Lin Xian told them about the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. The two girls frowned slightly. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim, "They want to go to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave?" "Sure. Tonight?" "Yes, tonight. I'll pick you up." "All right." Ling Ying nodded. She didn't care if what Lin Xian said was true or false. She just had to agree. It didn't matter if it was false, but if it was true, he definitely had other ways. He must have thought it through before saying it, so she chose to believe in Lin Xian. Lu Jingyi's face was filled with admiration. Inviting them to the demon beast domain might not be too difficult, but going to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was extremely difficult. It was very dangerous there, and for people who were not very familiar with each other, they had to worry about whether or not the other party had other thoughts and dangers. However, they actually agreed so straightforwardly. In just one day, their relationship was already so good. This Lin Xian's methods could be said to be heaven-defying. "Okay, then it's settled. I'll be leaving first." Lin Xian had only come over to play around and act like a little bitch. While he was at it, he told them about his plans. That's right. He was planning to make a trip to the sacred Dragon Flame Cave tonight. As for confidence, he had an advantage that most people did not have, and that was the fact that he was strong. Bewitching that girl Ling Longyue, using some delicious food to trick her and bring her along. With her here, if they encountered any danger, a spatial energy would be enough to send them away. With such a backup plan, Lin Xian would not be too worried. "Damn, older brother Xian, how did you get them to agree so directly?" Lu Jingyi asked curiously. "It's simple. As long as you have a good relationship with them, they will have enough trust in you." "You can make them trust you in one day?" Lin Xian smiled, then patted his shoulder and said, "It depends on your skills. You are still too far away. Don't think about this for now." "I'm convinced." Lu Jingyi looked at Lin Xian with a sincere gaze. The two of them strolled around the academy. "That's right. Where's the #1 beauty of St. Brilliant Academy? Take me there," Lin Xian asked. To be able to stand side by side with Han Chuxue and the others, she must be especially beautiful. Lin Xian would definitely be able to trigger the quest. Although he already had a lot of unfinished quests and girls, humans were just that greedy. Curious. Since Lin Xian knew that he should be able to trigger a quest, he was curious as to what kind of quest it would be. In any case, the quests he had triggered were all better than the ones before. At the very least, none of them were particularly bad. Hence, Lin Xian was curious. This, Lu Jingyi scratched his head, then said, "She's a little hard to meet. She's usually in the backyard, and the backyard is a place that students like us can't go. She only comes out occasionally, so it's harder to meet her. She's also very strong. She's the #1 of Lin and City's Sky Martial Arts Tournament and is especially beautiful. In my opinion, only Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and Miss Xiao can be on par with her in terms of beauty." Lin Xian was secretly speechless. The girls these days were all much more outstanding than the boys. Xiao Runing was indeed beautiful. It was not an exaggeration to call her the most beautiful teacher in history. In Tianhua Academy, it was also Han Chuxue and Ling Ying who reached the top. In St. Brilliant Academy, it was also a girl who reached the top. "Young Master Lin." A voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned his head and saw Wang Haiyang running over. "Young Master Wang, is something the matter? Or are you having trouble picking up girls?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Haiyang felt uncomfortable. He tried to chat with Han Chuxue according to Lin Xian's method. He felt that it was effective, but he felt that the speed at which he picked up girls was too different from Lin Xian's. He did not believe it. He had the method, but why was there such a huge difference in the speed at which he picked up girls? Moreover, he did not feel that Han Chuxue's feelings towards him had changed too much. When he heard that Lin Xian had invited them to the sacred dragon flame cave, his first reaction was that it must have been a failure. However, he did not expect that they would agree. What the fuck? Young Master Lin, are you going to the sacred dragon flame cave with Ling Ying and the rest tonight? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, we're going to have some fun. Wang Haiyang. Have some fun? How could you say something like that? How about this? I want to go too. Why don't I join you guys tonight? Wang Haiyang said. He had learned some useful things from Lin Xian. Tonight, they could be considered to be alone together. Moreover, in the realm of demonic beasts, he could also show off his manly strength. Girls preferred stronger men. His strength was not weak, so he could also show off. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Free labor came. Oh, young Master Wang wants to go too. Wang Haiyang nodded. Aren't I pursuing Chuxue? Of course I have to protect her. Lin Xian was touched by her words. It was a pity that the girls were all his. Sure, but is young Master Wang strong enough? That sacred dragon flame cave must be extremely dangerous. If you die inside, wouldn't we be in trouble? Wang Haiyang, fuck you. Can't you say something nice? Lightning Tribulation Realm should be enough, right? Not bad. Then we'll have to trouble young Master Wang to drive us tonight. Lin Xian smiled. Wang Haiyang, how did it become him driving? However, it didn't matter. It was enough to be with them. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian was bringing them out to pick up girls. Otherwise, why would he bring them? As for how to pick up girls, Wang Haiyang didn't know. However, following Lin Xian and seeing what Lin Xian did, he definitely wouldn't be a problem. No problem. See you at the entrance of the school at 7 p.m. tonight. Okay. Then, Wang Haiyang walked away. His strength was about the same as Lin Xian and the others. Of course, it wasn't because he was very talented. He should be 25 years old, 3 or 4 years older than them. However, their realms were the same. However, in 3 years, they would definitely be stronger. They might even be in the law realm or the domain realm. Therefore, compared to those people in Tiandu, there was still a gap. Their realms might be similar, but they were a few years older than those people. Now that you mention it, even I want to go. Lu Jingyi sighed and said, You? Forget it. The Mystic Heaven realm is still dangerous. Moreover, the two of them don't have what you want. It's not that I don't want to, but I also know that I'm a lot weaker than Wang Haiyang and the others. Therefore, I don't want girls of this level. You guys must be careful. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, Lin Xian saw a group of people in front. It was as if they had seen a celebrity. The appearance of Han Chuxue and the others, including some of the school beauties, was the same. However, this one was obviously more famous. Chapter 668. Damn, Brother Xian, we're in luck today. It's Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue is coming out. Lin Xian scratched his head. Xiao Xinyue? That's the #1 campus belle. In terms of looks and temperament, I think she's on par with Han Chuxue and Ling Ying. However, she's still the most famous expert and campus belle of our St. Brilliance Academy. She still has a lot of suitors. Lu Jingyi said, Let's go and take a look. Lu Jingyi saw the burning passion in Lin Xian's eyes. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This guy isn't going to do something, is he? After all, it's a girl of Han Chuxue's level. Wouldn't it trigger a mission if he went over? That's right, Lin Xian went over. However, there were too many people. He couldn't squeeze in at all. Damn, there's a beauty taking off her clothes. Lin Xian suddenly shouted from behind. The people in front immediately looked back. At this time, Lin Xian squeezed in. Lu Jingyi, what the fuck? Is this even possible? After Lin Xian squeezed through the crowd, he realized that a lady was walking towards him. The crowd moved along with her, just like a celebrity. It was just that this group of people only dared to look at her, but did not dare to get close to her. Beside her was a very handsome man. The corner of his mouth had an elegant and gentlemanly arc as he followed her. He had to admit that these people were really handsome. This should be the person called Gong Sunjun that Lu Jingyi mentioned. He was the #2 expert of the St. Brilliance Academy, only below Xiao Xinyue. At the same time, He was also the son of the Azura Palace's White Tiger Hall's hall master. Furthermore, he was Xiao Xinyue's suitor. However, Lin Xian was more concerned about this girl called Xiao Xinyue. When she came closer, Lin Xian could clearly see her face. The girl was wearing a white dress. Her beautiful face was as delicate and flawless as porcelain. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows were slightly knitted, and her clear eyes were shining. Her silky black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, as if it was made by nature. Her figure was tall and flawless, and her skin was as white as jade. It was obvious that she was a cold and aloof female lead. Indeed, she was very similar to Han Chuxue. Of course, it was only her temperament that was similar. This temperament made Lin Xian immediately think that this Xiao Xinyue must have come from a decent family. As for her appearance and temperament, she was indeed worthy of being the #1 campus belle of the St. Brilliance Academy. She was very, very beautiful. She was the type of girl that could arouse any man's desire to conquer her. Han Chuxue was a little better. After all, she had a boyfriend, Lin Xian. After being bullied by Lin Xian, her cold temperament gradually changed to become more gentle. Her coldness was not as exaggerated as before. Perhaps it was because she had a boyfriend, but she did not care about other people's opinions or pursuits. However, she would still be cold and elegant. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Xiao Xinyue, and perhaps Xiao Runing. Among the four of them, it was hard to tell who was prettier and had a better temperament. Everyone had their own preferences. In short, this was another top-notch girl. It was said that there were not many beauties in this world. Lin Xian agreed. However, looking at the girls he knew, from the demon god Linglong Shui who had lived for thousands of years, to the ice empress Bing Lingyue who had been frozen for 100 years, to the teenage Miao Xiaomiao who still looked like a loli. Which one of them was not beautiful? Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward. Unlimited exchange of chalcedony liquid without consumption. Permanently activating the wind attribute. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment. Unable to exchange for chalcedony liquid. Lin Xian. Really, Lin Xian wanted to curse. Triggering a mission was a good thing. Lin Xian was here to trigger this mission. The mission reward made Lin Xian extremely excited. Unlimited exchange of chalcedony liquid without consumption. In other words, as long as he completed this mission, Lin Xian would not need to consume any Adonis points. He would have as much chalcedony liquid as he wanted. This would completely solve Lin Xian's immediate problem. As long as he completed this mission, he would be able to start developing the Art Xian group in the 5 great empires. Because there would be enough chalcedony liquid. How could he not be excited? Then there was another reward, permanently activating the wind attribute. The wind attribute was one of Lin Xian's favorite attributes. Now, he already had the water, ice, space, thunder, and poison attributes. His mastery of the thunder attribute was slightly better, and his space attribute was still okay. As for the poison attribute, he rarely used it. Almost no one knew about the water and ice attributes. Only Han Chuxue, Bing Lingyue, and a few others knew that Lin Xian also had the ice attribute. As for the water attribute, to Lin Xian, it might be the most useless compared to the other 4 attributes, but it was better than nothing. As for the wind attribute, although it could not be compared to space teleportation, it was very powerful in terms of speed and wind attribute martial arts. Just look at Miao Xiaomiao, she was very good at it. Therefore, this mission reward was extremely tempting to Lin Xian. He had to complete it. An unlimited supply of chalcedony liquid was simply too good. Then there was a mission penalty. This was what Lin Xian wanted to curse. If he did not complete it, there would be no more chalcedony liquid in the store. In other words, the Art Pavilion group would close down, and Lin Xian's development plans would be ruined. This system was really realistic. It would give him rewards based on what he needed, and at the same time, it would give him punishments. He had no choice but to complete it. However, even a girl like Linglong Shui had a favorability of 50. He had even managed to woo Han Chuxue and Ling Ying. At the same time, they could even do it together. Lin Xian felt that there was nothing impossible in this world. Excuse me. At first, Gong Sun-jun felt that being surrounded by so many people was because of Xiao Xinyue's beauty. He indeed felt that his vanity was greatly satisfied. However, when he saw so many people secretly taking photos, he was a little unhappy. Then Gong Sun-jun shouted, "From now on, this young master will beat up all of you who are taking photos. Do you hear me?" "Why?" Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. "Why?" "Because Xinyue is this young master's girlfriend. Is that enough?" Gong Sun-jun's lips curled up as he sneered. Everyone was shocked. What? This Gong Sun-jun actually pursued Xiao Xinyue? Wow. The goddess has been pursued? Heavens. I don't want to accept this. Fuck. Why? Why did you have to let me know this heart-wrenching news today? The surrounding people were discussing. As for the authenticity of this news, there was no need to doubt it. This Gong Sun-jun said this in front of Xiao Xinyue, which proved that it was true. Xiao Xinyue did not have much of a reaction. She continued to walk outside, and soon the two disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What kind of joke was this? This girl had been pursued by someone else? Then what was he pursuing her for? Then why did he trigger this mission? Chapter 669. Lin Xian obviously wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that all the pretty girls were his, but he had triggered a mission. What would he do? Poach? Fuck. This kind of feeling was different from the normal pursuit of a girl. This kind of feeling was shameful. Fuck. Fuck. Xiao Xinyue was actually pursued. I don't want to live anymore. Lu Jingyi's face was bitter. To be honest, the feeling of his goddess being pursued by another man was very uncomfortable. This was normal. She's not really a goddess. How could she be so easily pursued by someone else? Lin Xian said. That's not it. Lu Jingyi said, this Gong Sun-jun has been pursuing Xiao Xinyue for almost 3 years. He's been meticulous to her. It's normal for him to be able to catch up with her after accumulating a little bit of favorability. After all, it's been almost 3 years. Anyone with a heart of stone wouldn't be indifferent, right? Lin Xian scratched his head. Brother Xian's expression seems to be very conflicted. Brother Xian couldn't have been thinking of pursuing Xiao Xinyue, right? Lin Xian nodded. You don't say. I really did have that thought. Then it's fine now. Lu Jingyi smiled. Lu Jingyi said, Gong Sun-jun is a person who likes to show off. He must be eager to tell this news to others. But before this, I didn't see such news on the forum or his WeChat. According to my guess, they must have been together in the past 2 days, and Xiao Xinyue certainly didn't want him to say it. Of course, my guess is that Gong Sun-jun must have agreed and used the opportunity just now to spread the news. He must have done it deliberately. Since they just got together, Xiao Xinyue certainly wouldn't be ruined by Gong Sun-jun so easily, right? Lin Xian nodded. Lu Jingyi's words were quite correct. Plus, with Xiao Xinyue's personality, even if she was pursued, she wouldn't be willing to be taken advantage of in a short period of time. At least, it was impossible for her to sleep with him in a short period of time. It was very simple. Xiao Xinyue was pursued by Gong Sun-jun for 3 years. What kind of conclusion could be drawn from this? She definitely didn't like this man very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken 3 years to pursue him. However, she probably liked him a little. Maybe she didn't know it herself, so she agreed. Of course, there might be other reasons, but no one knew. Under such circumstances, with her personality, she probably wouldn't even agree to kiss him in a short period of time. She was limited to holding hands. That was nothing. As long as they didn't kiss or have sex, Lin Xian wouldn't accept it. However, for Lin Xian, as long as this girl kissed another guy, he would have a huge grudge. No matter how beautiful she was, he wouldn't want her. This was true. He didn't lack women anyway. However, since the system knew his personality, it would also formulate rewards and punishments according to the latest situation. Since this mission was triggered, Xiao Xinyue should meet the requirements, right? Lin Xian wasn't sure. We'll talk about it later. I have to go prepare for tonight's trip to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Lin Xian said and walked away. On the other side, Gong Sun-jun and Xiao Xinyue walked out of St. Brilliant's Academy side by side. Xinyue, What do you want for lunch? Gong Sun-jun asked with a smile. Anything. Xiao Xinyue's tone was really like Han Chushue's in the past. It was indeed cold and emotionless. Even when facing her boyfriend, she was like this. Gong Sun-jun was used to it. Then let's go to Rose Heaven. I'll make a reservation now. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. By the way, are you sure you want to go to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave tonight? Yes. Then I'll go with you. Xiao Xinyue said. No need. I'll go check it out myself. That won't do. You're my girlfriend. I have to ensure your safety. I can only feel at ease when I'm by your side. Xiao Xinyue didn't say anything and walked straight ahead. Gong Sun-jun walked with her. He moved his hand towards her, trying to hold her hand. Just as his hand touched hers, Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Then, she subconsciously retracted her hand and put it in her coat pocket. Gong Sun-jun smiled in his heart. He was helpless. He had caught up with her, but he hadn't even touched her hand. But it didn't matter. Since he had caught up with her, it was enough. After all, he knew Xiao Xinyue's character. It didn't matter. It was just time. He had plenty of time. He believed that as long as he had time, not only would he be able to hold her hand, but he would also be able to get Xiao Xinyue into bed. After all, this woman was really beautiful. He really liked her. Compared to any woman he had played with before, she was the best. Moreover, she was especially clean. At a glance, he could tell that she had never held hands with a man or kissed him. Such a woman, in addition to being so beautiful and outstanding, would be really comfortable to be a wife. He felt that it wasn't difficult to pursue a girl. All he needed was a little trick. If he had known, he wouldn't have spent more than 2 years. He would have pursued her long ago. By now, he probably didn't know how many times he had slept with her. It was also a big failure. But it didn't matter. It was good that he had caught up with her. After 10 minutes, they arrived at Rose Heaven. Xiao Xinyue also received a phone call. She got up and walked to the side. What's the matter? Her voice was slightly gentler. I heard that you have a boyfriend? A girl came from the phone. Yes. The answer was simple and straightforward. Gong Sun-jun. He's okay. Actually, I was going to introduce you to someone. You. The other side laughed. It's true. I was really going to introduce you to someone, but since you've already handed him over, it doesn't matter. You should find your own boyfriend first. To be honest, I don't feel that this Gong Sun-jun is particularly attractive. He's quite outstanding, but he's far from the people in our family. Why did you agree? You've really surprised me. It's none of your business. The other side laughed. Okay. I don't care. Remember to protect yourself. I also believe in your eyesight and your own judgment. All right, there are still 3 months before the new year. Can you bring him home? It's none of your business. Mom and Dad are urging you even more. You should think about yourself. Okay. I'll be returning to Ice Country in about a month. I'm just letting you know. I'm hanging up. You guys go be sweet. On the other side, Xiao Runing hung up the phone and shook her head with a smile. This sister of hers had found a partner. It was really beyond her imagination. Chapter 670. Xiao Xinyue, Xiao Runing, they were sisters, but this matter was probably only known to the two of them. After Xiao Runing came to St. Brilliant Academy, she had only gone out to eat a meal with her once, but the relationship between the two sisters was pretty good. It was just that this younger sister was relatively cold. However, Xiao Runing was still surprised. Was Gong Sun-jun really that outstanding? Compared to where they were, there was still a huge gap. She also knew that her younger sister's heart wasn't in love, and her taste was indeed quite high. This was almost exactly the same as the Han Chushu as she knew. How did she find a boyfriend? At one point, she even felt that it was impossible for her younger sister to find a boyfriend. However, it couldn't be generalized. Like was like. Who could say for sure? Just like that Lin Xian, he didn't have a big background, wasn't too outstanding, and wasn't too handsome. However, she had even kissed him before, and he wasn't angry. Therefore, Xiao Runing was quite understanding. If she met him, then she met him, no matter what his status was. Aya, let's go eat. Xiao Runing stretched her body and walked out. She also felt bad. Her family had already said that if she didn't bring a boyfriend back home this year, then she shouldn't go back. Her family had been urging her to do so. She didn't feel the rush. Perhaps her parents were like this. However, thinking about it, she was already 25 years old. Some people were already married at 20 years old. Although their realms weren't low, and they might still look the same in their 40s or 50s, age was still there. Her family was indeed anxious, and she was also embarrassed. After all, this younger sister of hers wasn't even 23 years old. Lin Xian? This person's appearance popped up in her mind. No, he's too young. He's only 21. At this moment, Lin Xian came to Linglong Shui and the others' place. Since there were more and more girls around him, Lin Xian's route had been to each of the girls' places. These 3 girls were nestled on the sofa, watching a Xinxia TV series. They seemed to be quite engrossed. Hey, I'm here. Can you guys welcome me? Lin Xian felt awkward. He was here. The 3 of them glanced at Lin Xian in unison but did not say anything. Then, they continued to look at the television.
Yes.
Linglong Shui replied with a Lin Xian. Then, he shrugged helplessly and sat on the sofa. Okay. Lin Xian elbowed Ling Longyue. What? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Do you want to go out with me tonight? I'll take you to eat something delicious. At that moment, Ling Longyue's eyes lit up, but she shook her head. No, I want to watch TV. Lin Xian, wow. Oh my God. Food was not as attractive to her as television. This was also very normal. If girls watched dramas to a certain extent, they could forget themselves. Xiao Linglong, where are you? Lin Xian asked Linglong Shui. Nope. Little Bing Bing, what about you? Watching TV. Lin Xian, wow. This was awkward. Then, Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Do you have something to say? After all, Lin Xian had looked for them many times. Basically, it was for some reason. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, actually, there's a riot at the Holy Dragon Flame Cave in the Beast Domain. So, I wanted to go and take a look. I don't know how dangerous it is, so I felt that it would be safer with an expert following me. I'm not free. Then, she said calmly. Lin Xian, you want us to be your bodyguards for free? Don't even think about it. Ling Longyue wrinkled her cute nose. Can I pay? I don't lack money. Lin Xian. These 3 girls were poisoned by TV dramas. All right, then I won't bring you to eat good food in the future. Lin Xian stood up with a sad look on his face. Girls nowadays were getting harder and harder to deceive. Linglong Shui said, it's best if you don't go to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. Even if you go there, you won't be able to find anything powerful. As for danger, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be an extremely dangerous area. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. You guys have already hurt my heart. I won't look for you guys anymore. I'll go find someone else. Bye-bye. Then, Lin Xian left. Sister, is it not good? Ling Longyue saw that Lin Xian had left and turned to ask Linglong Shui. Then you can follow and protect him. No, I want to watch TV. That bad guy is so bad. Nothing will happen. Ling Longyue decisively refused. After Lin Xian left, his mood was extremely complicated. Women, fickle women, they were usually so nice, but when they met something they liked more, they would abandon him. Tue. However, Lin Xian didn't think much of it. If he was a little more forceful, they would definitely follow him. But since they liked watching TV dramas, then let them be. Anyway, Lin Xian still had other options. That's right, Murong Qing. This Murong Qing was also a heavenly venerable. Although she wasn't of the space attribute, she was of the time attribute. She wasn't bad, and he might even be able to cultivate a good impression of her. Then, Lin Xian gave her a call. Murong Qing actually agreed without hesitation. It was obvious that she was quite interested. Even if Lin Xian didn't look for her, she might still go. This time, there were no more problems. Tonight's party consisted of Lin Xian, Murong Qing, Ling Ying, Han Shuxue, and there was also the third wheel, Wang Haiyang. It didn't matter if Wang Haiyang went or not. If he went, Lin Xian would let him be a driver or coolie. In front of Han Chuxue, he would probably be very willing and couldn't refuse. In the evening, Lin Xian also saw some news about the Holy Dragon Flame Cave on the internet. Most of the news was spread by the martial artists who came back from there. The authenticity of the news was still trustworthy. After a quick glance, Lin Xian roughly got some information about how dangerous it was inside. The Holy Dragon Flame Cave was very big and complicated. It was much bigger than the 10,000 spider cave they went to before. There were also demonic beasts, all of which were of the fire attribute. Azi used the fire attribute power in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave to cultivate quickly. The level of the demonic beasts was generally higher, but they didn't find anything particularly good inside. This also confirmed Ling Longshue's words. However, the deeper they went, the higher the temperature. It was so high that many people found it difficult to go in. The fire attribute was extremely prosperous, and the deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. As for what was in the depths, there was no news because those people hadn't returned yet. The ones who spread this news were those martial artists who couldn't go in and had to return. But this was good news. At least it showed that the deeper they went, the more likely they were to encounter the things they wanted to encounter. As for the dragon, it was indeed a legend. The possibility was still relatively low. Chapter 671. In the evening, they gathered at Murong Qing's Rose Hotel. Originally, they had agreed to meet at St. Brilliant's Academy, where Wang Haiyang would pick them up. However, with the addition of Murong Qing, the location was changed at the last minute. Wang Haiyang's face was filled with excitement. It was time to show off his manly prowess to be able to go out with them. Lin Xian, Murong Qing, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue sat in the hall, drinking tea and waiting for the driver, Wang Haiyang. These three beauties with their own unique features really made people feel happy. Of course, the one who was enjoying the happiness was Lin Xian. I have some understanding of the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. I heard some rumors a few years ago, but I'm not sure if it's true. In short, the most important thing to pay attention to is a phenomenon called flame tide. It really exists. Murong Qing said to the three of them, "What is flame tide?" Lin Xian scratched his head with a puzzled look. You can think of it as the undercurrent of the sea. In a place like the Holy Dragon Flame Cave, we are in a giant sealed space. At the same time, we don't know how many years of fire elements have accumulated here. Normally, we can only feel the scorching heat of the fire attribute. However, under this kind of accumulation, it may form a phenomenon. That is, a very terrifying flame tide will suddenly erupt from the depths. In such an environment, once it erupts, as long as you are inside, it will be impossible to escape. This made Lin Xian a little scared. How dangerous is it? Murong Qing shook her head. I'm not sure. It depends on the time, intensity, and various factors of the accumulation of fire elements. If it's too strong, maybe even a heavenly venerable will be injured. However, it should be more than that. I'm just telling you. Lin Xian nodded. There should be no problem. After all, someone has been there for a day before us. If there is really a flame tide there, there should be news, right? Murong Qing smiled. If there is, I'm afraid they don't have the ability to send news. However, I think a heavenly venerable should be enough to block it. Since there are many demon beasts living and cultivating in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave, the possibility of this will be even lower. However, it's hard to say. After all, there hasn't been an outbreak there before. There must be a reason for the outbreak, so we still have to be more careful. You're here anyway. Lin Xian grinned at Murong Qing. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What I want to say is that this place is filled with danger. I just want to remind everyone to be careful. Ling Ying and the others also nodded. There was another reason for choosing to go at night, and that was because Ling Ying was of the dark attribute. Don't underestimate the difference in combat strength between night and day. The difference was like heaven and earth. Forget it. Let this Murong Qing make a fuss. Cough, cough. It's quite good. Wang Haiyang coughed dryly. Damn it. She just came and gave him a critical hit. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also smiled slightly. Then let's go, Wang Haiyang said. Let's go. Then, they got into the car. The three girls sat in the back. Wang Haiyang drove while Lin Xian sat in the front passenger seat. The journey to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was about 5 hours. It was actually quite far. After all, the terrain there had changed suddenly. It definitely wouldn't be too close. It was definitely dangerous there. There might even be some extremely powerful heaven and earth spiritual items. Lin Xian was also going there because of this. He might be able to awaken the fire attribute. The fire attribute's damage couldn't be compared to lightning, but it was second only to lightning. It was also a big shot in the attack attribute. It was also very important. In the past, the Deep Cold Valley was actually similar to the current Holy Dragon Flame Cave. However, the Holy Dragon Flame Cave should be more dangerous and bigger than the Deep Cold Valley. The heaven and earth spiritual item in the Deep Cold Valley was actually Bing Lingyue. Using this analogy, if the Holy Dragon Flame Cave had a heaven and earth spiritual item, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated? Chapter 672. 5 hours later, they arrived at their destination. The journey was relatively smooth and they didn't encounter any danger. Bang! The five of them got off the car one after another and looked ahead. Damn! This is much more shocking than the pictures on the internet. Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy seeing this scene. Mu Rongqing said faintly. That's right, anyone who saw this scene would feel uneasy. The Holy Dragon Flame Cave was an incomparably large place. You could imagine it as a mountain range, or you could walk and walk until you reached the underground. And this mountain range was made up of dozens of volcanoes. The tallest ones were thousands of meters, and it would take an hour to walk around. The shortest ones were about 100 meters. It was these volcanoes that formed a group of volcanoes. It was so large that you couldn't see the end of it. There were many caves here, big and small. The small ones were a few meters, and the big ones were dozens of meters. No one knew when these caves appeared, and most of them were probably created by demon beasts. However, the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was extremely large and intricate, like a huge tomb. It was definitely not created by a group of demon beasts. No one knew who created such a large space. There were also rumors that the largest cave entrance was the place where the legendary dragon entered. Of course, these were all rumors. What scared them the most was the scene they were witnessing. What was the situation here before? It was very peaceful. Normally, if you passed by, you wouldn't think that this was a group of volcanoes. There were even many trees growing on the mountains, making it look no different from an ordinary mountain range. But now, the sky was dark, and the surroundings were bright. Magma from many volcanoes slowly rolled down, emitting a fiery red light. The volcanoes spewed out thick volcanic ash, covering a large area of the sky. The surroundings were desolate and lifeless, as if they were in an apocalyptic world. The surrounding temperature was terrifyingly high. In such an environment, an ordinary person would faint and die after staying for a few minutes. It wasn't a problem with the temperature. Moreover, the volcanic ash that covered the sky was unimaginably harmful to humans. However, Lin Xian and the others were all martial artists, and their cultivation wasn't low either. In fact, such harm wasn't much to them. They only had to worry about oxygen. After all, even martial artists couldn't survive without oxygen. After all, they were still considered human. And there was another very exaggerated matter. The surroundings were filled with cars, many, many cars. Only the heavens knew how many people had been attracted by the sacred Dragon Flame Cave's riot. This was not a riot, nor was it dangerous. On the contrary, not many people had come. Now that there was a riot, everyone had come. Then Lin Xian quietly moved to Wang Haiyang's side and whispered, Young Master Wang, from now on, you have to pay attention to my actions and words. This is a tutorial for picking up girls. So you're teaching me? Wang Haiyang was quite touched. Of course. Look, I asked you to help everyone carry things, and you agreed. This can also indirectly show your generosity and willingness to contribute. It's similar to when you go out to play with girls and take the initiative to help her carry things. In their eyes, you're now a man who will help them carry things if they go out on a date. I'm helping you slowly understand. Wang Haiyang nodded, touched. So this Lin Xian was helping him pick up girls. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Idiot. Pure. Lin Xian was right, but was it useful? No. This was the typical behavior of a girl who would be treated as a spare tire. Treat girls well? That's right, it makes sense. But why is it that the better you treat girls, the more you treat them as a spare tire? Don't you have any sense? It's okay to be nice, but you can't be nice all the time. You have to make her emotional, or else you'll be a bootlicker and a spare tire. Girls won't be willing to be your girlfriend just because you treat them well. That's called taking over. Chapter 673. In the end, the 5 of them chose to enter from the largest cave. Inside, the lava had not seeped in, so it was still considered safe. It was a little strange. Many places outside had already been seeped in by the lava, but there was no lava in the Holy Dragon Flame Cave. As soon as they entered, they happened to see a group of no less than 10 people coming out from inside. These people looked a little embarrassed. They were more or less injured or burned. It was unknown whether it was because of the lava inside or because they had encountered demonic beasts. Gentlemen, may I ask what's the situation inside? Lin Xian asked. They looked over. When they saw the 3 beautiful women, each more stunning than the other, but they were not theirs. To be honest, if they were more ruthless, or if they had discussed it, they might have made a move on Lin Xian and the others. They would have killed the men and taken the women. That's right, this was the demonic beast domain. This was not a city, a place where they could do whatever they wanted. However, they were not very confident in themselves. Although they had such thoughts, they did not dare to do so. Oh, the temperature inside is very high, and there are quite a lot of demonic beasts. The path is very complicated, but it's not wrong to go inside. We can't bear the heat inside, and our strength is not too strong. We probably won't be able to get anything good, so we came out. A person said. Lin Xian glanced at them. They were all in the profound heaven realm. Lin Xian had expected that the profound heaven realm would not be able to bear the heat inside, but he did not know how much the thunder tribulation realm cultivators could bear. Thank you. Then Lin Xian and the others walked in. There was no need to think too much about the large distance ahead. Who knew how many people had already entered before them? Those who needed to scout ahead had already done so, and the demonic beasts that needed to be killed were basically all killed. Therefore, it would be very easy for them to walk ahead. Of course, other than Wang Haiyang. After all, he was carrying 2 bags. To him, the weight of the 2 bags was the same as nothing, but it was uncomfortable to carry them for a long time. However, he still foolishly thought that Lin Xian was really teaching him how to pick up girls. The temperature has reached 50 degrees. Han Chuxue took out her phone and glanced at it. 50 degrees Celsius is considered light. We've only just entered. 50 degrees Celsius is a temperature that ordinary people can temporarily withstand. However, I don't know how many degrees Celsius we Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivators can withstand. Murong Qing said, if you're in the Thunder Retribution Realm, it's not a problem to use spiritual power to resist hundreds of degrees. It just depends on how long your spiritual power can last. I still have some spirit recovery pills that Linglong Shui gave me. I'll use them when I can't hold on any longer. This place was actually better for Han Chuxue than for the others because she was of the ice attribute. Lin Xian was also of the ice attribute, but he was too lazy to release his ice attribute power to lower the temperature. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. That's right, they had been walking for 3 hours. Including the driving time, it was already 3:00 in the morning. In the past 3 hours, they had only encountered a few people and a few fire attribute demonic beasts. However, this was a place that had already been explored by others. In fact, it was meaningless. Therefore, they kept moving forward. They didn't know whether they were underground or inside the mountain range. It was really complicated inside. Moreover, wasn't the space a little too big? As for the temperature, the deeper they went, the higher it was. However, there was no sudden increase. The current temperature was about 70 degrees Celsius. 70 degrees Celsius was hot enough to kill people. It was a place that was completely unbearable. However, for martial artists, it was not a big problem even if they didn't release their spiritual power. After all, they were in the Thunder Retribution realm. If they couldn't withstand the temperature that was 20 degrees higher than the 50 degrees Celsius that ordinary people could withstand, then what was the Thunder Retribution realm? The oxygen was a lot less, but it was not a big problem for the time being. Bang! At this time, Wang Haiyang's butt directly exploded. Fuck! Wang Haiyang frowned and subconsciously jumped. Everyone looked over. There was a hole in his pants, but a large part of it was black. The cell phone in his pocket couldn't withstand the high temperature and directly exploded. Fortunately, they all secretly put their cell phones into their spatial spirit tools. However, they had it because their identities were not simple. However, Wang Haiyang didn't have it. Does it hurt? Lin Xian asked while holding back his laughter. How could Wang Haiyang appear weak in front of Han Chuxue and the others? Then he coughed and said, I miscalculated. I shouldn't have brought my cell phone in. It doesn't matter. You guys should quickly throw away your cell phones too. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will explode. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. It's okay. We bought explosion-proof phones. Wang Haiyang was dumbfounded. What was an explosion-proof phone? However, he didn't ask much. There's movement in front. 3 hours was enough to show how big the Holy Dragon Flame Cave was. Moreover, the area in front had been explored. They advanced without any obstacles, so it was relatively easy for them to close the distance with the people in front. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked over. Then, they found a large group. That's right. There were nearly 1,000 people in front. At the same time, a fiery red light appeared in front of them. These people seemed to be trapped here. Then, Lin Xian and the others hurried over. The appearance of these people didn't attract much attention. What attracted their attention was the appearance of the three beauties. Sometimes, being too beautiful wasn't a good thing. It was too easy to attract attention. There seems to be no road ahead, Linging said. Then, they went over. The entrance was a passage. It was quite wide, about 7 or 8 meters. They had always been moving in this type of passage. However, in front of them was a huge space. It was like a huge mountain, but the inside of the mountain was hollow. That's right, this was the feeling. This seemed to be the biggest volcano. They stood at the edge of the mountain. In front of them was a cliff. Dozens of meters below was scorching magma. If they fell, even if they were in the heavenly venerable realm, they would be turned into ashes. That's right, it was the lava that was blocking the path of these people. It was estimated that there was another cave 400 to 500 meters away. However, these 400 to 500 meters were suspended in the air. There was no bridge or anything like that. Since they couldn't swim through the lava, they weren't willing to leave just like that. Some of them had even stayed here for half a day, waiting for something. What were they waiting for? They were waiting to see if someone would appear behind them and send them in. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the area. There were about 1,000 people around him, and all of them were in the lightning tribulation realm. There were also some in the law realm, and only a few were in the domain realm. There were no existences above the domain realm. Chapter 674. These people, even if they were in the grand domain realm, were trapped here. The reason was simple. They couldn't fly across a chasm that was 400 to 500 meters wide. Without the space attribute and flying spirit tools, even if you were in the grand domain realm, you wouldn't be able to cross it. Let's go over, Linging said to Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian had the space attribute. Under such circumstances, it would be easy for him to cross it. Don't be anxious. This is a great opportunity to make money. We can't lose it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Make money? The few of them were taken aback. You're thinking about money. Linging couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Xian. Who would complain about having more money, right? Murong Qing smiled and nodded. That's true. But how are you going to make money? Lin Xian smiled and walked out. Cough, cough. Everyone, Lin Xian said. In this relatively quiet situation, everyone's gazes turned to look at Lin Xian. I believe that everyone is also blocked by the lava chasm in front of you. You are all worried and troubled here, right? What do you think? Someone said unhappily. Wasn't it right in front of their eyes? Lin Xian smiled and said, however, I also know that you don't want to leave so unwillingly. So, you're waiting here for a way to cross. Now, I have good news for you. The person you're waiting for is here. Yes, it's me. The girls. This bastard was getting more and more flamboyant. Isn't that Han Chuxue and the others? Not far away, two figures stood there. It was Gong Sunjun and Xiao Xinyue. Gong Sunjun looked over and recognized them at a glance. Although he was indeed pursuing Xiao Xinyue, who wouldn't care about beautiful women, he naturally knew Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Oh, Wang Haiyang is here too. Gong Sunjun's lips curled up. Now that he had successfully wooed his goddess, he looked at Wang Haiyang. What a miserable man. He was still licking the girls' boots and carrying two bags. It was obvious that he was helping them carry the bags. What a miserable man. Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian, who was talking. She didn't know this person, but she knew Wang Haiyang, Han Chuxue, and the others. The person who was talking seemed to be with them. They were also trapped here, and there was really no other way. There were only two ways to get out of here, and that was to use a flying spirit artifact or the power of space. Although this flying spiritual tool was rare, she also had one, but she didn't usually use it. She didn't even know where she put it. It would take 10 hours to go back and forth, so she might as well wait here. Although Lin Xian was well known in St. Brilliant's Academy, not many people had seen him before, so even if they saw him, they wouldn't recognize him. What do you mean? Someone asked Lin Xian. That's easy. I can send you there. You? When they saw Lin Xian's youthful appearance, they couldn't believe it. Aren't you waiting here for a cultivator with the power of space? That's me. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Then release your power of space and let us see. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the person who was talking disappeared and appeared in another place more than 10 meters away. Seeing was believing. Seeing was believing. Seeing this scene, everyone was pleasantly surprised. After waiting for so long, they finally got what they wanted. Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes also lit up. It seemed that they could save a lot of time. Gong Sunjun frowned. This person couldn't be Lin Xian, right? Although he didn't know him, he had heard that this student called Lin Xian had the power of space, and that he had beaten Liao Zhibang. If he came with them, then it must be him. Brother, I'll have to trouble you to send us there. Thank you. Everyone surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, Sure, 10,000 yuan per person. Everyone, TSK, there really are all kinds of people. A cultivator with the power of space is actually greedy for such a small amount of money. After hearing this, Gong Sunjun sneered. Lin Xian had some status in his heart. After all, he had beaten up Liao Zhibang, and with the power of space, he was indeed not weak. But now, so what if he wasn't weak? What a good-for-nothing guy. 10,000 yuan was nothing to these powerhouses in the Thunder Tribulation realm and above. But if they didn't have a spatial spirit tool or didn't have the power of water or ice, they couldn't bring their phones over. Like Wang Haiyang, their phones would explode. Brother, it's so hot here. Many of us didn't bring our phones. Who would bring 10,000 yuan in cash when they go out? Send us over first, and I'll give you 5 times the amount when we get out. Yes, 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 I'll give you 5 times the amount too. Lin Xian said with a smile. If you don't have money, then exchange it with something of equal value. Otherwise, just wait. Come, come, come. Whoever wants to go over, line up in front of us and pay. After paying, I'll send you over immediately. I'll do it. I'll do it. A man ran in front of Lin Xian and took out his phone from his spatial spirit tool. The phone wouldn't explode in this temperature for a short period of time. Then, he sent 10,000 yuan to Lin Xian. The transaction is complete. Pa Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the man disappeared. Everyone saw that he had already appeared on the other side, 400 to 500 meters away. The man couldn't wait to run in. I'll pay too. One by one, they paid and were sent to the front by Lin Xian. Not long after, about 200 people had passed. The rest didn't bring their phones or money. Brother, this jade is worth 30,000 yuan. Is that okay? A man came over with a piece of jade. Of course. Lin Xian took the jade and sent him over. Hey, they've all gone over. Then they've already taken all the good things in front. Why are you letting them go over? Let's just go to ours. Wang Haiyang reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, before them, there must have been some capable people who had gone over. If there were any good things, they would belong to those people and not them. Moreover, we don't know what dangers lie ahead. The more people there are, the more they can help us settle some things. At the very least, they can die for us, right? Do you think it's necessary to let them go over? Wang Haiyang pondered. That makes sense. Lin Xian wasn't doing this just to make money. Going to a dangerous place where no one knew what was going on, the more people there were, the better. As for the good things, Lin Xian also believed that there would be very few of them. Come. Who else wants to go over? It's now or never. A pretty girl walked over. I spent 200,000 yuan on this necklace. If I give it to you, can you give me 19,000 yuan? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I don't support the change. Then, she really had no choice. She couldn't just go back and take 10,000 yuan in cash, right? She couldn't go back and forth for a few hours. Then, she could only give the necklace worth 200,000 to Lin Xian in exchange for the right to go forward. Chapter 675. Time passed slowly, and two figures walked over. It was Gong Sun Jun and Xiao Xinyue. If he had a choice, why would Gong Sun Jun be willing to come here to ask for help? Isn't this brother Gong Sun? You're here too. Wang Haiyang saw Gong Sun Jun and immediately greeted him with a smile. Gong Sun Jun nodded. I didn't expect to see you here. You're all schoolmates and friends. It's fate. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and asked, this brother should be Lin Xian, right? Lin Xian nodded, yes. Nice to meet you. I've heard about you a long time ago. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Then, Gong Sun Jun quickly said, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Xinyue. He glanced at the three beauties behind Lin Xian. They were comparable to Xiao Xinyue, and he was shocked. He had seen Ling Ying and Han Chushue before, but the other girl was also beautiful. Unfortunately, they weren't Lin Xian's girlfriends, so Gong Sun Jun still won. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue didn't have much of a reaction. Then, Lin Xian nodded. On the other side, Wang Haiyang secretly gritted his teeth. He really managed to get Xiao Xinyue. Fuck. At this time, Xiao Xinyue took out her phone. There was a thin layer of ice on the outside of her phone. It seemed that she also had the ice attribute. 20,000 yuan. Sorry to trouble you. Xiao Xinyue said lightly. Then, she scanned Lin Xian's QR code, but she frowned slightly. Because it wasn't a payment code, but Lin Xian's own QR code. That meant that she could add him as a friend by scanning it. No one saw the content on her phone. Xiao Xinyue hesitated for a moment, then added him as a friend. Then, she sent him a 20,000 yuan red packet. Lin Xian smiled slightly. After all, it was a mission target. He had to treat it differently. I received too much money today, so I don't support non-friend payments. Lin Xian said to Xiao Xinyue, which could be considered as an explanation. Xiao Xinyue nodded slightly. Everyone else was confused. What were they talking about? Then I'll add you as a friend. I'll pay for it. Xinyue, use your phone to log into my WeChat. Gong Sun Jun said. He still didn't know that they had added each other as friends. We'll talk about it later. I'll send you there first. Then, Lin Xian sent the two of them over. Xiao Xinyue landed in front of him and frowned. Why didn't he say that she had already transferred the money to him? Did he not want Gong Sun Jun to know that he had added him as a friend? That was right. Men were all the same. They were annoying. However, out of politeness, since he had helped them, She hesitated for a moment and did not delete him. On the other side, Lin Xian had basically gotten all the items from the 1,000 people. Most of them did not bring their phones or money, but they definitely had valuable items on them. Most of them were worth more than 10,000 yuan, and some were even worth hundreds of thousands. However, if they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to find it again. Furthermore, more and more people had already gone over, and they were also anxious. In the end, they had no choice but to pay more than 10,000 yuan in exchange for the right to go over. I've earned no less than 20 million yuan this time. Lin Xian calculated for a moment. This was still considered a small amount of money? 20 million yuan. Even if there were 1,000 people, and each of them had 10,000 yuan, that would be 10 million yuan. The key was that some people had items worth hundreds of thousands, and even tens of thousands. When the time came, they could casually go to a pawn shop and pawn it. Even if the value was much lower, it was still much more than 10,000 yuan. This was a huge profit. I'm impressed. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. The Art Pavilion Group's daily turnover was 1 billion yuan, and this was just the situation in Linth and City. When the time came and they expanded, it would be even more exaggerated. There was probably no family on Sky Blue Planet that could compete with them in terms of wealth. Even the Wang family, who had the most wealth, could not. Because a city earning 1 billion yuan in a day, how exaggerated was that? What about 100 cities or 1,000? Not to mention other things, and not to mention the time it would take to develop and become profitable. If everyone bought one city first, the money earned would be incomparable to that of the Wang family. However, this bastard had wasted so much time here for 20 million yuan, and he was still feeling complacent. Well, after all, it was not just for the money. Wouldn't it be better to have someone in front to explore the road ahead? Let's not rush. Drink some water. I also need to recover my spiritual power. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then they rested for a moment. Ling Ying. Han Shushues suddenly shouted, and then Ling Ying went over. Damn. Lin Xian. Sister Qing, come and see. Ling Ying hurriedly said. Lin Xian, Morong Qing, and Wang Haiyang behind them walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. What did they see? Under the fiery red magma, there was a black shadow swimming in the magma. Obviously, this black shadow was a demon beast. It was more than 10 meters long, and its appearance was not accurate. It looked like a giant snake, but there were some other parts. Anyway, it was just a faint shadow. Gulp. They suddenly felt a chill on their backs. They looked for a few seconds, and the black shadow disappeared. It probably drilled deeper into the magma. Everyone looked at each other. Are we still going in? Ling Ying asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qing. No one had seen this scene before, or it would have been posted on the internet. They just happened to see it. What kind of demon beast can swim freely in the magma? Lin Xian asked. Morong Qing pondered for a moment. In fact, the temperature of the magma is generally not high, about 1,000 degrees. 1,000 degrees can instantly turn a person into ashes, but if it's a martial artist, they can release their spiritual power to resist. A Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artist can resist for a few seconds. In other words, a Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artist can survive for a few seconds after falling into the magma. A Law Realm martial artist is not much higher than a Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artist. A Domain Realm martial artist can resist for a period of time, but this is only in theory. After all, even a Celestial Venerable Realm martial artist would not dare to swim in the magma. Then, Morong Qing continued, for fire attribute demon beasts, they have a natural immunity to fire. However, most demon beasts only cultivate in places like this with abundant fire attribute energy. They can't cultivate in magma. I think only a fire attribute domain realm demon beast can do something like that in the magma. In other words, at least the domain realm, Lin Xian said. Morong Qing nodded. Then let's continue forward. At least one point shows that there might even be domain realm demon beasts in this place. This means that there must be a spiritual item of heaven and earth here that can attract domain realm demon beasts. It's definitely not an ordinary item. At least, the shadow just now was definitely not a dragon. Okay, Murongqing nodded. Wang Haiyang was dumbfounded. They already knew that there might be domain realm demon beasts here. How could they dare to enter? Were they crazy? Chapter 676. Wang Haiyang was also helpless. He wanted to run the moment he saw the shadow, but Han Chuxue and the others were here. If he ran away, he would never be able to catch up with them in this lifetime. But what gave them the confidence to go in? Yes, the space attribute was powerful, but the strength was still there. He didn't know that there was a time attribute heavenly venerable here. No one would have thought that Murongqing, who looked so young and beautiful, was actually an Empyrean with the time attribute. Let's go. Lin Xian released his power and sent them to the other side. Are you happy to have added a beauty's WeChat? Ling Ying and Han Chuxue walked in front. Wang Haiyang was next to Han Chuxue. Lin Xian and Murongqing were at the back. Murongqing smiled and asked Lin Xian, "Ahem, beautiful sister, what do you mean by that? I don't understand." You dare say you didn't add that beautiful girl's WeChat? Lin Xian scratched his head. How did you know? Lin Xian asked quietly and shushed her, signaling her not to be too loud. Murongqing smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with other people transferring money to you. But when it was her turn, I heard the sound of a WeChat message, so I guessed." Lin Xian was speechless. This woman was too smart. If he had such a smart woman as his girlfriend, would it be a blessing or a disaster? Being beautiful and having a good figure was indeed a blessing, but he couldn't have any thoughts of cheating. Otherwise, he would be found out, and that would be a disaster. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed and said, "I told you, the amount has reached the limit today. You can only transfer money if you add a friend. Really, look at my sincere eyes." After that, Lin Xian winked at Murongqing. "I don't care." Murongqing shrugged her shoulders slightly. But Lin Xian also had to explain, because Murongqing was also his mission target. Who the fuck could resist this? As they walked forward, 1,000 people were already clearing a path for them, so as long as they walked through the place, it would be safe. In this complicated place, there were countless passageways in front of them. It was like a maze, so the people in front must have split up. But now that they were here, who knew what would happen behind them? Therefore, Lin Xian felt that there was nothing wrong with letting the people in front of him scout the way. This was how it was in the outside world. Human lives weren't important. Either none of them died, or if they didn't die, you would die. There was no other way. This was a very normal phenomenon. You couldn't always consider the safety of these cultivators when you were outside, right? That would be a fool. This was completely different from fighting against the demon race for the sake of the human race. The three people in front stopped. Lin Xian and Murongqing moved closer. This is the corpse of a young golden crystal fire beast. I didn't expect there to be one here. Perhaps it's not simple. Murongqing was very knowledgeable. Seeing this scene, she frowned. The golden crystal fire beast was a kind of demonic beast with a fiery red body. Its appearance was similar to a cat, but it only had one eye. Lin Xian also knew a little about this golden crystal fire beast. The golden crystal fire beast is a demonic beast with a higher bloodline. According to records, the strongest demonic beast can reach the absolute void realm. It can transform into a human form. Any demonic beast that can transform into a human form is not weak. The golden crystal fire beast almost always lives in a small clan in an area. Since there are golden crystal fire beasts here, it means that there are more inside. Moreover, this one is just a young one. There will definitely be adult golden crystal fire beasts inside, and their strength will not be lower than the domain realm. Murongqing said. Lin Xian said, in such a big place, if there are demonic beasts with such a bloodline, there will definitely be more. This golden crystal fire beast has been dead for half a day. It should be killed by the first batch of experts. No one knows if they are still alive. Therefore, the danger level inside is higher than we thought. Are we still going? Wang Haiyang asked. He was panicking. Why did he come here? Really, if he was given another chance to choose, he definitely wouldn't come. Flirting? There were plenty of chances. Why did he have to do it now? He might even lose his life. Young Master Wang, are we leaving? Lin Xian asked. How is that possible? I'm just asking for your opinion. Wang Haiyang smiled bitterly. Let's go. There are so many people in front who have already paved the way for us. Why don't we go? Lin Xian said. Of course, let's go. Then, they continued to walk forward. There were many branches. They were just trying their luck. Along the way, they saw some corpses of demonic beasts and human cultivators. It was quite normal for them to die here. In such a temperature, the corpses were almost cooked. It was especially disgusting. Suddenly, a scream came from the front. Lin Xian and the others looked at each other and then rushed forward. In front, a total of 11 people were fighting a demonic beast. It could be seen that the demonic beast was very terrifying. The temperature of the flames was not lower than magma at all. One of the cultivators, who should be the one who screamed just now, was holding his arm. His entire right arm had melted into a liquid that looked like magma and dripped down. It seemed that he was attacked by the demonic beast. One had to know that this was a cultivator in the Thunder Tribulation realm. Fortunately, only his arm was hit. If it was his whole body, wouldn't he be dead? Thinking of this, Lin Xian saw a girl being hit by a terrifying fireball spat out by the demonic beast. When the dust settled, her body was gone. That's right, it was completely melted. Run. This demonic beast is too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the others had no courage to fight at all. Their realms were indeed in the Thunder Tribulation realm, but even if they released their elemental power, it did not do much damage to the demonic beast. Blazing Golden Crystal Beast. Its realm is close to the Law realm. Murongqing said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue had already rushed over. Hey, you guys be careful. Its flames can melt you in an instant. Murongqing sighed. The three of them were really boorish. However, she was not worried. It did not matter if she did not fight. She could temporarily protect them. The time attribute was not a joke. Gulp. Wang Haiyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fight? Not fight? What if he died? If he did not fight, wouldn't he be a coward? Chapter 677. In front of them, those people had just run away when they suddenly realized that someone was charging at the golden crystal beast. Then, they moved to a relatively safe place to watch the battle. To be honest, who would want to leave just like that? Moreover, even if they left, they wouldn't be able to cross the lava chasm. Whoosh! Han Chuxue swung her sword at the golden flame crystal beast. Wherever the sword passed, the ground, the walls, and the surroundings were all frozen. Boom! The golden crystal beast condensed a fireball and shot it over, colliding with Han Chuxue's energy. The two forces collided, ice and fire collided, and a powerful force erupted. Seeing this, Wang Haiyang decisively chose not to participate in the battle. He was only a 3-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator, a bit weaker than them. Facing the golden crystal beast that was close to the Law realm, he had no power at all. Whoosh! Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity to flash to the golden crystal beast's side and release his 5 lightning constellation. Terrifying lightning bombarded the golden crystal beast. What a powerful lightning attribute energy! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that the lightning attribute energy was strong, but that the 5 lightning constellations grade was higher. Wang Haiyang was stunned. Lightning attribute? He had the lightning attribute? He had both the space and lightning attributes? They were both fucking humans, but why was there such a huge difference? However, the golden crystal beast's reputation was not in vain. The 5 lightning constellation didn't cause much damage to it, and that was partly because its realm was higher than Lin Xian's. However, it really didn't cause any substantial damage. This was too exaggerated. Whoosh! The golden crystal beast opened its mouth and spat out terrifying flames at Lin Xian. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the space attribute and could easily dodge it. However, although the golden crystal beast's flames were dodged by Lin Xian, it directly attacked Ling Ying. Ling Ying frowned. Just like the space attribute, she disappeared from the spot. The darkness attribute was also worthy of its reputation. The golden crystal beast's attacks were fruitless. Its eyes glowed red and a red laser shot toward Han Chushue. Han Chushue was caught off guard. After all, she didn't have the space and darkness attributes. In the distance, Murong Qing slightly released her power. Time deceleration. That's right. She had used time deceleration on the blazing golden crystal beast. The laser beam would have hit Han Chushue, but because the time around it had been slowed down, the speed of the laser beam was also slowed down. Han Chushue easily dodged it. At the same time, the sword in her hand emitted a blue light and a cold shadow, and another terrifying cold sword energy slashed out. Time acceleration. Murong Qing had sped up Han Chushue's time flow. The golden crystal fiery beast could have blocked this attack, but the sudden acceleration of time caused the sword energy, which should have taken 0.5 seconds to reach the beast, to pass in 0.5 seconds. Ka! The golden crystal blazing fire beast was instantly sealed in ice. Therefore, it was more and more difficult to fight against high-level beasts. Other things that one could do, such as Han Chushue's ice seal, were even more difficult to hit against high-level beasts. It was not that one was weak, but the beasts were strong. Taking advantage of being frozen, the three of them went all out. Extreme Thunder Sky Flash. Lin Xian rushed over and released the lightning sword formation, Extreme Thunder Sky Flash, around the golden crystal fiery beast. Ling Ying's sword shadows appeared around him, and thousands of arrows pierced his heart. When the ice seal dissipated, the golden crystal fiery beast was reduced to a corpse. Ding! You have leveled up to Lightning Tribulation Realm. The system notification rang in Lin Xian's mind. I'm so sorry, but I killed it in the end. Lin Xian blushed and said. Ling Ying and Han Chushue put away their swords and rolled their eyes at him. In the demonic beast domain, experience was an especially precious thing. Some people might be of the same trade, but they might fight over a demonic beast's experience. Even friends might fall out with each other. However, Lin Xian and Ling Ying wouldn't be like that. After all, they weren't ordinary friends. What was the meaning of rolling their eyes? It wasn't that she blamed him, but why did he have to say such a small thing? Chushue, are you okay? Wang Haiyang quickly ran to Han Chushue and asked. Han Chushue shook her head. I feel that the three of you should be enough to deal with this demonic beast. I won't snatch it from you. We're all on the same side. However, I've been watching over you. If there's even the slightest bit of danger, I'll definitely take action at the first moment and ensure your safety. Wang Haiyang explained. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Min, really, sigh. Hypocrite, look at how good he is. Han Chushue nodded slightly and said, Thank you. She still had to be polite. Some of the 10 people who were still alive had the idea of retreating. After all, they had never encountered a demon beast of this level before. Moreover, it was too dangerous. Although the difference in cultivation level was not big, this demon beast could kill a warrior with a single demonic skill. However, after thinking about it, they could not cross the moat even if they retreated. They still had to rely on these few people. Moreover, these few people did not look weak. It should be a good choice to follow them. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Yeah. Back then, when I was your age, what was my cultivation level? It's really incomparable. Guys, let's go together. We can take care of each other. The 10 people came over and licked their lips. Lin Xian said, Okay, let's go together and take care of each other. In such a dangerous place, it's always good to take care of each other. Ha. Yeah, let's go together. Lin Xian's mouth curved. Take care of each other? Sure, but for Lin Xian, the value of these 10 people was more than simple thugs. When they encountered danger, they would also become the target of the beast. If they wanted to escape, these people might be able to buy them some time. Then, the group continued to move forward. In the intricate passage, they rarely encountered anyone. Moreover, the temperature was getting higher and higher. Everyone was soaked, and the oxygen was getting less and less. However, for them, it didn't matter if there was less oxygen, as long as there was enough. The sky was bright. Lin Xian didn't know how long they had been in there. They encountered some beasts and some people, but they still continued to move forward. I can't go on. Two people who had been following them directly fell to the ground. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore. I've used up most of my spiritual power to resist the heat. You guys go. We're going back. They gave up. Even if they could continue to resist, they had been using up their spiritual power. If they encountered a beast, they would die. We can't do it either. Chapter 678. Lin Xian glanced at them and shrugged his shoulders. Then you can go back. After saying that, they continued to walk forward. The 10 people who followed them all chose to stop. They couldn't understand one thing. Everyone's cultivation level was similar, so how could they persist for so long? Indeed, Lin Xian and the rest wouldn't be able to hold on under normal circumstances. Only Morong Qing was fine, but why did she look fine? It was all thanks to Linglong Shui's spirit recovery pill. At least, it could ensure that her spiritual power was abundant. Morong Qing didn't need it, but Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chushue would take it. As for the miserable Wang Haiyang, young Master Lin, what are you eating? Wang Haiyang looked at the spirit recovery pill that Lin Xian stuffed into his mouth. Oh, candy. It's going to melt if you don't eat it. Eating a little in such an environment will help you relax. Wang Haiyang smiled bitterly. He was really fucking considerate. Eating candy at this time? He couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, he had a spiritual tool that could restore spiritual power. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. However, he also wanted to give up, but he couldn't. If he gave up now, how could he pursue Han Chushue? Wang Haiyang then looked at Lin Xian. He was also sweating profusely, but he seemed to be quite relaxed. Wang Haiyang thought for a moment. This should also be a way to pick up girls. No matter what, he had to show the masculinity of a man. He could not admit defeat. It seemed that Lin Xian was also deliberately persevering. How could he give up? It was just that, at this moment, the two backpacks were like two small mountains in his eyes. Fuck, it was too heavy. His mentality collapsed. What a strong smell of blood. Lin Xian originally wanted to taunt Wang Haiyang again, but suddenly, he sensed a thick stench of blood in the air. This space could be considered to be sealed. In a tunnel that extended in all directions, if there was any smell, coupled with the high temperature here, it would be very thick. Lin Xian then hurriedly walked forward. They stopped where they were. There were dozens of corpses in front of them. To be precise, these corpses were not piled up together. Instead, they formed a path. Some of them had fallen together, while some were more than 10 meters apart. They also understood why there was such a strong smell of blood. These people had died in a rather gruesome manner. They were bleeding from all orifices. Even Ling Ying, Han Chushue, and the others couldn't help but feel disgusted when they saw this scene. Wang Haiyang had seen corpses before, but he had never seen something like this. Coupled with the thick smell of blood and the fear in his heart, he was about to collapse. If it weren't for Han Chushue, he would have completely collapsed. But in the end, his reason told him that he couldn't collapse. He had to endure it. There are a few people here who seem to have paid me before. They died not long ago. Lin Xian glanced at them and said, "How did they die?" Ling Ying asked, "There are no external injuries, so I don't know." Step back. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. If there were no external injuries, how did he die? Bleeding from their 7 orifices, it didn't seem like they were killed by demonic beasts. Then, Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. It didn't matter if he didn't activate it. But once he did, Lin Xian saw that something was wrong, because in the air in front of this tunnel, under the investigation of the Eye of Cave Spirit, he saw some small things flying. They were flying very slowly, but they didn't seem like insects, because their movements were more like tiny dust particles floating in the air. They could only move according to the airflow. Because Lin Xian and the others had stepped back, these tiny things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye were moving along with the airflow behind them. Lin Xian then looked back. There weren't any behind them, only this tunnel. Let's change to another path, Lin Xian said. Then, they turned back and changed to another path. Although this path was connected in all directions, there were only a few paths that continued forward. They saw another tunnel. There were also some corpses, but there weren't as many as the previous one. However, this tunnel also had those indescribable little things flying. What was this? Lin Xian didn't know. He had never seen this before. I say, beautiful sister, can you feel that something is wrong? Lin Xian asked Morong Qing. Morong Qing's realm wasn't low, but she couldn't see these tiny things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. She shook her head. Lin Xian said, there is a kind of microorganism floating in the air. I've seen it. It can only be found in places with corpses. We shouldn't have seen it before. Plus, these corpses don't have any external injuries. I feel that it might be related to these floating microorganisms. Microorganisms? How do you know? Morong Qing asked doubtfully. Was this something that a person could detect without using any equipment? Lin Xian nodded and didn't explain. Morong Qing felt that this scene was indeed strange. Since Lin Xian said it, she didn't ask anymore. She carefully thought about it. It can't be the Martian worm, right? Han Chuxue suddenly said. Martian worm? Chuxue, what is that? Wang Haiying asked. The others also looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue said, I've seen it before. The Mars bug is a very tiny creature. It can't fly, but because it's so tiny, it can float along with the flow of air. Once this tiny creature is sucked into the body, it will heat up in a short period of time. Even a heavenly venerable powerhouse will find it difficult to resist this internal damage and will die in a very short period of time. This is because the Mars bug can ignore a martial artist's defense when it is sucked into the body. Once it enters the body, it will enter the creature's weak point. There is such a thing? Lin Xian showed a surprised expression. Han Chuxue nodded. Well, although this creature is small, its vitality is extremely strong. It can survive in extreme cold or high temperature. But there is one thing. As long as there is a Martian worm, there must be a powerful demon beast. The lowest level is a heavenly venerable demon beast, because most of the Martian worms live in such demon beasts. Lin Xian. This place was getting more and more dangerous. That is to say, there is a heavenly venerable demon beast here? Wang Haiyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If that is really a Martian worm, then there must be a heavenly venerable demon beast. Han Chuxue said, then let's go. A heavenly venerable demon beast is an existence that we can't stop. Wang Haiyang hurriedly said. He was completely terrified. Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian. Morong Qing said, as far as I know, there are many Empyrean powerhouses who came here before us. They are deeper in. It seems that there isn't much distance left. You decide whether to go in or go in. Chapter 679. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. His Eye of Cave Spirit saw not only the Mars worms, but also the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations in the depths. Intuition. No, the truth told him that there were real treasures inside. Go in, Lin Xian said. Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and Morong Qing smiled. They also wanted to go in, but when they heard Lin Xian say go in, they smiled. This was what they wanted to see. There was no doubt that it was dangerous, but wasn't there Morong Qing, a heavenly venerable with the time attribute? Time was a terrifying attribute. So what if it was a heavenly venerable beast? If they couldn't beat it, they could just run. Moreover, They all wanted to go in. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Haiyang completely collapsed. He didn't want to die. Women were important, but were they more important than his own life? At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Xinyue, how many times have I told you? This place is dangerous. Let's just go in. Can't you see that the surrounding passages are filled with corpses? Let's go back and invite the two powerhouses to come back. You go. I'll wait for you. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. Why are you so stubborn? I'm thinking for your safety. As the two of them chatted, they walked over and happened to walk behind Lin Xian and the others. It's you guys? Gong Sunjun was slightly stunned when he saw them. These people also came here? I say, the front is so dangerous. You guys still want to go in? Gong Sunjun asked. Hearing Gong Sunjun's words, coupled with his previous intentions, Wang Haiyang knew that he was going to back down. I feel that this place is very dangerous. We have to find a heavenly venerable powerhouse. I think we should wait for one and go in together. Wang Haiyang said. Oh, young Master Wang, are you afraid? Lin Xian asked with a smile. How is that possible? I just don't want to put everyone in danger, especially Chu Xue. They felt awkward when they heard this. How about this? Let's wait for a while. Wang Haiyang said. Gong Sunjun looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, That's right. We'll come again. Xinyue, it's fine if we're late. Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes looked at the corpse in front of her. She seemed to have some confidence. The most important thing was that they were too scared. That's right. Although women are important, what's the use if you lose your life? Lin Xian was different. He knew that he had a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse with him, so he wasn't afraid. Otherwise, Lin Xian would probably be the same as these two. For safety's sake, of course. However, Han Chuxue and Ling Ying would certainly listen to him. If he wanted to leave, they would definitely leave. However, Xiao Xinyue and Gong Sunjun were different. She had her own thoughts, and it was impossible for her to be influenced by Gong Sunjun. How about this, young Master Wang? Why don't you go to the back and look for reinforcements for us? We'll go in first. When we find reinforcements, you can bring them over to support us. How about that? Lin Xian said to Wang Haiyang. In fact, Wang Haiyang was very happy. It was much better if he didn't say it out loud. However, he still pretended to be hesitant. No, I must stay with you guys. Only then can I be more assured. Wang Haiyang said. That's right. Xinyue, don't go in first. Isn't it better if we find some powerhouses to go in together? Gong Sunjun also said. He had just caught up with Xiao Xinyue and hadn't even held her hand. He didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Xinyue inside. Of course, he didn't want to die inside. However, he couldn't stop Xiao Xinyue. He didn't dare to go in. This was the most embarrassing thing. The smell of blood in front of him and the corpses in front of him all shook his heart. Everyone was afraid of death, especially those who came from an outstanding family. They were even more afraid of death because they had more. If they died, they would lose everything. They were even more reluctant to part with it. Then let's go in together, Lin Xian said. Allah. Wang Haiyang was stunned. Go in? Fuck. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so pretentiously. Then what? Wang Haiyang suddenly said. Is there anything else? I think it's best to wait for the powerhouses to go in together. After all, there are heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts inside. Brother Gong Sunjun, what do you think? What? Heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts? Gong Sunjun showed a shocked expression. Yes, heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts. If there are no heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, wouldn't it be suicide to go in? Gong Sunjun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He originally thought that he might be able to go deeper with Xiao Xinyue, but now he didn't dare to. Xiao Xinyue didn't seem to be surprised. It was as if she already knew that there would be heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts inside. Gong Sunjun then looked at Xiao Xinyue and said, Xinyue, did you hear that? There are heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts inside. You can't go in. Listen to me. Let's find 2 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses and then go in together. Go ahead. I'll wait for you inside. Xiao Xinyue said and walked straight to the path of corpses. Hey, Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue didn't respond. Gong Sunjun then quickly shouted, then you must be careful. I'm going to find a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse now. Lin Xian smiled and said, then let's go in too. After saying that, the few of them also walked in. Young Master Lin, Chushue, I'm going to find a powerhouse too. I'll definitely find one. Take this bag with you. Wang Haiyang threw the bag to Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and then walked in. Hoo! Wang Haiyang and Gong Sunjun both took a deep breath. They felt like they were out of danger. However, they were unwilling. What if the woman they liked really died inside? Young Master Wang, let's go find a powerhouse together. Gong Sunjun said. Okay, let's go back. They were indeed going to find a powerhouse, but whether they could find one or not was uncertain. They really cared about the girl inside, but compared to their own lives, it didn't seem important. It was better to protect their own lives first. Hey, beauty! Lin Xian called Xiao Xinyue from behind. Ling Ying rolled his eyes, extremely unhappy. It was normal for a guy to call a girl a beauty, but this Xiao Xinyue was indeed too beautiful. However, after thinking about it, he let it go. After all, she had a boyfriend. What's the matter? Xiao Xinyue stopped. This passage is very dangerous, Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue nodded, then took out a mosquito coil. Mars bugs are bugs. They're the most afraid of these things. She touched the wall for a while, and the scorching temperature ignited the mosquito coil. Then, Lin Xian could see with his eye of spiritual insight that the Mars bugs were trying their best to fly away, but they couldn't. Then, one by one, they fell to the ground. This Xiao Xinyue was quite something. She actually knew there were Mars bugs here. Moreover, could these Mars bugs be destroyed so easily? Chapter 680. The few of them looked at each other. Did mosquito coil really destroy the Mars beetle? Although they couldn't see it, they could see that Xiao Xinyue was fine even after walking into the danger zone. That meant that mosquito coil could really destroy the Mars beetle. Let's go, Lin Xian said to them, and then led the way. Hey. Are you sure you're fine? Ling Ying pulled Lin Xian. It's fine. Just follow me. Okay. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue in front of him. Why did this woman make Lin Xian feel as if she also had the eye of insight? Or rather, she was quite familiar with this place. Hey, have you been here before? Lin Xian moved to Xiao Xinyue's side and asked. Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's displeasure, Prince Charming points plus 20,000. Ding. Feeling Han Chushue's jealousy, Prince Charming points plus 20,000. It was fine if Lin Xian didn't go, but once he did, the two girls were jealous. Even Han Chushue was jealous. Look, there were 3 beauties here, and this bastard still want to talk to another beauty. Wasn't this infuriating? Chushue, look at this bastard. All men are like this. Ling Ying gritted her teeth and angrily stared at Lin Xian's back. Han Chushue also helplessly shook her head. What could they do? Hey, men. No. Men can't be spoiled. Ling Ying angrily pouted her little mouth. In front of your 2 girlfriends, you still want to talk to other big sisters. Murong Qing smiled at them. Originally, she didn't think that Lin Xian had a close relationship with these 2 girls. But as an outsider, she saw Lin Xian talking to Xiao Xinyue and clearly saw their jealousy. This was a bit interesting. If a girl didn't like a guy, why would she be jealous? This Lin Xian was quite something. Did he really steal away Ling Ying and Han Chushue's hearts? Aren't all men like this? There are no men who aren't fickle. The main thing is whether they are fickle or have thoughts about the lower half of their body. But doesn't that girl have a boyfriend? It shouldn't be what you think. That girl actually knew how to use such a simple method to get rid of the Mars beetle. Although it's simple, not everyone knows about it. She should be familiar with the situation here. Lin Xian might be asking her about the situation here. After all, who would have the time to flirt in such an environment, right? Murong Qing also put in a good word for Lin Xian. Linging nodded. That's true. After all, she also has a boyfriend. If Lin Xian has such thoughts about a girl who has a boyfriend, then he is a real scumbag. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely not be happy. I won't allow you to frame me. I just want to pick up girls. Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. No? Lin Xian frowned. No? You really haven't been here before? If you haven't been here before, then how do you know that there are Mars beetles here? You even specially prepared mosquito coils that martial artists wouldn't bring outside for them. Lin Xian asked curiously. I guessed. Xiao Xinyue replied indifferently. Lin Xian, he didn't know if what she said was true or not. She guessed? That was too amazing, right? Xiao Xinyue seemed to feel that such an answer was a little inappropriate. After all, he did help her. Moreover, she might need his space attribute to return later. She then added, there are many places where my family lives. After seeing so many, I know what kind of places have Mars beetles. Although I can't see them, I can guess. Lin Xian suddenly understood. But aren't you afraid? Since you know that there are Mars beetles here, then you should also know that there are heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts here. Lin Xian asked. Xiao Xinyue glanced at Lin Xian and continued walking. At most, I'll just die. Lin Xian, that won't do. You have to be responsible for your family. If you die, what will happen to your family? And your boyfriend? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Xiao Xinyue frowned slightly. She ignored Lin Xian and continued walking. This girl was quite arrogant. You could basically think of her as the second Han Chuxue. However, she was actually taken by another man? That didn't match the logic of her personality. Unless she really liked him. Really liked him? Lin Xian didn't think so. Because in the conversation between her and Gong Sun Jun, whether it was words or expressions, Lin Xian couldn't see any signs of liking her. But your boyfriend is a little bad. He left you here alone and ran away alone. Sigh. Lin Xian followed and sighed. After all, this girl was his mission target. Although she already had a boyfriend, and although breaking up others was a very shameful thing to do, but there was no other way. If he couldn't get her, the Jade Marrow liquid would be gone. The Art Pavilion Group would go bankrupt, and Lin Xian wouldn't have the capital to build his own force. This was the price of the mission's punishment. Therefore, in order to complete his mission, she was the target that Lin Xian had to complete. Although it was a little shameless, there was no other way. In any case, he was used to being a scumbag. He said that he was going to find powerhouses to help. From this sentence, it was clear that although Xiao Xinyue's personality was cold and arrogant, and she was also very smart, she was a little naive. Especially when it came to matters between men and women, she was simply too naive. Sigh, then you don't understand men very well. Lin Xian sighed. Of course, he knew that Xiao Xinyue wouldn't ask why, but in her heart, she must be puzzled by Lin Xian's words. Therefore, after Lin Xian finished speaking, he didn't wait for her to ask and directly said, It's not that I want to say bad things, huh? You said that it's not a problem to find powerhouses. I also heard that he went to find powerhouses because you didn't want to go back. But for a man who truly loves you and is willing to give up his life for you, would he really leave you alone in such a dangerous place? Anyway, if it was me, if I really fell in love with a girl in such an environment, I would rather not look for powerhouses. I would rather stay by her side. That way, I would be at ease. Even if I die, I would die with her. It's not that he went to find powerhouses because you didn't want to go back. What do you think? The more Lin Xian spoke, the deeper Xiao Xinyue's brows furrowed. That was because she felt that it made sense. However, but I think that what he did wasn't wrong, and I was the one who asked him to do it. After saying that, she quickened her pace. Lin Xian, then, Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Why was this woman so stupid? If he had known that she was so stupid and stubborn, Lin Xian would have taken action before they confirmed their relationship. Chapter 681. At this time, Ling Ying and the others walked over. Yo yo yo. Young Master Lin seems to have made a girl unhappy. Ling Ying curled his lips and said. Lin Xian scratched his head. No, I'm just asking her why she's so familiar with the situation here. Then what did you ask? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Nothing much. It's even harder to talk to than Chuxue in the past. Han Chuxue. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Chuxue muttered, I'm not ignoring you. The first time they met after they met was when they hugged. Han Chuxue already knew that Lin Xian was the person who saved her, and she already had a crush on him. Naturally, it was impossible for her not to chat with Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Chuxue is still very gentle. Lin Xian laughed. So you're saying that I'm not gentle? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. No. You're gentle too, gentle yuppie. Humph. Hypocrite. Then they also quickened their pace and walked forward. Murong Qing walked over and said with a smile, Hypocrite. Then she walked away. Lin Xian. Fuck. In front, Xiao Xinyu stopped in her tracks. Room? Why is there a room here? Lin Xian and the others walked over with a shocked expression. That's right, they were walking in a place that might already be underground, and there should be magma flowing underground. Moreover, they were in a very deep place, but in such a situation, there was actually a room here. It was obvious that this should be a secret door, and there was one on the left and right sides of the passage, but it should have been discovered by the experts before them and opened it. The reason why this was not another passage was because there was only one room with a table, chair, cabinet, and some small boxes. It was a very simple stone house. Lin Xian scanned the room with his eye of cave spirit. There were no traps. No, to be precise, the traps had already been triggered. There were several corpses in both rooms. Logically speaking, those who could come to this place were probably at least at the law realm. Furthermore, they must have been very knowledgeable and had used a special method to discover the Stardust bug, but had not been attacked by it. Even the weakest law realm existence had died under the mechanism, so there was no need to say how terrifying the mechanism was. But now, it didn't seem that important anymore. Everyone knew that there were demonic beasts here, but was the room behind the secret door made by demonic beasts? Demonic beasts need tables and chairs? The only thing I can think of is that the demonic beast in human form is here, Murong Qing murmured. In fact, it was easy for demonic beasts to take human form. It mainly depended on their bloodline. Most demonic beasts might need to be at the domain realm or the heavenly venerate realm before they could take human form. However, some demonic beasts with more powerful bloodlines, such as those at the Thunder Tribulation realm or the Law realm, could take human form. Therefore, no one could say how strong demonic beasts that took human form were. In any case, they would not be too weak. No, this is not a place to live. This is a mechanism, Lin Xian said as he walked in. Several people followed him in. Look, there are 3 wooden boxes here. The wooden boxes have all been opened, and the third wooden box is where the mechanism is. These 4 martial artists were burned alive. I guess this mechanism should have instantly filled the room with flames that can kill powerhouses instantly. This kind of flame must have surpassed the magma level. That is a powerful fire attribute power, such as the power left behind by a fire attribute demonic beast in advance. Lin Xian said. Then why did they open the wooden boxes? Ling Ying asked. Are you stupid? In such a place, a room with 3 wooden boxes on the table in the room appeared. If it were you, would you open them? Ling Ying nodded. Yes, that's right. In my opinion, the current situation here is similar to the ruins of powerhouses in the fantasy novels we read. Everyone, needless to say, they really felt that way. Then what's the point? Lin Xian shook his head. How would he know? He also wanted to know why there would be a secret door in such a place where demonic beasts should live. Behind the secret door was a room with a table and chairs, as well as a mechanism. It was as if it was waiting for people to come, and then use the mechanism to kill them. To be precise, it was to kill those greedy humans who were blinded by greed. Was this a trap? Lin Xian also did not know. I heard a rumor, Xiao Xinyu suddenly said. Everyone looked at her. The rumor is that this holy dragon flame cave is a place where a dragon lives. We know this too. Everyone knows it, Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue then continued. But I also know that based on this holy dragon flame cave is the place where the real dragon is buried. Several people looked at each other. You're saying that the dragon is dead? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Yes, this is just what I heard, but I'm not sure. Lin Xian said. If this is the tomb of the powerful dragons, then it does make sense. Why does this place have a déjà vu feeling like it's the remains of a powerful expert? That's because dragons must be extremely powerful existences. When a powerful expert fell, they naturally did not want their burial place to be disturbed, so they set up a mechanism to prevent outsiders from entering. The demonic beasts would use this place to cultivate and instead become the guardian of this place. With such a deep place, I'm afraid there are even more dangerous mechanisms inside that even demonic beasts can't enter. How do you know? Murong Qing asked. I guessed. Aren't those fantasy novels all written like this? Everyone. But I feel that it makes sense, Han Chushue said. If that's true, then following its fall, there must be a lot of treasures that were buried with it. Ling Ying's eyes lit up. Hey. I said that this shouldn't be what we should be concerned about now. If this is really the case, then the danger is unimaginable. Murong Qing said helplessly. That's true. Ling Ying sighed. Then are we still going? This was a very important question. Should they go deeper or not? I want to go, Lin Xian said. Then let's go. Since Lin Xian said so, Ling Ying said without hesitation. Xiao Xinyue naturally wanted to go as well. This kind of place was dangerous for a martial artist, but at the same time, it was a place that could change a person's life. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Since they knew it was dangerous and still came, then they shouldn't stop. Of course, stopping might be a wise choice, but they didn't want to stop. Xiao Xinyue directly walked out. Lin Xian and the others were about to follow her out, but they suddenly found that Xiao Xinyue, who had just left, had rushed back in again. Bang! She slammed her hand, and with a burst of power, she directly closed the secret door. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 682. Just as they finished asking, they felt a terrifying power flowing rapidly in the passage outside. The entire space was trembling, and the surrounding temperature had increased exponentially. It was already hot here, but they could withstand it. However, the current situation was, their room was like an oven. Shua, Han Chushue and Xiao Xinyue released their ice attribute power at the same time. The ice attribute power lowered the temperature in the room, but the temperature increase was simply too exaggerated. Even if the two of them kept releasing their ice attribute power, the temperature was still rising. Even if they used all their power, they could not stop the temperature increase. They could only slow down the temperature increase slightly. The ice that had just appeared melted into water. What's going on? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. Xiao Xinyue's face was dripping with sweat. She gritted her teeth and said while releasing her power, Flames are filling the holy dragon flame cave. Lin Xian frowned. It's a flame tide. Murong Qing said. That's right. It was a flame tide. Just as Xiao Xinyue went out, she realized that the flames in front of her had filled the entire passage and swept over. She quickly rushed in and closed the secret door. She knew that at this speed, if she was not in this room, she would definitely not be able to escape if she ran. She would definitely be swallowed by the flames. Fortunately, the secret door was sealed well. The flames could not pour in, but the terrifying power of the flames was heating up the place. Beautiful sister, how long will this flame tide last? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing shook her head. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it. I'm not sure, but according to the current situation, if the flame tide doesn't stop, we will all die here. Although their ice attribute was strong, their realm was still there. How could the ice attribute power of a thunder tribulation realm be stronger than the heat of the flame tide and lower their temperature? At most, it could slow down the temperature increase. Murong-Qing was in the heavenly venerable realm, but her attribute was time. Under such circumstances, she had no other way. What could they do now? Lin Xian was of the spatial attribute, but he could not send them out because he did not have enough strength, and they had already been here for many hours. This distance was impossible, and the outside was filled with flames. The entire Holy Dragon Flame Cave was probably filled with terrifying flames, without any gaps. If they went out, they would be in the middle of a terrifying flame tide. The second method was to use an extremely strong ice attribute to lower the temperature, but they didn't. Perhaps there was a third one, which was perseverance. Everyone was drenched, and the scorching heat made them feel as if the already thin oxygen was about to disappear. Shua! Lin Xian's body erupted with a burst of cold energy. Perhaps his ice attribute wasn't as good as Han Chushue's or Xiao Xinyue's, but he was at least a 6-star Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator. Plus, with his ice attribute power, every bit of improvement was worth it. Lin Xian's ice attribute power lit up, and everyone was shocked. Murong-Qing was also stunned. Xiao Xinyue was even more stunned. Space, lightning, ice, 3 attributes? This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Plus Lin Xian's ice attribute power, the 3 of them could reduce the temperature even more. Here, Lin Xian threw a spirit recovery pill to Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue looked at it doubtfully, and then took it without hesitation. The moment she took the spirit recovery pill, she felt the spiritual power in her body recovering rapidly, and it recovered a lot. She was shocked. What kind of divine item was this? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The temperature here had reached more than 200 degrees. Under normal circumstances, everything would have been cooked. Fortunately, their realm was not low, and with the help of their spiritual power, they could withstand this terrifying heat. The temperature was slowly dropping under the ice attribute power of the 3, which meant the eruption of flames outside had ended, and they were slowly lowering the temperature. The temperature finally dropped to a more bearable level. The 3 of them were completely exhausted and directly fell to the ground, panting. Murong-Qing and Linging hurried over to support them. Take this and recover your physical strength. Murong-Qing gave each of them a green leaf, and they could feel their physical strength recovering. It could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. If there was another 20 minutes of flames, they would probably be cooked. Lin Xian also finally understood how terrifying the flames were. However, it was a daunting experience without any danger. However, there was a very important reason why they could hold on until now, and that was Lin Xian's spirit recovery pill. Linglong Shui gave them the spirit recovery pill. Without the spirit recovery pill, their spiritual power couldn't support the ice attribute power, and they would have been cooked long ago. However, they didn't have the spirit recovery pill now. There won't be a second flame tide, right? Lin Xian gasped and asked. Murong-Qing shook her head. No, even if there is, it will take a long time. The flame tide is similar to a kind of power accumulation, and it needs time to accumulate fire attribute power. Lin Xian sighed in relief. That's good. But you also have ice attribute. Murong-Qing looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking at a monster. Space, thunder, and ice attributes. Logically speaking, any one of these 3 attributes was a rare attribute, and it was enough for anyone to have one. However, all 3 were on one person, and he even had the space attribute. This was simply too abnormal. Xiao Xinyue also looked at Lin Xian in shock. Maybe this is a genius, Lin Xian said with a smile. No, this is a monster. In the future, if you reach the Law Realm, the Domain Realm, or the Heavenly Venerable Realm, you have 3 rare attributes while others have 1 attribute. In terms of combat power, it's simply shocking. However, there's also a disadvantage. Others cultivate 1 attribute, but you have to divide your attention to cultivate 3 attributes. Lin Xian nodded. Of course he knew, but he didn't care. because as long as he completed the task, he didn't have to worry about anything. Everyone, let's rest here for a while and recover our spiritual power and physical strength. Then, we'll go out. The eruption of this flame tide is good news. Under such a flame tide, all the demonic beasts and martial artists will probably die. Only the Empyreans might be able to survive. We were lucky enough to be in the room, otherwise we would have died as well. In the following path, we will most likely be obstructed by traps. As for demonic beasts, there should be very strong fire attribute demonic beasts. Morong Qing nodded. I can still deal with heavenly venerables, but if there are demonic beasts above the heavenly venerable realm, then our lives will end here. Above the heavenly venerable realm? Wasn't that too exaggerated? Chapter 683. An hour later, Lin Xian slowly pushed open the secret door of the secret room. There were no more flames outside. Of course, the temperature was higher than before, but the flame tide had passed and this place had been cleared. Come out, there shouldn't be any danger, Lin Xian said to them, and then the four beauties walked out one after another. Lin Xian said, there aren't many spirit recovery pills left, but the temperature here is still very high. We need to use spirit power to resist, so we don't have much time left. Everyone, hurry up, we can't waste any more time. Okay. Then the five of them sped up and rushed forward. Lin Xian, I'll be at the front, you go behind. Morong Qing caught up with Lin Xian and said, no, I'll be at the front. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I'm stronger than you. Morong Qing said, if they encountered a trap or something, she should be fine as a sky sovereign, right? However, although Lin Xian was not weak in the Thunder Tribulation realm, facing the traps here, it was definitely not enough. But I'm a man. Lin Xian said this and walked forward. Morong Qing was stunned in place. Logically speaking, in this kind of environment, Lin Xian's words were simply too lethal to girls. In fact, there was a bigger reason why Lin Xian was at the front, and that was because he had the Eye of Insight. In addition to seeing the direction of the flow of spirit power, the Eye of Insight could also detect the traps, so he was definitely the best choice to be at the front. Morong Qing didn't know, so she was extremely touched. This kind of man was worthy of a girl entrusting her life to. Compared to Gongsun Jun and Wang Haiyang, it was a stark contrast. He was obviously not strong, but he still wanted to be the first to go. Forget it, let him be. Morong Qing was more cautious and used the time attribute to protect herself. Stop. Lin Xian suddenly stopped in front. What's wrong? Ling Ying asked doubtfully. There's a trap in front, Lin Xian said. In front of them was a passageway that did not seem to have any clues at all. The few of them revealed puzzled expressions. It was within their expectations that there would be traps, but how did he know? Moreover, Lin Xian didn't even stop to observe carefully before directly saying that there was a mechanism here. You don't believe me? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue chose to believe in Lin Xian. After all, they were Lin Xian's women. However, Xiao Xinyue felt that it was too bizarre. She definitely had her doubts. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, 20 meters in front of us are all traps. You guys back off. Then, they retreated a little. Lin Xian grabbed the wall with his hand, and then directly pinched off a piece of stone. Whoosh. Then, the stone was thrown forward. Whoosh. In the next instant, the entire passageway erupted in terrifying flames. The intensity of these flames was probably enough to burn a law adept to death. Xiao Xinyue's mouth opened slightly. How mysterious. How did he find out? Logically speaking, Lin Xian was too lazy to demonstrate. He could have just released his spatial attribute and brought them 20 meters away. Why did he need to demonstrate? There were two reasons. They needed a leader. Normally, it should be Morong Qing, but Lin Xian had the Eye of Spiritual Insight, so it had to be him. If there were only the four of them, At least Ling Ying and Han Chuxue would unconditionally trust Lin Xian. However, there was also Xiao Xinyue. She wasn't familiar with Lin Xian, so why would she choose to trust him unconditionally? Therefore, Lin Xian needed to demonstrate to let her know who to listen to. Although she was very smart, they weren't familiar with each other. It was inevitable that she would make a big mistake because of them. The second reason was to show off. This was his mission goal. If he didn't show off now, when would he? Do you believe me now? Lin Xian said to Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue didn't say much. She just nodded slightly. Yes, she believed him. Let's go. Whoosh. Lin Xian released his spatial attribute and brought them to the front. An hour later, they were once again trapped in front of the lava moat. In front of them was a cliff that was hundreds of meters high. There was no way to cross it. It was all magma below. However, they stopped this time because they saw several powerhouses sitting in front of them, meditating and recuperating from their injuries. They could see that many parts of their bodies had been burned black. It was likely that the flame tide had just erupted. They had nowhere to hide, so they could only use their own strength to resist the power of the flame tide. It really wasn't easy. There were 5 of them in total, and dozens of them had been reduced to white bones. There was nothing left of their corpses. To be able to resist the flame tide for so long, the weakest of the 5 was in the celestial venerable realm. Even domain realm cultivators could only resist for a very short time. Sensing the movements in their surroundings, they opened their eyes one after another as they were recuperating. Of the 5 people, 3 were old men and 2 looked to be at least 50 years old. When they opened their eyes and saw these beautiful women, they couldn't help but be stunned subconsciously. However, they didn't do anything special. Of course, they were also surprised. After all, they had experienced the flame tide just now. These people were so young. How could they be unharmed? One of the old men stood up and took a deep breath. He glanced at them sharply. How did you resist the flame tide just now? It was strange. It was too fake. Could it be that they had some ability to resist the flame tide or the power of the flame here? If he got it, wouldn't he be able to reach the end? This was the demonic beast domain. Demonic beasts weren't the only dangerous things. Sometimes, martial artists were even more terrifying than demonic beasts. Lin Xian said, "We found 2 secret doors behind us. One of them was a room. We hid in the room and closed the secret door. The flame tide didn't seep into the room. Otherwise, with our strength, how could we resist the flame tide? Senior, don't you think so?" They came to a sudden realization. Another old man stood up. So it's the 2 secret doors that we found. You're quite smart. However, you can go back now that you've reached here. Another person said. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because although there's a path ahead, we can't go through it. Lin Xian frowned. He could see that there was a passage 100 meters away. Why couldn't they go through it? We're the first batch of martial artists to enter here. More than a dozen of us have already died in the magma ahead. Why? Lin Xian asked in confusion. If you're not afraid of death, you can try. Haha, cough, cough. 2 of them laughed, but they started coughing again, probably because their laughter pulled at their wounds. Then, the old man explained, Come, take a look below. Lin Xian and the others walked forward and looked below the magma. Then, their pupils shrank. Chapter 684. It was the same black shadow under the magma. That's right, it was the black shadow of the demonic beast they saw under the magma in the first magma chasm. At this moment, the black shadow continued to swim in the magma without disappearing. It just swam without appearing or attacking them. Watch carefully. The old man grabbed the bones of a corpse and threw it forward. Whoosh, a flame shot out from below. At the same time, it was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Then, the white bone turned into dust. Lin Xian, that is? Xiao Xinyue frowned and asked curiously. There's no harm in telling you guys. Otherwise, It's not a good thing if you don't know. There's an extremely powerful demonic beast under the magma. It won't appear or attack us. Even if we stand on top of the magma, it won't affect us no matter how loud we make. However, once it appears on top of the magma and tries to fly forward, it will release a terrifying flame energy. Even heavenly venerables can't withstand this flame energy. It's like the guardian beast here, forbidding everyone from going forward. Sigh, there were more than 10 heavenly venerables in our group, but only the 5 of us are left. We killed several heavenly venerables and overcame all the difficulties to get here. But now, we can't even go forward. An old man sighed. They were the first batch to enter this place. They might have killed the adult golden fire crystal beasts, so the people behind them only encountered some young demonic beasts. It could be said that they had taken care of some dangers for the people behind them. However, they didn't need to thank them because this was what they had to go through. In other words, there was no one in front of them. They had become the first batch to enter this place, and they didn't know what was ahead of them. Sigh, after getting injured, we didn't get anything in the end. The most likely place to find the heaven and earth spiritual treasure is in front of us. We should be almost at the end of it. It's a pity that we can't go through. Let's go back, the old man said. Wait, maybe I can let you go through? Lin Xian said. Ling Ying and the others looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Why would he help them? You? Ha ha ha. They couldn't help but laugh. Go over there and let this old man take a look. If you want to go over there safely, the only way is to use the spatial attribute. Otherwise, no matter how fast you are, you will be captured by that power. What do you think you should do? Ha ha ha. The old man's smile froze on his face as he saw Lin Xian's silhouette disappear from where he stood and reappear more than 10 meters away. Clearly sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding space was still very easy for Empyrean powerhouses. You are of the spatial attribute? Perhaps some people thought that the spatial attribute wasn't that rare, but reality had proven that it was indeed rare. How rare was it? It was so rare that these Empyrean realm powerhouses gave up on it. They didn't even think about leaving to find an expert with the spatial attribute to help them get through this place. Instead, they directly gave up. This was enough to show how rare spatial attributes were. The 5 Empyrean powerhouses revealed excited expressions. The higher their realms were, the more they came into contact with and the more they understood. Compared to those lightning tribulation realm cultivators, those at the profound heaven realm were even more aware of the rarity of the spatial attribute. They hadn't expected to encounter one. At this time, the way they looked at Lin Xian was different. Quick, send us to the other side. Since there is a guardian beast here that forbids martial artists from entering, it means that the other side is the most important place. It must be filled with treasures. Come with us, and we will protect you. At the same time, we will help you obtain many treasures. The old man excitedly said. This was simply the most fake of words. Any martial artist with a little bit of experience would know that when they came across something good, who the hell would be so kind as to give it to you? Who wouldn't want to take it all for themselves? Even if they were Lin Xian, they wouldn't reveal their spatial attribute. They would wait for them to leave and then go over by themselves. This was what Ling Ying and the others didn't understand. If these people weren't strong, then they wouldn't care. But they were very strong. When they came across treasures, they wouldn't be able to compete with them. If they were careless, they might even lose their lives. Sure, but how are seniors' injuries? It wouldn't be good if something happened. Lin Xian had an innocent look on his face. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a small injury. It's just some external injuries. I meditated just now to recover my spiritual power. It's not that serious. That's good. Then I'll send the 5 seniors over first. After speaking, Lin Xian's spatial attribute erupted. The 5 powerhouses disappeared and appeared on the other side. Lin Xian, why are you sending them over? Ling Ying walked to Lin Xian's side and hurriedly asked. Lin Xian's eyes gradually sharpened. Then, he said, I don't want to either. But there is an unexplored place ahead. Moreover, there is a guardian beast guarding this place. There might be many treasures ahead, but it will definitely be more dangerous. Isn't it good to have 5 heavenly venerable powerhouses scout the way for us and kill demonic beasts for us? In their eyes, we are very weak. If we encounter powerful demonic beasts, we don't need to do anything. They won't let us do anything either. I also understand, but it's inevitable that they will want to kill us. Don't forget, they need me to send them over. Naturally, they also need me to send them back. Otherwise, they will still not be able to pass through this natural chasm. Therefore, even if their intentions are not pure, they will definitely not do anything to us. Instead, to us, they are our bodyguards. As for the treasures, Lin Xian stroked his chin. I think that there might be many treasures, but the real treasures will definitely not be easy to find. Because Lin Xian had the Eye of Cave Spirit, he needed someone to clear the obstacles. Then, with the help of the Eye of Cave Spirit, he could explore places that others could not explore. Lin Xian was the most likely person to find the real treasures in this sacred dragon flame cave. All right, I believe you, Ling Ying said. Xiao Xinyue glanced at Lin Xian again. This youth, who looked younger than her, had displayed extraordinary wisdom. In such a short period of time, his words and actions had made her admire him. Lin Xian is right. The unexplored places still need some people to send themselves to their deaths. Let's go. Then, the 5 of them disappeared and arrived on the other side. Beside them, the 5 powerhouses did not move forward. Instead, they waited for Lin Xian. At first, they wanted to directly enter and ignore the people behind them. However, they suddenly thought that even if they returned, they still needed this youth. Therefore, they could only wait. Chapter 685. Seniors, we don't want anything else. We're not that strong. We just hope to follow behind you and ask for some treasures that you don't want, but that will definitely be of great help to us. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. You've helped us come here, so we'll definitely protect you and give you good things. You can rest assured about that. The old man smiled. Lin Xian's words made them relax their vigilance. Their wariness towards Lin Xian was almost gone, because Lin Xian's meaning was that they could take the good things. They only needed the things they didn't need. Then, there would be no conflict in terms of benefits, and naturally, there would be no conflict. Let's go. You guys just follow behind us. After saying that, they walked inside. Lin Xian and the others obediently followed behind. With 5 heavenly venerables leading the way, wouldn't it be perfect? What? Didn't all the good things belong to these powerhouses? It was still the same sentence. The most powerful things were definitely not that easy to find. The most precious things were naturally the most powerful ones. Lin Xian believed that his eye of spiritual insight would definitely be able to display an astonishing effect at the crucial moment. Do you guys feel that the temperature here has dropped? Lin Xian asked Xiao Xinyue, who was walking beside him, suspiciously. There was no other meaning to it. Because she was of the ice attribute and happened to be beside Lin Xian chose to ask her and not Han Chuxue. He believed that they wouldn't mind. However, that was just his opinion. In fact, the girls would definitely mind. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Yes, that's right. They had gone deeper, but the temperature had dropped. This abnormal situation made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of worry. That's right. The more abnormal it was, the more worried they would be. This was a very normal phenomenon. Perhaps some people would be very happy. Wow, the temperature has dropped. This feels good. However, the reality was the exact opposite. Lin Xian could feel the temperature drop. Naturally, the 5 heavenly venerables in front of him had also felt it. Venerable Huang, look ahead. The 5 heavenly venerables in front seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and stopped one after another. Huang Yinyan's eyes flashed. As expected, that demonic beast is a guardian beast, guarding the most precious place. There's actually a great hall here. It seems like the rumors are true. This is really the place where a dragon died. Before it died, it left all the treasures it had collected in its life, and even its demonic skills were probably left here. Maybe this great hall is where it's located. Let's go. Then, the five of them sped away. Lin Xian looked at the golden palace from afar and was secretly shocked. What's the situation? Hall? After all, it's their own treasures. Naturally, they don't want others to take them away. Of course, many things follow the will of the heavens. If the will of the heavens is so, you won't die even if you take everything away. Of course, the premise is that you have the will of the heavens. If this palace is made by an extremely strong expert, it's very easy to create it. It's not surprising, said Morong Qing. Let's go in and take a look. They walked to the huge entrance of the hall. How big was the door? It was dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide. Moreover, the hall was blocking their way. There was no way out. It seemed like this was the final destination. But in Lin Xian's opinion, it shouldn't be that simple. Sweeping a glance, there was no mechanism. The door also didn't have any mechanism. It seemed like it was specially designed to reward those who could come to this place. After passing through the front, it was as if they had passed all the tests. Next was the reward. It gave people the feeling that this was the final reward. The scariest thing was that the temperature here had dropped to a normal temperature of about 20 to 30 degrees. They felt comfortable in such a temperature. But in a place like this, wasn't it too strange? Step back. We'll open the door. There might be a mechanism. Be careful. Okay. Then, Lin Xian and the rest stepped back. Lin Xian subconsciously blocked Han Chuxue and the rest behind him. Xiao Xinyue stood on the other side. Everyone's eyes were looking forward. Open. The five of them used their strength together, and the door opened a little. Arg! The five of them burst out with terrifying strength and slowly opened the door. Damn! If it weren't for these five experts, even if we came here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the strength to open this door. Lin Xian sighed. Seems like it. Just as the door opened, a terrifying beast roar came from inside. Then, accompanied by a gust of wind, a black demonic beast rushed out. Be careful. That Huang Yinian should be the strongest out of the five of them, and the one giving the orders every time was also him. They might not know each other before, but everyone knew that in a place like this, unless you were extremely confident in your own strength, it would be best to stick together and have someone to give orders. Otherwise, it would be too messy. Even experts would be chaotic. What kind of monster is this? Its cultivation is in the heavenly venerable realm. It doesn't matter what kind of monster it is, as long as it's in the realm. Fight. Kill it first, then we can enter. Let's go. Lin Xian led them to hide in the distance. A battle between heavenly venerables wasn't something they could participate in. Morong Qing could, but she was one of their trump cards. Moreover, if they could avoid fighting, then they wouldn't. There were 5 heavenly venerables working for them. If they fought, there would be the risk of getting injured or dying. Why would they fight? Wasn't this a great feeling? Six-eyed Blood Bat King. I'm afraid one of them is going to die, Morong Qing said. That terrifying? Linging asked doubtfully. Morong Qing said, the six-eyed Blood Bat King is a terrifying monster. It's at the Divine Brilliance realm. This monster must be able to transform into a human form, but it's stronger in its original form. The most terrifying part of the six-eyed Blood Bat King is its 6 eyes. Watch carefully. The six-eyed Blood Bat King wasn't weak, but it wasn't suppressed by 5 heavenly venerables. Of course, it was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the 6 eyes of the six-eyed Blood Bat King flashed with a red light. At this moment, one of the Empyrean powerhouses that had charged over let out an inexplicable scream. Then, he fell to the ground, clutching his head with both hands. He seemed to be in extreme pain, and his scream made everyone's hearts tremble. Bang! He screamed and struggled for a few seconds before his body exploded. The ground was filled with minced meat and blood. It was disgusting to look at. What kind of ability is this? Lin Xian was also shocked. Chapter 686. Most importantly, Lin Xian didn't see any power at all. Then, that person just exploded. One had to know that this was the heavenly venerable realm. What kind of monster was this six-eyed blood-bat king? This scene was incomparably disgusting. Although they had seen corpses and even killed people before, the sight of a person exploding into pieces of minced meat was still nauseating. If it was a demonic beast, they would have seen it many times. But they knew that it was a human, so it was different. But it was still okay. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Murong Qing was relatively calm. She said to Lin Xian, "This is what I meant when I said that the six-eyed blood-bat king is dangerous. If these people knew that this demonic beast was the six-eyed blood-bat king and had some understanding of it, then they wouldn't die. But since they don't know about it, then they will definitely die." "Is that the power just now?" Murong Qing nodded. "The most terrifying thing about the six-eyed blood-bat king is its 6 eyes. These 6 eyes can release an invisible power. Those who know about it know that during the battle, you must not look at its eyes. But even if you know, you are almost unwilling to fight with it. Because unless you close your eyes, you will inevitably look at its eyes. And once you look at its eyes, the 6-eyed blood-bat king will release that power from its eyes. This power will stimulate the blood in the human body, causing the blood to heat up in a short period of time. The human body will become like a sealed gasoline can being heated by fire. Then, it will explode with a bang. Even if you are a few stars higher than the 6-eyed blood-bat king, you will still be affected by this power." Lin Xian was secretly speechless. "There is such a power." Murong Qing smiled and said, "The world is so big. There are all kinds of strange things. This is just one of them. There are many more strange things. As your realm increases, you will see more and more." "Then what if we guard against it?" Lin Xian had never heard of this before. He still needed to know more. This was a bit awkward. While they were fighting a bloody battle in front of them, Murong Qing was teaching them knowledge behind them. "You don't have to worry too much about this. The power of the 6-eyed blood-bat king can only be released once after a period of time. That is to say, only one person will be affected. But what should you do if you are affected? It's simple. Heat up your body and cool it down. If you are of the ice attribute, just cool it down. What if it's not of the ice attribute? Then, just wait for your death." Lin Xian, boom! A loud sound came from the front. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck the 6-eyed vampire bat king down from the sky. Then the 4 of them rushed up and opened fire. The 6-eyed vampire bat king became a corpse. What a pity. If he could eat the experience of an Empyrean realm demonic beast, he would definitely die from pleasure. The 4 experts didn't suffer any injuries. They looked at the corpse of the expert who died. They seemed to feel pity, but in fact, they were secretly pleased. They didn't know each other at all. They came in together. In front of them should be all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual treasures. The moment the door opened, although the demonic beast attacked, there was also an extremely strong heaven and earth spiritual force. They knew that there were indeed heaven and earth spiritual treasures behind the door. With one more person, they would have to share more. If one of them died, they would get more. Wouldn't that be perfect? This was the reality. Every one of them even hoped that everyone would die, and he would be the only one left. It was a pity that it wasn't easy to realize. "Everyone, it may be very dangerous inside. It's up to you whether you want to enter or not. If you want to, just follow us in," Huang Yinian said, and walked straight through the huge door. "Let's go." Lin Xian certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He led them in. Which one of them didn't come for the treasure? Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian, Xiao Xinyue, or everyone else, they all came for such a big risk. The temperature in the hall was very normal. There wasn't any heat at all. When they entered, they were shocked by the spaciousness and splendor of the hall. It was a dazzling sight. In the corners, on the floor, on the table, there were all kinds of secret manuals, spiritual tools, small boxes, and small jade bottles. They were probably all good stuff. As they entered, the walls of the hall lit up automatically. The hall was so big that it was beyond imagination. They couldn't even see the end of the hall. They couldn't see what was on the other side. There seemed to be other lights. Ha ha ha. Treasures. All of them are treasures. Huang Yinian and the others laughed crazily. There were probably more than 1,000 treasures here. Even the weakest ones were rare in the outside world. After all, these could be the treasures of that expert from the dragons. There was a huge statue of a true dragon here, which made it seem more likely. This is not the last place, Lin Xian said. Ah. Ling Ying came to Lin Xian's side. What do you mean? I didn't see the corpse of the expert from the dragons. There's no coffin either. The death of such an expert shouldn't have been easy. I didn't see the corpse either. Moreover, when the door was opened, the six-eyed blood bat king flew out. How could a true dragon let himself be with a six-eyed blood bat king whose bloodline is not on the same level as a true dragon? So, this must not be the last place. But, it seems like there's no other way, Han Chuxue said. Lin Xian glanced around. No, there's more. Although he didn't see any traps, the hall was very big. There was an area that didn't seem to have any treasures like tables and chairs. However, that was still part of the hall. Lin Xian felt that he could go there and take a look. Xiao Xinyue and the others looked around, but no one moved. No one touched the treasures. They weren't sure if it was safe or dangerous. It was safe because Lin Xian didn't see any traps. Take whatever you want. Be careful, Lin Xian said. At this moment, 2 lines of words appeared in the void in front of them. Everyone became alert and looked at the 2 lines of words. Those who are here are fated. Each of you can take 1 item and leave. If you're greedy, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's right. That's the sentence. And this sentence made the hearts of those 4 Empyrean realm powerhouses crumble. Lin Xian and the others were fine because they weren't greedy people. Of course, they were greedy. However, compared to danger, they valued their lives more. We can only take 1 item. Then we have a choice, Murong Qing said with a smile. Chapter 687. Since they could only take 1, they would definitely find the best one that was most suitable for them. The 4 experts originally thought that they could empty this place, but they didn't expect such a scene to occur. Everyone, go and find what you want. Remember, you must only take 1. Don't treat the words of the fallen experts as a joke. Murong Qing said to them. All right. Then, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue walked together. Xiao Xinyue went to find what she wanted by herself, while Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. What do you want? Lin Xian looked around. There weren't many martial skills. After all, this was a dragon, and martial artists cultivated human martial skills. There were a few Earth-grade martial skills here, and most of them were Mystic-grade. However, there were 2 Heaven-grade martial skills. He guessed that they were obtained from the human race and were placed here. The rest were spirit tools, but most of them were rare crystal stones and elixirs. Lin Xian pointed to the front and said, I'll go there and take a look. I'll go with you. Lin Xian nodded, and they walked over. The more they walked, the more it didn't look like a hall. It was pitch black in front, but the heaven and earth spiritual energy was very rich. Lin Xian took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The scene in front of him made him open his mouth. This is... Murong Qing was also shocked. In front of them, it didn't feel like they were in a building. It was an empty space, and in this space, there was land. And on the land, there was a plant. It was the same plant. This plant was a kind of flower, and the petals had 9 colors. There were probably more than 1,000 of them. This is a 9-color spiritual lotus. Murong Qing cried out in alarm. More than 1,000 9-color spiritual lotuses. Lin Xian was also secretly shocked. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was released by the 9-color spiritual lotus. Doesn't this 9-color spiritual lotus grow in a world of ice and snow? Lin Xian asked. Who told you that? Lin Xian said, Aren't all lotuses like this? Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I don't know where you got this opinion from. The 9-colored spirit lotus has a chance to grow in a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant. And here, The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is stronger. However, there are so many 9-colored spirit lotuses here. They should have been planted and then nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on their own. Murongqing sighed. This 9-colored spirit lotus was the key to creating attribute increasing potions. Because of its rarity, this thing had not been created yet. Murongqing was also looking forward to Lin Xian increasing her time attribute. However, this thing should be useless, but Lin Xian said that he had a way. However, disregarding everything else, how many potions could these 9-colored spiritual lotuses produce? How much profit could they bring? It was unimaginable. This attribute increasing potion, if diluted by 5%, could be sold for millions or tens of millions. Anyway, it was sold to the rich. Why is it a pity? Lin Xian asked. Because you can only take one. Murongqing said. But it's not the same. Allah. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian. If it's the same thing, then it's the same thing. If it's not the same thing, then can't all the 9-colored spiritual lotuses be the same thing? Damn. Are you playing word games with the strong espers? Moreover, the same thing is the same thing, right? Don't court death. Murongqing looked at Lin Xian and said, but this is what senior dragons said. Lin Xian looked at the void and asked, Senior dragons, there shouldn't be any problem with me, right? There was no answer. Then it's a tacit agreement. After saying that, Lin Xian walked over. At this time, 2 strong espers came from behind. 9-colored spiritual lotus. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 9-colored spiritual lotus, but they secretly shook their heads. Unfortunately, they could only take one. How could they choose the 9-colored spiritual lotus? After looking around, they silently left. Lin Xian plucked all the 9-colored spiritual lotuses one by one. Murongqing was speechless. Really? How could he be so daring? She prepared her time attribute at all times to protect Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian spent 10 minutes to pluck all the 9-colored spiritual lotuses and put them into his interspatial ring. Nothing strange happened. Murongqing was speechless. Could it be that what Lin Xian said was true? See, isn't it fine? Lin Xian grinned at Murongqing. Really, I will never come out with you again. Murongqing took a deep breath. She was simply on tenterhooks, okay? This brat was too reckless. Lin Xian smiled and cupped his fist to the air. Thank you, senior. Let's go. I have already chosen my things. You should go find what you want. Then, the two walked back. However, Lin Xian turned his head again. His eyes flickered with a light that no one could see. Hey, these 9-colored spiritual lotuses, how many attribute-increasing potions can be made? Murongqing asked. Lin Xian said, one can make 9 undiluted potions. After diluting, one can make about 30 to 40 potions if the attribute is increased by 5%. Murongqing was speechless. A 5% increase in attribute purity would definitely cause countless experts to fight over it. This isn't just a small increase in attribute purity. To a heavenly venerate, a 5% increase in attribute purity could increase their attribute combat power by nearly 10%. Lin Xian's mouth hooked up. So, if this is only a 5% increase, then the bottle should be sold at a higher price. 50 million, Murongqing said. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. He was just about to say 5 million. But this girl increased it by 10 times? Too low? Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Murongqing asked doubtfully, No, 50 million? Isn't it too high? Murongqing smiled and said, No, not at all. There are quite a lot of experts in this world, and there are even more rich people. 50 million in exchange for a 10% increase in strength of an expert, do you think it's a loss? Lin Xian shook his head. That's right. In other words, these 1,009 colored sacred lotuses can make more than 1 billion. He opened his mouth. Of course, the premise is that all of them are sold. Moreover, how can we sell all of them? Don't you still have to make time attribute potions for me? Murongqing smiled. Didn't I say that I don't want your money? Accompany me for a night, and I will immediately increase your time attribute to 100% purity. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing with an evil smile. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Do you want me to strip naked? Of course. Okay. Then remember what you said. I will accompany you when we go back. Lin Xian was speechless. Like hell I'll believe you. However, wasn't this too fucking profitable? If they sold all of them, it would be more than $1 billion. What kind of concept was $1 billion? Actually, you might think that it was a lot, but compared to the real assets of the 8 great families, $1 billion was only 1/10 of their total assets. Lin Xian wasn't sure, but it definitely wouldn't be too heaven-defying. However, if they had money, coupled with fame, they could try to develop their forces. Therefore, when they went back, they could try to make the attribute-increasing potions. Save me. Save me. Chapter 688. At this moment, a scream came from the front hall. Lin Xian and Murong Qing looked at each other and quickly rushed over. After rushing over, they discovered that there was an Empyrean realm powerhouse whose entire body was burning with raging flames. These raging flames were burning his body and soul, causing him to scream miserably. It was unknown where these flames had come from. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Xinyue said faintly, it seems that he secretly took 2 things, and then his body directly burned with flames. Hearing this, Lin Xian was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he was fine. He guessed right. One thing was one thing, but he took 2 things. 2 things. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. This was the price of greed. He thought that there were no powerhouses here. He was a dignified, heavenly, venerable expert. What was there to be afraid of? Then he died, not even leaving behind ashes. Heavenly venerables were like ants. Everyone was greedy, and Lin Xian was also greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to pluck all the 9-colored spirit lotuses. However, he was lucky, or it could be said that he was more careful. If it was normal, Lin Xian wouldn't have taken 2 things. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Huang Yinian sneered in his heart. However, it didn't matter to him whether he died or not. In any case, everyone could only take one. The fall of this heavenly venerable made everyone else give up on this idea. Lin Xian didn't care. Anyway, he didn't know him. If he died, then he died. What did he choose? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue wasn't familiar with Lin Xian, but she subconsciously showed him. What's this? Lin Xian looked at the crystal in her hand. Frost was forming on her arm as she held the crystal in her hand. 10,000 years ice, a super rare top-grade crystal. I'm afraid it's one of the most valuable things here. Murong Qing saw it at a glance. Xiao Xinyue nodded. She was of the ice attribute, so this kind of thing was definitely beneficial to her. Then, Lin Xian moved closer to Ling Ying and the others. Little Chuxue, what did you choose? Han Chuxue also took out a piece of 10,000 years old ice, which was exactly the same as Xiao Xinyue's. Obviously, this was a good thing for those with the ice attribute. Their luck was pretty good as they all had it. Only 2 pieces in total? Lin Xian asked. In an ice box, there are 4 pieces in total. Then take them all. Han Chuxue? Hey. Don't court death. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, listen to me. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian grabbed Han Chushue's hand and pulled her over. Xiao Xinyue looked at them in confusion. This Lin Xian actually had such a good relationship with Han Chuxue, they could even hold hands? Although he didn't really know Han Chuxue, she should also be very noble. Lin Xian opened the icebox. Take them all. Han Chuxue looked at Lin Xian. Then, she chose to believe Lin Xian and took the other 2 pieces. Ling Ying looked at them worriedly. Don't worry, Lin Xian can take more than 1,000 pieces. As long as it's the same thing, it doesn't matter how many there are. Murong Qing whispered to Ling Ying. Her small mouth opened slightly. No wonder. Sure enough, after Han Chuxue took the other 2 pieces, nothing strange happened. Xiao Xinyue saw it all. She silently looked at the 10,000 years old ice in her hand. What a loss, what a loss. As long as it was the same thing, it didn't matter how many there were. Little Lingying, what are you? A heaven-rank dark attribute martial skill, Shadow Cage. Lingying said with a smile. With her status, she shouldn't be lacking in heaven-rank martial skills. However, heaven-rank dark attribute martial skills were too rare. She was really happy to get one here. Han Chushue walked towards Xiao Xinyue. Here. Han Chushue handed her a piece of 10,000 years old ice. Xiao Xinyue frowned and looked at Han Chushue in confusion. You were the one who discovered the ice. 2 for each of us. No need. Xiao Xinyue refused. You and I are both ice attribute. You should know how much the 10,000 years old ice can improve us. Take it. Then, Han Chushue put a piece in her hand and walked away. Xiao Xinyue lowered her head and looked at the 10,000 years old ice in her hand. She thought that Han Chushue was a girl who was difficult to talk to. She didn't expect Lin Xian, on the other hand, had been thinking about something. At this time, Lin Xian's gaze fell on a heavenly venerable. These 3 heavenly venerables hadn't chosen what they wanted. There were too many things. For them, the higher their realm, the better their vision. They always wanted to find something better. As for the expert in Lin Xian's eyes, he walked in front of the dragon statue. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He reached into the throat of the dragon statue and took out something that emitted a red light. Lin Xian couldn't see what it was clearly. Then, he quickly looked around. Just as he was about to put it away, Huang Yinian had already arrived beside him. Venerable Zhang, give it to me. Huang Yinian reached out his hand to Venerable Zhang. Another Empyrean powerhouse also walked over. What do you mean? The 2's gazes fell on his hand. Dragon Ball. Their eyes were shining with greed. Dragon Ball? Lingying and Han Chushue came to stand behind Lin Xian. Murong Qing explained to them, Dragon Ball is the crystallization of power in every dragon. It's similar to the crystallization of power in monsters and monster crystals, but the Dragon Ball is even more heaven-defying. According to the situation of this senior dragon, he should be at least in the Great Void Realm. The power of a Great Void Realm Dragon Ball is unimaginable. I'm afraid this Dragon Ball is the most precious thing here. Venerable Zhang, this venerable has been leading the way. This Dragon Ball should belong to this venerable, right? Huang Yinian said coldly. Venerable Huang, whoever sees it will get it. Why should it belong to you? This venerable has put in a lot of effort along the way. This Dragon Ball should belong to this venerable. Another heavenly venerable said. Bang, Huang Yinian didn't give them any time to react. He slapped the chest of the 3rd venerable who spoke. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Then this venerable will kill all of you. The Dragon Ball will naturally belong to this venerable. Huang Yinian, you're courting death. Ha ha ha, your cultivation is below this venerable. Now, give me the Dragon Ball and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Yinian said angrily. Fuck you. Do you think this venerable is afraid of you? Then, the 2 in front of him started fighting. The other one got up from the ground and wiped the blood off his face. Greed flashed in his eyes as he joined in the fight. That was human nature. Lin Xian and the others quickly distanced themselves. They looked at the door and found that it was tightly shut. Chapter 689. The battle between them would definitely not affect them, because in their eyes, they were no threat to them. Moreover, they still needed Lin Xian to send them out. This door, Lin Xian's attention had already shifted away from the few powerhouses fighting, and he hurriedly ran to the door. He pushed hard, but it did not budge at all. Murong Qing walked over and pushed hard, but it still did not budge. Then, she frowned slightly. That's not right. Just now, a heavenly venerate powerhouse could at least push it a little. Why can't I push it at all? Murong Qing was puzzled. Xiao Xinyue revealed a surprised expression. This sentence meant that She was a heavenly venerate? No wonder they dared to keep walking inside. It turned out that although they were very beautiful, the woman who caught her attention the least was actually a heavenly venerate powerhouse. There was a scream in front, and then everyone looked over. Huang Yinian had indeed become the final victor. Everything around him had been destroyed, and the other two were lying on the ground, twitching all over. Blood slowly flowed out, and then they slowly lost their vitality. Fight with me? Give it to me obediently, and you won't have to die. Bah! Huang Yinian spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a ferocious expression, then turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the others. Killing people was a very normal thing. To Lin Xian and the others, this particularly outstanding scene in front of them was very normal and not too surprising. You guys, have you chosen your things? Huang Yinian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. To him, this trip had given him the most precious thing in this place, and he was already satisfied. Now, he just needed to leave. As for them, there was no need to kill them. Lin Xian nodded. We have chosen, but this door seems to be unable to open. Huang Yinian walked over. That's because you are too weak. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force, but it did not budge. His brows suddenly furrowed. Then, he exerted force again, but it still did not budge. Strange. Huang Yinian's expression was solemn. Then he looked at Lin Xian. Aren't you of the spatial attribute? Can't I just use my spatial energy to teleport out? Lin Xian shook his head. I've tried. When the door is closed, it's as if there's a barrier around it. With my spatial energy, I can't get out. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others suddenly revealed shocked expressions. Senior, look, Lin Xian shouted. Huang Yinian turned around and was shocked to find that there was a dragon's shadow in the air in front of him. The dragon's shadow was looking at them. Everyone was incomparably astonished. Why did the door suddenly close? And why did the image of a true dragon appear here? Senior. Huang Yinian walked over and bowed respectfully. Shua, the true dragon phantom spat out flames. Even he was caught off guard and was burned by the flames. The entire hall was filled with miserable screams. Then, they saw a man on fire screaming. In a short period of time, the screams became softer and softer. Eventually, they fell to the ground. When the flames finished burning Huang Yinian, not even his bones were left. A fiery red dragon ball rolled down from his disappearing body. Lin Xian, what's going on? Did he break the rules? The true dragon's gaze then turned to Lin Xian and the others. Run! Lin Xian shouted subconsciously. Hua! Sure enough, the terrifying flames were also spat at them. Everything was so unexpected. Why did a true dragon's shadow suddenly appear? Why did the true dragon's shadow attack them? It was reasonable to attack Huang Yinian because he fought here and destroyed the entire hall. But they didn't do anything. Murong Qing stood there and released her time attribute. Time froze around the true dragon, but it only lasted for an instant. Oh no, this true dragon shadow is probably at the virtualized realm, Murong Qing said in shock. Her time attribute was indeed powerful, but if it was used on the true dragon's shadow, which was a realm higher than her, then it was completely useless. It's over. Such a thought flashed in everyone's mind. That's right, it's over. They couldn't get out, and they couldn't beat it. Hua, a flame was spat at Han Chuxue, and Lin Xian quickly used his space power to teleport her to his side. Are you okay? Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. What to do? What to do now? Suddenly, he thought of something. This true dragon's shadow was very powerful, but it didn't seem to have consciousness, and it didn't move much. Whoosh! Lin Xian teleported to Huang Yinian's corpse, then held the Dragon Ball in his hand and released his space power. All of them were brought to the place where Lin Xian plucked the 9-colored spiritual lotus. Then, they also felt the terrifying power rushing over from the main hall. What are we doing here? There's no way out here. We're just waiting for death. Linging bit his lips. Pa! Lin Xian slapped the wall, and everyone was very curious. What was he doing? Was he trying to smash this place and get out? How was that possible? Then they were shocked to find a golden light in front of them. Quick, go in. Lin Xian rushed in. When the last person, Murong Qing, stepped in, everyone disappeared from the spot. The moment they disappeared, a flame rushed over, but it was empty. Plop! They were like a human pyramid, falling down one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was in a pitiful state. Could he have been the first to enter? Anyway, he was the first to fall down, and then someone fell on him, then the second, the third. Ding! Because host rubbed a girl, Prince Charming points plus 1 million. Allah! Lin Xian was stunned. He was purely subconsciously trying to push the person on top of him away, and then he grabbed something incredible, and he didn't even realize it. If it wasn't for the sudden system notification, Lin Xian wouldn't have known what happened. Then he glanced at Murong Qing. Xiao Xinyue, who fell on top of him, gritted her teeth, and her face was red. He didn't know if it was because of embarrassment or anger. It was probably both. She was also on top of someone. At that moment, she wanted to slap Lin Xian, but she thought of something and didn't do it. Cough cough. Lin Xian quickly removed his hand. Hey! Get up, I'm being crushed to death. Lin Xian shouted. Oh, I was wondering why it didn't hurt at all. I'm sorry, Xinyue. Ling Ying, who was on top of Xiao Xinyue, said embarrassedly and then stood up. Chapter 690. Xiao Xinyue also quickly stood up. Her face was flushed red, revealing her shyness and anger. However, she was relatively calm and didn't blame others. After all, this Lin Xian also saved her life. Moreover, he didn't do it on purpose, right? Then, she glanced around. Lin Xian squeezed his hand. It seemed quite big. Anyway, it felt good. And it wasn't a loss. However, their attention wasn't on this place, but on this space. Lin Xian, how did you know there would be a teleportation array there? Murong Qing asked curiously. This teleportation array really saved their lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape or fight. They would definitely die under the flames of the real dragon. When I came to pick the 9-colored spiritual lotus, I accidentally found it. At first, I thought it was a secret door. I didn't expect it to be a teleportation array. Lin Xian casually said. So that's how it is. She didn't ask how he found it. Anyway, her life was saved for the time being. So, the hall just now isn't the final place. Han Chushua looked ahead and said, I guess it's here. After saying that, Lin Xian took the lead and walked forward. This was just a passageway. It didn't look luxurious, just like a simple cave. However, the temperature here wasn't high. It was even lower than the hall. The surrounding spiritual energy is flowing inside, Murong Qing said. Every one of them could feel it. They didn't have this feeling in other places, but it was here that they felt it. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was flowing inside as if there was a gravitational force attracting it. However, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth wasn't high. It seemed to have reached a level of dryness. Perhaps it was about to be full. This was Lin Xian's feeling. He had long felt that the hall couldn't be the final place. When he was picking the 9-colored spiritual lotus, his Eye of Cave spirit detected a mechanism on the wall. That place shouldn't be a dangerous mechanism. It was more likely to be a secret door. So, Lin Xian guessed correctly. Therefore, this place, coupled with the feeling he had now, gave Lin Xian the feeling that this was the true final place. But we still have to go out later. We still have to face that true dragon silhouette. Ling Ying thought of something and said. Lin Xian took out his phone. Unfortunately, there was no signal here. Otherwise, he would have asked Linglong Shui to come over and help. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he suddenly realized that there was fire in front of him. They looked at each other. It was originally a very dark environment, but the sudden appearance of fire made them feel that it was inconceivable. They also felt that they were about to see the final secret of this place. In this trip, they had all obtained some. Although their levels did not increase, the items they obtained would be of great help to them. Only Morongqing's items were slightly trashy. After all, her level was high, so she needed better items. Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue had also obtained the 10,000-year glacial ice. If they could refine it, the ice attribute energy in their bodies would increase by a lot. Perhaps they could even increase their ranks. Ling Ying's Heaven-tier dark attribute martial skill was also a great harvest. After turning a corner, their target appeared in front of them. In front of them was the end. The Eye of Cave Spirit could not see any other hidden doors or mechanisms. Everyone's attention was on the ball of flame. The flame was not big, only about 20 centimeters. After walking closer, they realized that it was an egg. The flame was burning on the egg, so it should be of the fire attribute. This can't be a dragon's egg, right? Ling Ying's small mouth opened slightly. In such a place, with such an egg, it was inevitable that people would subconsciously think that it was a dragon's egg. It could be. Han Chuxue nodded. The few of them surrounded the dragon's egg and carefully observed it. I understand now. Ling Ying suddenly thought of something. Everyone looked at her. The surrounding temperature has decreased, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy is surging over here. Therefore, this dragon's egg seems to be absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy and heat. Ling Ying's words made Lin Xian come to a realization. No wonder they felt that the temperature was gradually decreasing after passing through the second lava chasm. Moreover, there were signs of heat and heaven and earth spiritual energy surging into the dragon's egg. That would be incredible. A dragon's egg had been absorbing heat and heaven and earth spiritual energy for who knows how many years. The surroundings were all scorching fire attribute energy, and it was constantly absorbing it. How much energy was accumulated in this dragon's egg? Gotcha. At this moment, the dragon's egg made a sound, and then a crack appeared. From this crack, they could see that there seemed to be a fiery red flame inside. The few of them subconsciously took a few steps back. Whoosh. And at this moment, Lin Xian's hand directly punched over, and his fist smashed into the dragon's egg. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. It's not me. I couldn't control my hand and punched in. Lin Xian said innocently. That's right. He was also prepared to retreat. After all, he really didn't know what was inside, and he didn't know what dangers there were. But it was as if a force directly controlled his hand, and he directly punched in. However, it was probably because of the dragon orb, because Lin Xian's hand was holding the dragon orb. This punch only hammered a fist-sized hole, and it happened to be blocked by Lin Xian's hand. No one knew what was going on inside. How is it? Ling Ying carefully came over. I can't pull it out, Lin Xian said. Everyone, why did it feel so dirty? They really couldn't pull it out. No matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge. Then, Lin Xian quivered. Damn! Lin Xian couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? Someone is licking me inside. Hooligan. Lin Xian, it's true. It's biting me. It's so disgusting. The girls looked at each other. Inside, could it be that the baby dragon was biting Lin Xian? Does it hurt? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian frowned. It doesn't hurt. It's quite comfortable. Everyone, whoosh! In the next instant, a flame rushed out from Lin Xian's hand on the dragon orb, and in an instant, Lin Xian's entire body was set ablaze. Lin Xian. At that moment, everyone was shocked. I'm fine. Lin Xian, who had turned into a living person, actually spoke. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. His entire body was burning, but they found that Lin Xian's body didn't have any traces of being burned by the fire. Ding! Fire element activated 1%, 2%. Chapter 691. That's right. The fire attribute energy did not burn Lin Xian. Instead, it entered Lin Xian's body and activated Lin Xian's fire attribute energy. This was a fucking good thing. This fire attribute energy seems to be entering Lin Xian's body. He should be fine, Morongqing said. But, in the next second, a pervert. The girls beside them all blushed. Knowing that Lin Xian seemed to be fine, they were relieved and let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Lin Xian was fine, but the fire suddenly burned fiercely again. His clothes turned into ashes, and then he stood naked in front of the girls. Ding! Prince Charming points plus 540,000. Lin Xian was helpless. How could he be blamed for this? He was helpless too. One of his hands was restrained, so he had to use the other hand to cover the important part of his body with the fire. But it was still seen. It was so awkward. Not to mention Morongqing and Xiao Xinyue. Even Ling Ying and Han Chushue blushed for him. It's a bit hot here, Xiao Xinyue muttered and quickly walked away. Her little face was completely red. What did she do wrong today? Not only was her chest pinched by this bastard, but also, this made her feel guilty because she had a boyfriend. Morongqing was fine, but she was indeed a bit shy. I'm a bit hot too. She walked away after saying that. Ling Ying and Han Chushue bit their lips. Their relationship with Lin Xian was not ordinary. For this kind of relationship, they were more concerned about Lin Xian's safety. They only took a few steps back and did not leave. At least they could see Lin Xian and his safety, so they could be more relieved. But this scene was different in Morongqing and Xiao Xinyue's eyes. The two girls actually didn't move away. Although they did move a little further away, they were still right beside Lin Xian. Weren't they embarrassed? Or was their relationship so good? Or were they just returning the favor? Thinking about it, it was true. Xiao Xinyue felt that her life was saved by Lin Xian. Otherwise, she would have died under the flames of the true dragon's shadow. And now Lin Xian was wrapped in flames. Who knew if he was fine now? But what about later? At least she had the ice attribute. Although it might not be of much use, with Han Chushue, their ice attribute might give him a chance of survival in a moment of danger. Worst case scenario, she would just turn her back. Thinking here, Xiao Xinyue walked over and turned her back to Lin Xian. Although she looked cold, she was the same as Han Chushue. She was actually very kind-hearted. Fire attribute. Unlocked 98%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking fire attribute power. Finally, Lin Xian unlocked the fire attribute power. Perhaps this would not be Lin Xian's main attack attribute power. For the time being, he did not have any powerful fire attribute martial skills. But, even if he did not have a lighter or something outside, he could at least make a fire, right? Anyway, having more attributes is definitely good. Right now, the premise is that you can control it. Ding! Your level has increased to 7 stars of the Lightning Tribulation Realm. Ding! Your level has increased to 8 stars of the Lightning Tribulation Realm. Lin Xian's level also increased under this power. Feeling the increase in power, they subconsciously glanced over. Then, they silently blushed and turned back. Can't you put on some clothes? Ling Ying gritted her teeth and said, Damn, big sister, I still have fire on me. Even if I put on clothes, they will be burned. Lin Xian said helplessly. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly felt a connection in his mind. This connection was the same as the little guy in the dragon egg. It was a connection with him. He could feel him and his emotions. This connection was very strange. This flame seemed to be for this connection, and he was the one who initiated it. Master recognition? Lin Xian directly thought of this term in his mind. Demonic beasts could recognize a master, but this was almost impossible to achieve. Even if there were experts who had demonic beast mounts as companions, it was very rare for them to recognize a master. Demonic beasts must have agreed from the bottom of their hearts. After recognizing a master, everything about the demonic beast would be decided by the human, including life and death. Therefore, this was almost impossible to achieve. But now, the flame on Lin Xian's body disappeared. Then, He felt his fingertip being bitten by a small, moist mouth. Be gentle, be gentle. It was still a bit painful. Then, Lin Xian realized that his hand could actually move. Then, he pulled his hand out. A little guy was biting Lin Xian's finger with his little mouth, dangling there as if he was fishing. He was even kicking his legs cutely. Lin Xian was shocked. He thought that even if it was a dragon cub, it would still be a little dragon. But he didn't expect it to be a little girl. She was very, very small, about 20 centimeters. Like a porcelain doll, she was very, very cute. There was a pair of small dragon horns on her forehead. She had some baby fat, but she definitely didn't look like a baby. She looked like a 10-year-old girl. She also had a pair of cute ponytails. She was very, very pretty and cute. He felt that when she grew up, she would definitely be a beautiful girl. However, her body was too small. 20 centimeters, she looked like a little elf. But there were no clothes. Wow! Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were directly melted by her cuteness. Seeing this scene, their big eyes twinkled as they walked over. Then, they couldn't help but poke her gently with their fingers. So tender! Ling Ying exclaimed. Lin Xian suddenly remembered something. He grabbed her with one hand and pulled her out. Hey, 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 let go, let go. Lin Xian was helpless. This little girl's little mouth was biting his finger. It didn't hurt much, but she still didn't let go. Be gentle. Also, you rogue, I'm not wearing any clothes. Ling Ying quickly took out a piece of her clothes from the space ring. He tore a piece of cloth and quickly wrapped the little girl. Pop! Lin Xian finally let go of her. Then, she was carried by Ling Ying. Lin Xian quickly put on his clothes. So awkward. At this time, Murong Qing and Xiao Xinyue came over together. They gathered together and stared at the little dragon in Ling Ying's hands. The little dragon blinked its especially big and lively eyes and looked at them with a timid expression. This is really a dragon. But are dragons born in human form? Han Chuxue said in surprise. Murong Qing said, dragons belong to the top bloodline demon clan, but they shouldn't be born in human form. Maybe it's because they have absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth here for many years. Chapter 692. Even if it was a dragon, it couldn't be born with a human body, right? Everyone knew this. No matter how strong a beast was, it was still born with its original body. However, this little dragon was indeed a very special existence because it was born with a human body. Although it was very small, it looked like a human. Of course, there was also that pair of very iconic little dragon horns. However, these dragon horns could generally be melted after reaching a certain age. At this moment, the extremely cute little girl was sitting on Ling Ying's palm. She blinked her big eyes and looked at everyone. Those big eyes were especially beautiful and full of spirit. It was as if all the girls were about to melt on the spot. This was a miniature version of a little girl around 10 years old. Originally, a very beautiful 10-year-old girl was already cute enough. After being shrunk, her whole body was only 20 centimeters. It was simply too cute. Her big eyes were full of curiosity, as if she was curious about something new. Of course, there was also some fear. Daddy. She slowly stood up in Ling Ying's palm, then turned to Lin Xian. The small piece of cloth on her body was also tied properly and did not fall off. Then, she actually called out in a very childish voice and opened her two small arms to Lin Xian as if she wanted to be hugged. Lin Xian, Daddy? No, no, this newborn baby could actually speak, and it was even human language. Moreover, who taught her to call him Daddy? Dragons, were they so magical? Daddy, it was another sentence in a childish voice. Perhaps because the first sentence did not receive any response from Lin Xian, her second sentence was filled with grievance and sobbing. Lin Xian looked at everyone. What are you looking at? She already called you Daddy. Hug her, Murong Qing said with a smile. Lin Xian scratched his head, then gently took the little girl from Ling Ying's hands. Kikik. Then, A cute bell-like laughter came out of her mouth. Oh woo. Then, with a mouthful, she directly swallowed the Dragon Ball in Lin Xian's hand that was very big compared to her body. At that moment, the Dragon Ball seemed to have turned into a force that poured into her body. Then, everyone saw a wave of heaven and earth spirit energy surrounding her small body. The little girl jumped from Lin Xian's palm, then jumped into Lin Xian's arms, directly burrowing into his neck. She obediently laid in Lin Xian's clothes, yawned, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. The few of them were dumbfounded by what they saw. Why did she call you Daddy? She seems to have recognized you. Ling Ying. Lin Xian looked at the dragon's little girl in his arms. Then he also scratched his head. It's probably because I was bitten by her just now. It seems I've been recognized as its master. Wow. Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. A girl dragons recognized him as her master. Not to mention other things. This was a dragon. He looked harmless to humans and animals, but he was still a real dragon. This was something that many people couldn't even dream of. I'm so envious. I also want to have such a cute little girl. Ling Ying said, but what should I do? Why don't you take her home and raise her? Lin Xian said. Ling Ying quickly shook his head. Don't. She has already recognized you as her master. She can only follow you. Even if I want her, I can't. It's almost impossible for a monster to recognize a master, but you are probably the first person she saw when she was born. Subconsciously, she thought you were her daddy. For a moment, Lin Xian didn't know what to do. After all, this was a little girl from the dragon race. Although he didn't know how powerful she was and how much combat strength she had, but since she was from the dragon race, at least she would grow up to be very abnormal. But he had to raise a little girl of dragons for no reason. What should he do? He couldn't bring her everywhere he went, right? It was also inconvenient. But if he didn't bring her along and she recognized him as her master, she wouldn't be able to stay at home obediently, right? Fortunately, she could speak. He just didn't know how high her IQ was when she was just born. He also didn't know if she could communicate. He would have to wait until she woke up. Anyway, before coming here, Lin Xian never thought that he would bring a little dragon home. How many people would wake up from their dreams with a smile on their face? How can you still look so miserable? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Women are the most troublesome. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying, what a hypocrite. Xiao Xinyue also looked enviously at Xiaolong, who had half of its head sticking out of Lin Xian's chest. This was an opportunity that not even hundreds of millions of warriors could have. Unfortunately, it wasn't hers. Since it wasn't hers, it meant that they weren't fated. Perhaps, at that time, the little girl would recognize whoever came in with the dragon pearl as her master. But who knew about this matter? It was purely fate. What name should I give her? Lin Xian was in a dilemma. Such a beautiful and delicate little girl. Of course, I have to give her a cute name. Ling Ying couldn't help but gently fiddle with her little pink cheeks. Then, the little girl bit Ling Ying's finger. At first, she was shocked. Then, she couldn't help but giggle. The little girl closed her eyes and sucked on her finger. It tickles. Ling Ying smiled foolishly. She probably swallowed the dragon pearl in one gulp and then absorbed its powerful energy. In this case, she might be sleepy. A cute name? Then let's call her Dogsheng. Lin Xian said. The girls, you're crazy. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Why don't we call her Longer? Simple suits her quite well. Han Chushue said. Okay, then I'll call you Little Long-er. Lin Xian gently scratched her little nose. In less than a minute, she seemed to be sleeping very soundly. All right. Murong Qing thought of something and said, it's best not to let outsiders know about her existence. If they know that you have a little girl with dragons here, it will be dangerous. Then, she looked at Xiao Xinyue. Of course, she trusted the others. But this Xiao Xinyue, after all, they didn't know each other. Xiao Xinyue naturally understood Murong Qing's meaning. Then, she said lightly, I won't tell anyone. She didn't need to explain anything. She didn't want to explain anything. She definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Then I'll leave it to you, Lin Xian said. After all, he didn't know Xiao Xinyue. What kind of person she was, Lin Xian didn't know. But Han Chushua looked around. How are we going to go back? Can we go back? Everyone was faced with such an awkward question. Little Long, should be the most precious existence here. But even if they got her, there was still the true dragon outside. Chapter 693. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "That dragon should be Dragoni's father or mother, right? Do you think it will still attack us if we bring her out? But I keep having the feeling that the true dragon outside has no consciousness. Although many experts still have a consciousness even after they've died, we clearly didn't do anything just now. Yet, the true dragon wanted to kill us. There's no reason for that," Ling Ying said. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What she said makes sense. But she has already recognized me as her master. She shouldn't attack us, right? Lin Xian said. But if you die, the master-servant contract will disappear. Under normal circumstances, how can dragons be willing to become a human's pet? Makes sense. But we can't be trapped here forever, right? We have to go out eventually. If we don't, we'll die. How about this? I'll take her out first while you guys wait here. If there's any danger, I'll come back. If there's no danger, I'll take you guys out. Lin Xian said. You, be careful. Don't worry, I'm of the space attribute. At least I have the ability to save my life. After saying that, Lin Xian walked back to where they fell. There's a teleportation formation flashing at the place where they fell. It's obvious that it's the teleportation formation leading back to the main hall. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Under the worried gazes of the others, he disappeared from where he stood. Lin Xian is the most suitable person. First of all, Dragoni has recognized him as her master. This is a special characteristic. Second, he's of the space attribute. At least his ability to protect himself is the strongest. Even if there's danger, he can just teleport to the teleportation formation and come back. Anyway, it seems that the dragon outside can't come in here. Lin Xian appeared outside. The moment he appeared, the dragon rushed straight at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian subconsciously wanted to run back. My daughter. But at this time, the dragon actually spoke, and it's a woman's voice. The blood-red eyes gradually became clear. This scene made Lin Xian feel like there's hope. It stopped in front of Lin Xian and circled around. It seems to be a little excited. This should be Dragoni's mother. But it's just a shadow. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the dragon turned into a beautiful woman standing in front of Lin Xian. Then she reached out a trembling hand to touch Dragoni. But it's just a shadow. She couldn't touch her. Lin Xian, she's already very satisfied. She recognized you as her master? After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with teary eyes. No matter what, she's still a mother. Lin Xian nodded. I don't know why either. It's all a freak combination of factors. The woman looked at Dragoni, then murmured, It's also my fault. This remnant soul has been here for too long, plus the erosion of the fire attribute energy. It's getting more and more out of control. Plus, someone just destroyed this place, so I lost my mind and attacked you. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why. After all, this is just a remnant soul. You can't be too harsh on her. That's good, that's good. She sighed as she looked at the sleeping Dragoni. Even if she comes out, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for her to survive, or maybe she'll be used by evil people. With her great power, it's also a good thing to have outside help. Then she looked up at Lin Xian. Even if I can't trust you, I have no choice but to trust you. Human boy, can you take her out and take good care of her? Lin Xian nodded. If Senior trusts me, I can definitely do it. That's the will of the heavens. I hope you can trust me. Take good care of her, and don't let her go down the path of evil. Lin Xian nodded. Since Dragoni has recognized him as her master, that means she'll listen to him in many things. Go down the path of evil? As long as Lin Xian wasn't a bad person, then she wouldn't fall into the evil path. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of bad people, then they could use Dragoni's power to achieve many things, including their own schemes. Perhaps this was what her mother was worried about. But what can she do if she doesn't believe in Lin Xian? She also needed someone to take care of her daughter. Otherwise, it would be a problem for her daughter to survive the moment she was born. Moreover, her illusory figure would most likely dissipate. This was the only solution left to her. She could only choose to believe in Lin Xian. It's just, Lin Xian showed a worried expression. I've never experienced something like this before, so I don't know how to teach her. The woman shook her head. No need. She's been absorbing the energy of heaven and earth for thousands of years. At the same time, she also ate my dragon orb. It contains all the energy I had when I was alive. She only needs to slowly refine it. You only need to protect her. I understand. This place should be collapsing soon. You should leave as soon as possible. Her gaze lingered on Dragoni's body, reluctant to part with her. Then what do I need to do in the future? What do I need her to do? Let her live happily. Smiling faintly, the woman reached out her hand to Dragoni, but her figure gradually faded into nothingness. Hurry, go. In a short period of time, her figure was already gone. In the first place, this shadow won't be able to last long, and with the sudden burst of energy, it's normal for it to disappear in a short period of time. Rumble, it's at this moment that the surroundings trembled violently. Lin Xian, fuck, don't be like this. It's fucking collapsing? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. From the time they entered until now, it's probably more than 4 to 5 hours. Even if they were given half an hour to return at full speed, it still wouldn't be enough. Although Lin Xian has the space attribute, he's only an 8-star Tribulation Realm cultivator. Even if he released all of his space attribute, he still wouldn't be able to reach the cave entrance. If it was the Law Realm, he could still give it a try. But he can't think anymore. This place is already collapsing. He must hurry back. Whoosh, when he arrived inside, the women were already waiting for him. Hurry. It's going to collapse. Lin Xian didn't have time to say anything and quickly led them into the teleportation array. When they came out, it was only a few seconds before the stone began to fall. Every one of them had a panicked expression. Go. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and released his space energy, all of them arriving in front of the door. Fuck. This is a scam. Dragoni's mother is too troublesome, isn't she? It's fine if it collapsed so quickly, but the door still can't be opened. Murong Qing released her time energy and stopped time, stopping everything falling around her. Then she pushed the door with all her strength, but it didn't budge. Chapter 694. Isn't this fucking over? This won't do. This door can't be opened by the strength of an Empyrean. Murong Qing was also panicking. Even if she was an Empyrean, if this place collapsed, they would all be crushed to death. Everyone put in more effort. However, with everyone's strength added together, the door only moved a little. Their combined strength could not compare to the strength of 2 Empyreans. Murong Qing was of the time attribute and did not specialize in strength. It took 4 Empyreans to open it. It's over, it's over. At this time, perhaps she was awakened by the commotion around her. Dragoni opened her eyes and blinked in confusion. She did not seem to be stupid and seemed to have understood something. Then, she slowly reached out her little hand from Lin Xian's arms. Boom! A flame blasted out like an explosion. The door shattered. Lin Xian's mouth fell open. What the hell? Even Murong Qing's strength could not break it, but she did? This was too fucking exaggerated, right? Then, the little girl seemed to be tired and fell asleep again. Run! The entire Holy Dragon Flame Cave was collapsing. They quickly rushed out. But could they make it? Boom, boom, boom. Stone after stone fell around them. They ran back the way they came while dodging the stones. It's too late, Ling Ying said through gritted teeth. From the looks of it, They knew that in a few minutes, everything would collapse. How could they run out? There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Don't give up, Lin Xian said through gritted teeth. Although they knew it, they could not give up. Boom. The road in front of them had collapsed, and all of them were stuck here. Go. I have the space attribute. Lin Xian shouted and was about to release it, but Ling Ying pulled his hand. Murong Qing and the others also stopped at the side and looked at them. Murong Qing released time freeze again, and all the stones that had fallen in midair stopped. Lin Xian, you should go. If you only use your spatial attribute on yourself, you should be able to reach the cave entrance in a short amount of time. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes were a little red. He thought that he had survived a disaster, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. There was nothing he could do about it. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. I'm serious. If you don't do this, none of us will be able to escape. But you're alone. You can get out. Don't fucking waste time. Let's go. Can you not be so stubborn? Ling Ying's tears were about to fall. Of course, she couldn't bear to do it, but there was no other way. Han Chuxue also bit her lips, but she tried to show that she was strong. Xiao Xinyue couldn't do anything about it. You go out first. After all, I'm in the heavenly venerable realm. If I only use my spiritual power to support a small area, time freeze can last for at least half an hour. You only need a few minutes to get out. After you get out, you still have a way. Don't you have powerful spatial attribute friends? They should be able to make it in time. Murong Qing said. Nonsense. Don't think that I don't know how much spiritual power time freeze consumes. Even if you're in the heavenly venerable realm, you can't hold on for a minute. After all, Lin Xian had released time freeze before. Time freeze was different from time acceleration and time deceleration. In terms of spiritual power consumption, time freeze was dozens of times faster. Murong Qing also sighed helplessly. Yes, Lin Xian was right. She could only hold on for a few minutes, but that didn't mean that Lin Xian could find a way to get them out. Unfortunately, if she was in the great virtual realm, then even time freeze could last for at least an hour. If it was only a dozen square meters, then it could last for half a day. This was the difference between the heavenly venerable realm and the great virtual realm. Fuck. I'm not leaving either. Lin Xian cursed. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Ling Ying couldn't help but cry and push Lin Xian away. Han Chuxue bit her lips and didn't say a word. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them like a ray of light in the dark night. Are you leaving? Lin Xian's body shook as he raised his head to look at Ling Longshui who had appeared behind them. Fuck. Why are you here? At this moment, Ling Longshui was simply too beautiful in Lin Xian's eyes. At that moment, Lin Xian was so excited that tears were about to fall. Traveling, Ling Longshui said indifferently. Xiao Xinyue didn't know her and didn't understand how this person appeared. She also didn't understand why everyone's eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly lit up when they saw her. Time and space were indeed of the same level, but they were two different attributes after all. Time had its terrifying aspects, and so did space. However, in this situation, space was obviously what they needed. Hurry up and leave, Lin Xian hurriedly said, and then all of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were outside the sacred dragon flame cave. At the same time, they saw the huge sacred dragon flame cave collapse with their own eyes. Probably many people died inside. However, thinking about it, the flame tide should have killed all of them. This was what it meant to be a survivor of a disaster. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Xinyue also understood why everyone was so surprised when they saw her. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were so emotional that they cried. At that time, they thought they were dead for sure and would be separated from Lin Xian forever. However, they weren't dead yet. Lin Xian simply wanted to hug Ling Longshui and kiss her fiercely. This was a goddess. Thank you, Sister Ling Long. Ling Ying held Han Chuxue's hand, and the two of them bowed to Ling Longshui gratefully. Xiao Xinyue also bowed slightly. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Murongqing also breathed a sigh of relief. She was unwilling to die in there. Thank you, Senior. Murongqing clasped her fist. Linglong Shue's face was indifferent under the veil. She nodded slightly and then disappeared from the spot. Hey, you're leaving? At least send us directly back to Lin and City. Lin Xian shouted into the air, but she had already left. Then, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Laugh? You're still laughing. Linging glared at Lin Xian and wiped his tears. Shouldn't we be laughing after surviving? Why are you so disobedient? Linging couldn't help but cry again. It was completely out of fear. He couldn't help but hit Lin Xian's chest, and then threw himself into his arms and cried louder and louder. Han Chuxue was also secretly wiping her tears. When she was about to die, other than her family, she really felt that Lin Xian was the one she couldn't bear to part with the most. She also wanted to throw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cry, but after all, that was her personality. Chapter 695. In Murongqing's eyes, there was no need to explain this scene anymore. Ling Ying threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried. Although the feeling of surviving a disaster is indeed a bit emotional and difficult to control the emotions in her heart, but this is Ling Ying. She still has some understanding of him. Before, she already suspected whether or not they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but now it is basically confirmed. She wasn't sure about Han Chuxue, but Ling Ying is definitely Lin Xian's girlfriend. Even if she isn't his girlfriend, they are definitely friends. In any case, they must have a very intimate relationship. Not to mention Lin Xian. This Ling Ying definitely likes Lin Xian. Xiao Xinyue was also very surprised. This Lin Xian and Ling Ying's relationship is actually this close. For a girl to be outstanding, in fact, many times don't look at how many pursuers and admirers she has, but how other beautiful and outstanding girls see her. This is enough to explain the problem. In any case, in Xiao Xinyue's eyes, whether it is Han Chuxue or Ling Ying, they are all worthy of her admiration. So when Ling Ying acted so intimate with Lin Xian, she was slightly surprised. As for whether or not they are boyfriend and girlfriend, she doesn't know. Okay, don't you feel ashamed? Wipe your tears. Lin Xian used his arm to wipe Ling Ying's tears. Ling Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian, then retreated to the side to wipe her tears. Lin Xian looked at everyone, then said, "Let's go back. There is no need to stay here. The most precious thing is already in his hands, and that is the sleeping dragoni in his arms. Let's go back also. I didn't cry." Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Okay. You didn't cry. It's just sand in your eyes," Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Ling Ying snorted. Chuxue. New moon. Just as they were about to return, two voices suddenly rang out. Then, they saw a few people rushing over. These two people were Wang Haiyang and Gong Sunjun. The few people behind them should be the experts they had found. "Xinyue, are you okay?" Gong Sunjun rushed over and quickly grabbed Xiao Xinyue's hand, looking at her worriedly. Xiao Xinyue subconsciously pushed Gong Sunjun's hand away and said faintly, "I'm fine. It's good that you're all right. I heard the sound of the collapse from afar. I thought I would be fine once I came out," Gong Sunjun said excitedly. In fact, they had already seen the situation here from the distant peak. They saw that the sacred dragon flame cave was collapsing. What could they do? He didn't dare to go in. Even if he found an expert, he definitely wouldn't go in. He even gave up. However, just as he was about to give up, he saw a few figures appear at the entrance of the cave. "Chuxue, are you okay?" Wang Haiyang asked with a worried face. Lin Xian discreetly pressed Dragoni deeper into his arms so that they wouldn't see. He sneered in his heart. This man is really a hypocrite. Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. After all, she still had to respond politely. "Xinyue, I just found this expert. I didn't expect such a dangerous situation to happen inside. Fortunately, you came out. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go back. I'll drive. You go back and have a good rest." Then, the two of them walked away. Xiao Xinyue, of course, was not a fool. She couldn't tell whether Gong Sun-jun was telling the truth or not. She only knew that the one who saved her was Lin Xian. Anyway, she wouldn't go so far as to break up. After all, she was relatively naive. However, if he wanted to continue to increase her favorability, this Gong Sun-jun would have a hard time. Why did Xiao Xinyue agree to be his girlfriend? In fact, it was quite simple. First of all, Gong Sun-jun had been pursuing her for several years, but he never managed to move her. So, Gong Sun-jun directed and acted in a hero, saving the damsel in distress scenario. Needless to say, this method was really useful. Even if the girl didn't like you, with his years of pursuit, she would feel embarrassed to refuse. Then, he succeeded just like that. Xiao Xinyue still foolishly thought that Gong Sun-jun was her savior. Until now, he was still her savior. However, although she agreed, she didn't have a good impression of him. Therefore, although they were boyfriend and girlfriend, their relationship wasn't very good. They didn't even agree to hold hands. And today, when Xiao Xinyue needed him the most, Gong Sun-jun wasn't there. He said that he was going to find a strong expert, but in the end, he didn't come. What she wanted was companionship. Of course, she didn't care. After today, it would be very difficult for Gong Sun-jun to continue to improve their relationship. "Young Master Wang, we are all very tired. Please drive us back," Lin Xian said to Wang Haiyang. "It's no problem, no problem. Everyone, quickly get in the car and rest. I'll drive," Wang Haiyang quickly said. "Thank you." Then, Wang Haiyang continued to play the role of a driver. In fact, he was very happy. Han Chuxue and the others were tired. At this time, he drove them back. Wasn't it wonderful? It seemed that Lin Xian was helping him again. He should be grateful. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Xiao Xinyue. "Thank you for saving my life." Lin Xian smiled and didn't reply. This was loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Xiao Xinyue sat in the back seat of the car, looking at her phone every 10 seconds or so. She really wanted to thank Lin Xian. Although it was the strong expert who saved them in the end, she seemed to know Lin Xian. Moreover, in the hall, Lin Xian also saved her life. Then, she sent this message. Logically speaking, Lin Xian should reply no matter what. She felt that it should be like this. Even if it was an emoticon, it would be good. However, the other party didn't reply. Then, she would look at her phone every once in a while. So, what was this called? A way to pick up girls. Loosening the reins only to grasp them better was one method. But what was the principle behind it? Emotions. If you don't reply, you will make the girl feel emotional and think too much. Then, you will be one of them. Isn't that a good thing? Young Master Lin, did you get any treasures inside? Wang Haiyang smiled and asked. Lin Xian sighed. Don't mention it. We almost lost our lives. We didn't get anything. Not to mention treasures. We didn't even level up. This time, we came here to do a set of steamed dishes. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Haiyang was happy. They didn't get anything. That's great. Don't say that. Everyone is fine. That's the most important thing. Yeah, being fine is the most important thing. Lin Xian smiled. Chapter 696. Lin Xian didn't understand why Linglong Shui would appear here. Weren't they watching a drama? And Lin Xian didn't ask her to come, yet she appeared at the most crucial moment. It's really hard to describe the feeling of seeing her. It's simply the happiest thing in life. Did anyone get hurt? Lin Xian said. No injuries, and we didn't get anything. At this time, Dragoni moved in his arms and poked her head out from Lin Xian's collar. Lin Xian pressed her back into his arms. Shut up, Lin Xian said, but in fact, he was talking to Dragoni in his arms. Wang Haiyang looked at the interior mirror in confusion. Lin Xian smiled and said, "What I mean is that everyone is tired. Let's not talk and let everyone take a nap." "Yes, yes, yes, everyone rest first. I'll try to drive as smoothly as possible." A few hours later, they returned to Lin and City. "Master Wang, just drop us off at the entrance of the Rose Hotel," Lin Xian said. "Okay," Wang Haiyang said, and then dropped them off at the Rose Hotel. Lin Xian and Murong Qing got off the car. "Chuxue, I'll send you home," Wang Haiyang said. Han Chuxue and Linging also got off the car. "No need. My home is still some distance away, and I'm tired. No need to trouble yourself. I'll just stay at the hotel today." Then okay. Wang Haiyang didn't think too much about it, but he wasn't tired otherwise. He would have found an excuse to stay at the hotel. Phew. They breathed a sigh of relief. At least they returned safely. As for what they got, it wasn't bad. Heaven-class skill, 10,000-year ice. Lin Xian was the most satisfied. He directly got a little girl with dragons. "Everyone go rest. It's been a tiring day. I'm going to take a shower. I'm soaked in sweat and dry. It's sticky," Murong Qing said, and walked into the hotel. "Hey, aren't you going to eat something?" Lin Xian shouted from behind. "Come and eat after you shower." Murong Qing waved her hand and said, "Then we'll go take a bath too." Han Chuxue said to Lin Xian. "We? All right, let's go." Lin Xian smirked. "Go. We are just me and Chuxue. Go to sleep." Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian and walked away with Han Chuxue. Actually, it was just a casual remark. If Lin Xian was more forceful, they would probably not reject him. However, there were more important things to do now. Lin Xian caressed Dragoni in his arms through his clothes. She seemed to be tickled and let out a particularly crisp and cute giggle, thinking that Lin Xian was playing a game with her. Lin Xian quickly brought her back to the room. Back in the room, only Lin Xian and Dragoni were left. Lin Xian carried her out. "Daddy." Dragoni jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and rubbed her face against Lin Xian's. Lin Xian secretly rubbed his forehead, then carried her and placed her on the bed. Dragoni blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Lin Xian. What a cute little elf. Her clothes will probably have to be custom-made, but it's not that troublesome. Other than calling me daddy, can you say anything else? Lin Xian reached out and pinched her small, delicate jade feet. This is really fun. Oh, I can. Dragoni nodded her little head. Lin Xian, oh my god. How come this little girl really doesn't have any communication barriers when she was just born? But then again, it's not like she's a baby when she was born. Although she's very, very small, her appearance is at least that of a 10-year-old girl, just that her body is too small. She's really special. As for why, maybe it's because she absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all year round. Or maybe it's because of something her mother did. In any case, Dragoni can't look at her according to common sense. Moreover, she looks so harmless and super cute. Can you imagine how much power she has? Even Murong Qing couldn't break the door, but she just yawned and blew it open with a spit of fire. Then I'll call you Dragoni from now on. Okay? Lin Xian gently pinched her little cheeks. Hee hee. Dragoni nodded repeatedly, then couldn't help but giggle. Lin Xian didn't know what she was laughing about. Daddy. After laughing for a while, she opened her arms like she wanted a hug. Also, next time call me Big Brother, not Daddy. Lin Xian said. Daddy. Lin Xian. Forget it. Let's talk about it later when we're more familiar with each other. Lin Xian then held her with both hands. Daddy. Dragoni is hungry. Dragoni rubs her tummy as she grumbles in an aggrieved manner. I'll go take a shower first. You stay on the bed by yourself. After the shower, I'll take you out to eat something delicious. Lin Xian then walked into the bathroom. The sound of the shower mixed with Dragoni's laughter outside. Lin Xian didn't know what she was laughing about, so he stuck his head out to take a look. The little girl was jumping up and down on the bed, using the bed's elasticity to jump up high, but the small piece of cloth on her body fell off. See no evil. See no evil. See no evil. Wouldn't I be a fucking beast if I saw this? I'll have to hurry up and fix her clothes. After the shower, Lin Xian released the power of the fire attribute. directly evaporating the water on her body. This is one of the fire attributes' functions. After walking out, Lin Xian quickly wrapped the little girl's body with a cloth. Dragoni was very obedient. She enjoyed Lin Xian's every move. Lin Xian then stuffed her back into his pajamas and walked out. Murong Qing had already arranged a private room for Lin Xian outside before she took her bath. Lin Xian walked in directly. There wasn't a single person inside yet. "Daddy, Dragoni wants to eat." From Lin Xian's embrace, she could smell the aroma of several dishes on the table. She fidgeted around in Lin Xian's embrace. "Shoo, don't come out yet. Wait until the food is served. Be good." "Okay." After all, there will be waiters coming in one by one to serve the food. That's why Dragoni can't come out at this time. With her body shape and the pair of cute dragon horns on her head, if she was seen by anyone, they would definitely guess something. "Wow, it smells so good." Ling Ying and Han Chuxue came in one after another. They couldn't help but exclaim. Although they didn't fight much during this trip, but the whole process was still quite tense. Their stamina was also very high. Naturally, they needed a big meal like this. "Why did you come in your pajamas?" Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, then sat down beside Lin Xian with Han Chuxue. "It doesn't matter. You girls still need to dress more tightly. I want to see Dragoni." "Where is Dragoni?" Ling Ying couldn't wait to ask. "Here." Dragoni's sweet voice came from Lin Xian's embrace. Chapter 697. This Dragoni, you can't treat her like a newborn baby. She understands the meaning of those words and can say them. Is this something a newborn should do? That's impossible. So, just like her appearance, you can't go wrong by treating her like a 10-year-old girl. Lin Xian patted her head and said, "Come out later." "Oh." Dragoni's head went back into the hole. "Why don't you let her come out?" Ling Ying asked doubtfully. "Are you stupid? The food hasn't been served yet. Won't she be exposed when the people serving the food see her? At least wait until I have the ability to protect her and myself before I expose her." Not to mention that it was a pet of the Dragon Clan. It could also be called a pet. However, Lin Xian preferred to call it a companion. However, normal people would call it a pet. Even if it wasn't a dragon and was just a very ordinary demonic beast, if it was willing to follow you, how precious would that be? It's unimaginable. Although demon beasts aren't that rare, but demon beasts that are willing to follow humans are extremely rare. What's more, she's a little girl from the Dragon Clan. One can only imagine how much danger Lin Xian and Dragoni would be in if this news gets out. When the time comes, those domain realm, celestial realm, and even those above celestial realm will be attracted over. A little girl of a dragon, Lin Xian is basically the only one in the entire 5 empires who has a little girl of a dragon, right? No, that's not very likely either. There are some dragons or other demon beasts that have a good relationship with a certain family, or maybe they were saved by a certain family, or maybe they had a special affinity with someone in the outside world. But for a demon beast of this level to recognize a human as its master, Lin Xian must be the only one. Perhaps for some other trash demonic beasts, if you threaten them with death, they might submit and sign a master-servant contract with you. But for powerful demonic beasts, even if you threaten them with death, their pride would never allow it. Even if they died, they would never accept you as their master. Therefore, Lin Xian's luck was truly invincible. From the moment she was born, she felt that Lin Xian was her father. She didn't understand this, but she was close to Lin Xian. That was it. If this wasn't luck, then what was? "Tisk, you're the stupid one," Ling Ying mumbled. Soon, Murong Qing walked in, followed by several beautiful waitresses. "Just leave the things here. You may leave." Yes, Lin Xian knew Murong Qing's identity, but Ling Ying and the others didn't know that Murong Qing was actually the boss behind Rose Heaven. However, they could feel that these people were respectful towards Murong Qing, so they could naturally see something. But the boss of Rose Heaven was too exaggerated. They probably couldn't guess it. They probably thought that it was someone with more authority. After all, she was very strong. It's impossible for an ordinary person. Dragoni, who was in his arms, seemed to have heard Murongqing's words. When she heard the door close, she poked her head out and stared at the food on the table without blinking, saliva almost dripping out of her mouth. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Looks like there's another little foodie, but after all, this little girl is so small. Even a big apple is bigger than her stomach. Even if she's a foodie, how much can she fit? Lin Xian then carried her to the table. So cute. Ling Ying and the others all looked at Dragoni in unison. She's too pretty and small. If she could grow to the size of a real person, she'd definitely be very pretty. But on the contrary, she's even cuter. She's definitely aroused the motherly love of these girls. Come here, Dragoni. Big sister will make something good for you. Ling Ying beckoned Dragoni over with his hand. Dragoni obediently ran in front of Ling Ying. Ling Ying then prepared a plate for her and prepared a lot of delicious food. Eat. Thank you, big sister. Dragoni said sweetly and then ate with her bare hands. Although she's a little lacking in ladylike manners, it's still okay, quite cute. Everyone eat too, Murongqing said. Okay. Ling Ying didn't eat much and didn't even finish the glass of red wine when a timid voice came from the front. Big sister. Ling Ying put down the wine glass and couldn't help but open his mouth. This little girl's face is full of oil stains, and the most terrifying thing is that she's finished all the delicious food on the plate. Damn. Lin Xian. Look at her. She's finished all the food on the plate. Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. It can't be? Lin Xian was also surprised. That plate of food might not be much for one person, but that plate of food could fill her stomach. However, looking at her now, this little girl's small stomach did not bulge at all. Moreover, she looked like she was not satisfied and wanted more delicious food. Let's not talk about other things first. We have to abide by the law of volume, right? You ate food that's bigger than your stomach and your stomach didn't change? And you're still hungry? Little girl, aren't you full? Lin Xian asked. Not full, I want more. Dragoni blinked her big eyes and ran over to Lin Xian's side, wanting to give him a hug. Lin Xian. Maybe it's because she's one of the dragons. We can't use common sense to look at her, Murongqing said. Lin Xian rubbed her little head and said, I'm not hugging you. Your face is full of oil. Go find some sisters and let them feed you. I still want to eat. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Dragoni pouted her little mouth and made an aggrieved look. Daddy, you don't like me? Dragoni wanted to cry. Lin Xian scratched his head. Damn it, I'm not a woman. I don't even know how to take care of a kitten. How am I supposed to take care of a little girl? But I'm sure she'll follow me. She probably won't want to follow anyone else. No, I'm saying that those big sisters are pretty good. Let them prepare some good food for you. Be good. Lin Xian grinned and rubbed her little head. Hearing Lin Xian's words and Lin Xian's intimate actions, Dragoni giggled happily. Then she twisted in front of Ling Ying, hugged the plate and looked at Ling Ying with pleading eyes. I'll cook for you. Just tell me how much you want to eat. I'll cook for you. Ling Ying smiled. Thank you, sister. Sister is second best, Dragoni said sweetly. Then who's first? Daddy, Dragoni said without hesitation. Ahem. Lin Xian couldn't help but cough. Chapter 698. Lin Xian was a bit embarrassed. He didn't even take care of her. How come he's the best? Don't tell me I'm not the best to you? Ling Ying leaned in front of the little girl and asked with a smile. Buffed, Han Shushue couldn't help but laugh. What a pitiful girl. She's the best to this little girl, and then she's saying Lin Xian is the best. But they've only just met. Daddy is the best anyway, the little girl said with a childish voice. He's not even willing to feed you, and you're the best? Murongqing teased. Because of Dragoni's appearance, they now have a lot of fun. Dragoni turned her head to look at Lin Xian and said, Yes, the best. Good. Let's eat. Ling Ying smiled. Lin Xian also couldn't help but laugh. This little girl, however, there was a spiritual connection between the two of them. For example, Lin Xian could feel how this girl was feeling, and sometimes even know what she was thinking. This girl could probably feel him as well. This was the powerful part of the contract. Anyway, Lin Xian found that what she said was true. Lin Xian, can I sleep with Chu Xue and Dragoni tonight? Ling Ying asked after a while. I don't mind. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Chu Xue, and I will help her make some clothes while we're at it. She can't have no clothes to wear. Morong Qing said, give me the measurements and I'll help find someone to make clothes for her. Okay. Then, Lin Xian turned to look at Dragoni, who was sitting on the table with a piece of cake in her hand and swinging her legs. Of course she heard their conversation. Dragoni, you can sleep with the two sisters tonight. They'll help you make a beautiful dress, okay? No, I want to sleep with Daddy. Dragoni shook her head decisively. Be good. No, Dragoni, don't leave Daddy. This little girl seems to listen to Lin Xian, but she can't leave Lin Xian. Anyway, they're in the same space, so she must be with Lin Xian. Then let's sleep together. Morong Qing said with a smile. Swish, Ling Ying, and Han Chushua's little face turned red. They seemed to understand the meaning behind Morong Qing's words. That's right, that's what Morong Qing meant. Ahem, let's sleep together? Lin Xian coughed dryly and said shamelessly. Go to hell. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. If Morong Qing wasn't here, they might still be able to accept it half-heartedly. But with Morong Qing here, they definitely couldn't do it. As for whether they could do it when Morong Qing wasn't here, no one knew. But they really like this cute little girl. They even want to bathe her. Look at the grease and cream all over her body. They don't believe she won't bathe. But how can they let Lin Xian bathe her? Although they really couldn't do anything. Cough, cough. This girl was still a girl after all. She had all the qualities a girl should have. What if that Lin Xian was a pervert? This girl is so innocent. If Lin Xian knew what she's thinking, he'd be so aggrieved. Wah. How perverted must he be to do such a dirty thing? This girl is really... Okay, let's not talk anymore. Let's eat. I'm starving. Beautiful sister, I don't think this food is enough. Look at this girl. Lin Xian pointed at Dragoni. She's almost finished the second plate of good food. You'll notice that she doesn't seem to be eating fast. But when you look at her again after chatting for a while, damn, she's almost finished. This little stomach, is it a bottomless pit? Morong Qing smiled and said, I'll make some more. The dragon race's thirst for food is very high. I still understand this point. Their consumption rate is also very fast. I just didn't expect such a little girl to have such a great thirst for food. Is it because the more she eats, the more powerful she gets? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You don't say. It seems to be true. Morong Qing replied with a smile. But I don't know how powerful she is. Yes, how powerful is she? Logically speaking, those who are just born should be at their weakest and need to slowly improve. This is a normal situation. But, back in the sacred dragon flame cave, this little girl had used a single burst of flame to shatter the door that even Emperor Morong Qing couldn't shatter. That was already very abnormal. And now, looking at her, this harmless little girl, where does she look like an existence with even a little bit of power? I don't know when this dragon horn will disappear. Why should it disappear? It's super cute. Ling Ying said. But at least it's gone. Even if others see her, they won't recognize her as a dragon. Lin Xian said. Then protect her well. Ling Ying's finger gently stroked her little face. It seems like he loves this girl to death. Han Chuxue also liked it and would reach out to play with her. However, this girl's attention was all on the delicious food. When they touched her, it was as if she didn't feel anything. She completely ignored them and continued to eat the delicious food. If you ask Lin Xian who is the most powerful foodie, it's obviously this girl. It didn't take long for them to fill their stomachs, but Dragoni still looked like she wanted more. How about I ask the chef to make some more and send it to the room? In case she's hungry at night, she can eat. Morong Qing said. Thank you, sister. Lin Xian hasn't said anything yet, but Dragoni can't wait to nod her little head and suck her little hand in her mouth. Let's go. Murong Qing stretched her body and was the first to walk out. Chushue, let's go back. Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go together. Go, go, go. Who wants to go with you? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, didn't you say you want to give her a bath and make her a temporary dress? Look at her body covered in oil. She can't not take a bath. Don't tell me you don't want me to give her a bath. The two girls looked at each other. Yes, she needs to take a bath, and the dress must be made first. But Lin Xian won't go and Dragoni won't be alone with them, so she can only share a room with Lin Xian. Hey, let's make it clear. You can't do anything excessive. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian and reminded. Of course, the main point is this girl, right? Lin Xian nodded again and again. Let's go. Lin Xian then put Dragoni in his arms and followed behind them with a smirk on his face. Every time, he would say that he wasn't that bad, but every time, he would let Lin Xian have his way. Now, wasn't he falling into Lin Xian's trap again and falling into Lin Xian's schemes? Looking at the smirk on this guy's face, they know he's up to no good. Chapter 699. Inside the hotel room, Lin Xian and the rest walked in one after another. You go take a shower first. Ling Ying took Dragoni from Lin Xian's arms and faced Lin Xian. I just took a shower before dinner. But look at your chest. Ling Ying pointed and Lin Xian looked down. Okay, this girl ate until she was covered in oil, and then she snuggled into his arms. Now her chest was covered in oil. Lin Xian then glared at Dragoni, who stuck out her tongue cutely. In the future, you can eat as much as you want, but you can't dirty yourself. Do you hear me? Yes, Dragoni heard you. Then Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower. As for Ling Ying and the rest, they were cultivating their relationship with Dragoni. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Xian came out. Let's go quickly. We have to help Dragoni bathe. Ling Ying and Han Chushue, who were full of motherly love, couldn't wait to carry Dragoni into the bathroom. Then Lin Xian heard the sound of the door being locked. Damn! The three of them were together, and they didn't lock the door when they were taking a shower. Now, just how scary was he? Lin Xian had already prepared the red wine. He was going to do something big tonight. Lying on the bed, Lin Xian happily played with his phone. He hadn't checked his phone in a long time. They were all messages from Miao Xiao Miao, Lu Yufan, and the other girls. They knew that Lin Xian went to the Holy Dragon Flame Cave and were worried about his safety. Lin Xian also replied to them one by one to let them know that he was safe. Of course, Linya also replied. After returning, Lin Xian was relieved. Linya and the others were also relieved. In the bathroom, Lin Xian didn't know what was going on, but he kept hearing their laughter. What's so funny about taking a bath? But that last Dragoni's laughter was even more cheerful, making Lin Xian want to go over and see what they are doing. But reason prevailed over impulse, because Lin Xian knew that if he peeked, he would be done for. Although they didn't need to hide anything from each other, they were still girls. After all, they couldn't put aside their pride. It would be fine if there was only one, but it was different if there were more than one. The fact that Lin Xian was able to trick the two of them into bed together was already heaven-defying. Don't even think about other things. 10 minutes later, they came out with Dragoni in their arms. Subconsciously, Lin Xian turned to look at them. Don't look, turn around. Ling Ying blocked Han Chushue to protect Dragoni. At this moment, it was Han Chushue who was holding Dragoni. Okay, I won't look. Then what do you want me to do? You can play with your phone. After saying that, the two of them sat down on the sofa in front of the table with their backs facing Lin Xian. Dragoni, big sister will help you make some clothes. Ling Ying's tone suddenly became 100 times gentler. Lin Xian was envious. Then from the corner of his eye, he saw the two girls sewing and cutting the pajamas. He didn't know what kind of pajamas they would make. Little Ling Ying, you can do it. Little Chushue, come and chat with me. I'm so bored. Lin Xian said. Han Chushua's pretty face blushed a little and whispered, I have to help Ling Ying. Daddy, Dragoni can chat with Daddy. Dragoni's voice came from the other side. Forget it. You don't have to. Just try on the clothes. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. About 20 minutes later, Ling Ying clapped his hands. Okay. Lin Xian looked over. Oh, although the dress wasn't very exquisite, but at least everyone could see that it was made of pajamas. As for the length, it should be safe as long as it's below Dragoni's knee. Dragoni jumped happily. This jump was about 4 or 5 meters. For a martial artist, this isn't much, but if you take into account her body size, these 4 or 5 meters are equivalent to Lin Xian's 10 meters. She then jumped directly onto the bed and landed next to Lin Xian's legs. Daddy, Dragoni climbed onto Lin Xian's lap and sat down, her big eyes looking at Lin Xian with anticipation. Good, 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 Lin Xian said while rubbing her little head. Hee. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Dragoni was especially happy as if she was being praised by her teacher. This scene made Ling Ying and Han Chushua envious. No wonder they signed a contract. In Dragoni's heart, no matter how good they are to her, they can't replace Lin Xian's position in her heart. But it doesn't matter too much. They just like the cute little Dragoni, and their motherly love was aroused. They were envious of Lin Xian, but if they were jealous, then they would have to consider the relationship between the two of them. Chushua, are you sleepy? Ling Ying asked Han Chushua. Han Chushua nodded. A little. Then let's go to sleep. You, take Dragoni back. Ling Ying then pointed at Lin Xian. After all, Dragoni has to be with Lin Xian. They can't keep her, but maybe they'll get to know each other better in the future. Me? Where are we going? Lin Xian appeared to be at a loss. Where do you think we're going? Take Dragoni back to your room to sleep. Dragoni comfortably climbed onto Lin Xian's stomach and rubbed against it. This is my room, Lin Xian said. Stinking hooligan. Hurry up and go back. It's been a tiring day. It's time to rest. Lin Xian then turned off the light at the head of the bed. Once the light is turned off, it'll make people subconsciously think of something. Don't say anything. Come up and sleep. I'm not going to do anything, Lin Xian said. You. In the darkness, the two girls' faces were flushed red. All right, since Dragoni is here, he probably won't dare to do anything. Ling Ying then grabbed a quilt and sat down with Han Chushue on the bed. She then crawled under a quilt. Dragoni, do you want to sleep here with Big Sister? In the middle of the night, Ling Ying turned around and looked at Dragoni lying on the pillow. Dragoni wants to sleep with Daddy. Dragoni said in a childish voice. Actually, I have an idea, Lin Xian said. Ling Ying and Han Chushua laid on the bed and looked at Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian hugged Dragoni and crawled under the quilt, placing Dragoni in the middle. Isn't this fine? The faces of the two girls turned extremely red. Bastard. In the end, after thinking about it, it's fine as long as he doesn't do anything. Also, it's quite fun to make Dragoni sleep. Lin Xian really didn't do anything. He just slowly moved in between the two girls and hugged them in each hand. Dragoni then realized that there's no place for her to go. After a night of silence, the two girls were tired and gradually fell asleep. By the time they woke up, it was already noon the next day. They had slept for such a long time. Sure. Lin Xian and the girls looked at each other. Ling Ying carefully sat up because Dragoni was sleeping very soundly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.